Good morning everyone, we've just had confirmation from the umpires that following a pitch inspection, day 2 will start at 11:30 a.m. 11:30 a.m. There will be 3 two-hour sessions and a total of 96 overs in the day. 11:30 start for day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Northamptonshire. reminding that play on day 2 is set to get underway at 11:30 a.m. 96.2 overs to be bowled today across 3 2-hour sessions. You're filling out your scorecards, and remember that they are available from the SCCC shop and also Stragglers Coffee House, or if you're a member, you've been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. You're filling yours out. Run through of the card from day 1. Northamptonshire were asked to bat first. Ricardo Vasconcelos was caught by Overton off the bowling of Gregory for 70 runs. Hassan Azad was caught by Overton off the bowling of Aldridge for 20 off 67 balls. Sam Whiteman was caught by Coda Cadmore off the bowling of Overton, 15 from 33 balls. And Saif Zaid was bowled by Gregory for 4 off 18 deliveries. Rob Keogh is unbeaten on 7. James Sales is yet to score. 37.4 overs bowled. Northamptonshire reached 137 for 4. There were 21 extras, 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 8 no balls and 2 wides. The bowling figures: Craig Overton, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 40. Peter Siddle, 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets for 22 runs. Lewis Gregory, 10.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 44. And Casey Aldridge, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 20 runs. Today's match sponsor is Lexus Bristol. The staff at Lexus Bristol genuinely want to make your experience as a Lexus owner as seamless and as pleasurable as possible. So you'll find every member of their team approachable, knowledgeable and professional. Whether you're considering Lexus for the first time or you're already a Lexus owner, you can expect a consistent and exceptional standard of service. From sales to servicing, their entire team is committed to you enjoying your Lexus for many years to come.
Against Northants, we've got the Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of the Championship match against Northants. I caught up with the coaches from Northamptonshire this morning, Chris Liddell and John Sadler. Morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of the County Championship match against Northants. We've got the two coaches, well, head coach, assistant coach, but these two, they work close together. Chris Liddell, John Sadler.
I can't hear
guys that I've played a fair bit of cricket against. So, chaps, how do you feel day 1 went? Over to you, Sads, first.
I thought it was an intriguing day, Triggs, to be honest. I thought we were, obviously lost the toss. I think we'd have had a ball as well on that green pitch. We'd like to have first use of it with the ball. So it was a bit nervy, and an early catch that went down, which is always nice, for us anyway. And then I thought we played really well for the first hour. I thought those two lads controlled it, soaked up some pressure. I thought Vasco was top draw, Hassan played well. And I thought we were in a great position. So at lunch we were happy with the two teams going in, I think. And then I thought Somerset bowled really well after lunch, put us under a bit of pressure, and then obviously changed the game. So probably about even, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was very much, in football terms, a game of two halves, and also the position of the table. You know, Somerset and Northants propping up the table at the moment, so it feels like a bit of a six-pointer in football terms.
Yeah, it's still too early for me, Triggs, to be honest, to look at that. I think after this block of 6 games before the T20 Blast, I think that'll be a true reflection. But there's been so much weather around, games have been abandoned, sessions haven't really been finished. You know, I'm not looking too deep at the table.
So you said the words, you said the name Vascos then, you bottled it out, because I've had a few Northants supporters rinsing me on the live stream about my pronunciation, Vasconcelos. Can you please correct me?
That's one for Lids to take.
Good timing. He's bottled it again, ladies and gentlemen.
Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Vasconcelos.
Celos.
Right, okay. I'll get it right later on. Now, Lids, you played him many times on those white, perfect batting wickets. You must be real jealous of the lads getting an opportunity on a wicket like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we come down here and we've seen it over the last couple of years at the start to leave a bit of grass on, and you know, we've noticed that just adds to the carry and the bounce and keeps, you know, the balls in play for a little bit longer. So we weren't too worried when we seen the wicket and the amount of grass that was on it. We were more encouraged that, you know, it means the game's going to be you know, in favour of the balls maybe for longer and stuff like that throughout the game. So yeah, we were happy to see a bit of grass.
Right, great chatting to you guys. It's going to be an intriguing day's play. Like John Sadler said, honours even today. And Vascos, I think, was the man of the day on day 1. Who will be man of the day, day 2? That wasn't a technical breakdown. I really did stay that still for that long. It was great catching up with those two. John Sadler, I played with him for England under-19s about 25 years ago, a long time ago, and Chris Liddell played a lot against him. So great to get their thoughts, and I totally agree. Northants very much had the winning of the first session, but Somerset fought back really well and took those 4 wickets. Honours even here. A lot of talk about the nature of the pitch, or certainly the look of the pitch and how green it was. So I popped down this morning just to check it out. We're about to get underway here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's been a lot of talk about the pitch. From our live stream cameras, it looks incredibly green. 12 millimetres of grass on this wicket. It's very fresh. But as the Northamptonshire coach, Chris Liddell, said, it's just added a bit of pace and bounce to the wicket, so it keeps the bowlers interested. This is a very, very good cricket pitch. An intriguing day's play on day 1, kind of honours even. Massive day, day 2. Yeah, it was a 4-taker, wasn't it, I think? Again, good morning here. I'm joined by Somerset and Test match legend Vic Marks for day 2 here at the County Championship. Good morning, Vic.
I'm getting this legend bit. I think it's a euphemism for old bloke.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think goat.
You're too young to be a legend.
All these kind of things.
Anyway, it's lovely to be here. It's lovely to see the stumps up there. It's not so good looking out over the Quantox, but maybe that bit's gone. And I listened to you. I wasn't here yesterday, but I listened to your pitch report eagerly. And I can see what you mean. You look down there, and from watching on the stream a bit yesterday when it looked emerald green, it's just faded a bit. And the other thing you look for is footmarks, isn't it? And the footmarks, if it's a bit damp, they're usually quite dark, aren't they? Here, well, they're barely visible, and they're light-coloured. It's not wet, is it? It's not a damp pitch. It's just a dry pitch with green grass on it.
Yeah, totally agree. I actually think it could spin. I really do. I think I was out there while Scott was the groundsman. Scott was giving it its morning trim. As I said on the pitch report, I think they've set the mower at 12 millimetres, which for most county grounds or any cricket pitch would mean an excessive amount of movement. But again, I reiterate, a green pitch here is actually just a healthy pitch and helps with the pace and carry. But you're right, the footholds, in particular Craig Overton from round the wicket, are actually quite deep. And they looked a little bit powdery, so I totally agree with you. There's no real moisture in the pitch, and I think it will deteriorate over the next few days and potentially spin.
Well, I hope it does, only because that's what a good cricket pitch does. It gets a little more unreliable. Anyway, who knows? We're allowed to say it's a very important session coming up because we always say that, but Somerset, obviously, and you'll be able to converse, we're not at their best in the first session yesterday.
Yeah,
the scoreboard certainly suggested that.
Yeah, a lot of hit balls, a lot of what you call in the trade release balls, 4 balls. But Somerset fought back really well, as they have done the majority of the times when they've had a bad session. I suppose what we need to get to, or the team need to get to, is a place where they're not on the scratch back, where they start with the right intensity. It always seems to take a poor session to bounce back with a good session. So this one's going to be vitally important. The 2 umpires, Neil Malinder and David Mills, are out in the middle, quickly chased out there by the Northampton batters, Rob Keogh and Mr. Sales.
James, isn't it?
James Sales, yeah.
He must have played against his dad.
I always think about just saying the word Jumble Sales because of his,
Did you
his
play
dad,
against
David. They played a lot against him, very, very fine county cricketer. So yeah, a really important game. I mentioned to John Sadler, the Northants coach, that I know he's a keen football fan. It feels like a 6-pointer,
or indeed a 48-pointer.
In football, so it feels like a real, both teams propping up the championship table at the moment, and
Northants have got their. I mean, the way it's structured, even more this year, winning games is important. Draw is only worth 5 points now. Northants have won a game already this summer, which is why they're above Somerset in the table. But I take your point.
Lewis Gregory to start proceedings. Couple of wickets yesterday. And straight into back of a length. Looking to loosen that body up. No matter how many balls you do in the warm-up, those first few balls, you're just trying to find your feet as a bowler. But yeah, I think that's a really interesting talking point for me, and a development that I think the Somerset team in Championship cricket have to go through. It's that starting on the front foot. It seems to be, Somerset need a day's play or a session's play before they really get a foothold in the game. And as we know, if you have a particularly bad session, you can make your next 4 days very, very difficult.
Clearly that happened at Trent Bridge. I mean, my suspicions are it's not to do with any sort of lack of effort or commitment. It's almost potentially. I mean, they're a pretty conscientious group of players. They will have prepared really hard, and sometimes from a distance I look on it, they're almost too intense about got to dominate this game. Of course, when you rush to dominate a game and you put the opposition in, so you're expected to get wickets. Well, then the temptation to go searching for those magic balls when on a surface, first morning surface, if it's a bit green, you don't want magic balls. You just need ball after ball in the slot, and something will happen. But that doesn't stop you. It's sort of striving for that brilliant delivery. You've got to get a couple of wickets early on.
Yeah, I think it transcends all sports. The more tense you are, you're less flexible. Obviously by definition, less relaxed. Craig Overton into his work from the Marcus Trescothick stand end here.
And as a bowler, you will have found, and I expect I did if I can remember, is that sometimes when you pick up wickets, you're not really hunting for them. You're just relaxed. You're in rhythm. You're just confident. If you keep landing it in the right slot, something will happen.
Yeah,
And if you go searching, it can be dangerous.
I think the maturity of a bowler is, speak to a lot of bowlers that have finished their career, and a lot of them say, the more boring I became, the better my record was. And you just got to hammer an area. I don't think there are many bowlers that had complete mastery of what the ball was exactly going to do, but you've got to put it in the business area, as they say, and see what happens. And the more times you're hovering around the top of off, as Andy Caddick always references, the corridor of uncertainty, it's got a lot of names in the trade, but the more times you bang that ball in that area, the more success you have. And you also make scoring difficult. Batters like to score. If the scoreboard's not ticking over, they feel pressurised, and it has a bit of a snowball effect. I mean, there was one big moment yesterday. First over, Zabe dropped at first slip by Kola Cadmore. Very, very easy chance, and it was almost like, you sense from up here, even at such an early stage, that would have been a big difference in the day's play.
To just relax everyone a bit.
Yeah.
We're on the way, sort of thing.
It was talked about a lot in the winter when England have played in the subcontinent. Jack Leach under pressure because the wicket is going to spin. When you see a bright green wicket as a seam bowler, you feel like you have to perform, and I think that echoes your point. You're under pressure, you expect to take wickets, and when it doesn't happen, sometimes you go searching. And I think that's what happened yesterday. Second session, I would imagine the conversation was, get back to what we do best, workman-like areas.
And it'll happen.
And they did. They got the rewards.
And you're right about batsmen. They don't like not scoring.
Oh, lovely. Really unfortunate delivery that. I mean, that's nipped back onto middle off. Played really well by Rob Keogh there. Played with soft hands, but a thick edge down to the leg side boundary.
It's a short boundary down there. But there was no way you could stop it.
That's middle and off. I mean, that's stone dead LBW if that just sneaks past the bat.
Yeah. You thought something else would have got in the way, wouldn't you? It must just have gone past his left thigh. So it's a bonus 4 runs, that.
Yeah, Craig. I had a brief chat with Craig. He's in good spirits as he always is. Always keen to bowl and put in a shift for Somerset, as all Somerset fans will know well. Thick edge through gully there down to third man, Tom Lammerby doing the work.
And he's not a big swinger of the ball, but in that over he just got it to shape a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, great signs.
But you sense with him too, I sense, because he has been absolutely formidable over the last 2 or 3 seasons and very much the linchpin of the bowling attack. And yet this season he's gone into a bit of a drought. He hasn't got the wickets you'd have expected. He will get them, but he must be a bit confused. He's only taken 3 or 4 wickets in the season so far, and he hasn't bowled particularly badly, but he's just not quite relaxed at the moment. I don't think.
I think it comes back to exactly your point a minute ago, Vic. I think there's that. It's a dangerous thing to expect wickets, and I think it does affect what you do that's given you the success. I think you just need to, as a bowler, as you know, all the fast bowlers that bowled thousands of overs across their career, they're normally very humble characters. They do their work, they hit their areas, and they just let things happen. As soon as you go searching in this game, it seems to bite you on the backside. I suppose when you are light of wickets, the last thing you want to see is your first slip, drop catch straight to the. I suppose it was right in the middle, kneecap height, and you see that go on the floor first over, and you think, oh, here we go again. But a great recovery second session.
And I think I'm right in saying that actually in his career, Kola Campbell's got a reputation as a terrific slipper.
Yes.
But even they can have the aberration now and again. And that tension we're talking about will apply to the newcomers who've all struggled to get their runs at the top of the order. Anyway, the great thing is we are playing cricket.
Yeah. So we've got bowlers searching for wickets and we've got batters searching for runs. So maybe that's why the table at the moment isn't making for good reading if you're a Somerset supporter. So
the perils of searching.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Lewis Gregory in that corridor of uncertainty. Do I play it down tight? A little bit of shape, but if that nips, you're in a lot of trouble. That's a beautiful delivery.
Got a lot of wickets this summer. You're always thinking, oh, got to be careful how we handle Lewis, because you want him to play every game because of his batting, but you don't want to take him off with the ball.
Yeah, he's a super talented cricketer, no doubt about that. I mean, it's always about body management. A thick edge through gully, slightly on the lucky side of life, I guess. A diving backward point. Sean Dixon can't reel that in, and rockets to the very short boundary on the offside for 4. Yeah, it's always a case of body management, and Lewis knows his body pretty well now. I think it's predominantly the same niggle, which is a lower back, which is not uncommon for seam bowlers. I think it's just a case of Lewis communicating with the coaches and the medical team how he's feeling, and just managing him through the overs. I think the one thing with the team is that he obviously balances out a team, but I do feel that with the reluctance to bowl Lammonby he's not a part-time seamer by any stretch. I think he's better than that, but he doesn't seem to bowl many overs. Tom Abel not being a bowling option due to the hamstring injury does feel like the team's could do with a little bit more backup. It puts a bit more pressure on the front 4 on a wicket like this. But then, like I said, I'm hopeful that the wicket will spin this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen any spin so far. You're right. In the ideal world, I mean, Tom Abel's done a terrific little job in past seasons with the ball, and it gives him, he's the captain, a bit more flexibility. It doesn't, it means he can rest people. He doesn't have to bowl people just because there's someone who's got to bowl the overs. He can fill in there, but he nabs wickets.
Yeah, I mean,
but he can't bowl at the moment, and it does make a big difference. You could, if we get to a dry part, if you got to pitches that turned, you could be easier to play a second spinner, for example, if both the Toms were bowling. Lammonby had an ankle problem, didn't he? But I think he's just about fit enough to bowl now, isn't he?
Yeah, well, you assume everyone's fit if they're on the park. But yeah, Tom's got 60 first-class wickets. Yeah. And I suppose the most remarkable stat that pops out is his strike rate's 53, which is very low, actually, isn't it? So he has that knack of picking up wickets.
Yeah. Well, he swings the ball, doesn't he?
He does. He bowls full, swings the ball. So,
but he can't. But he doesn't swing at the moment, and he's just coming back from the worst possible bowling injury, which is the side strain.
Yeah, the old intercostal on the 12th rib, never a nice one. Incredible, painful injury to get.
You've had it, have you?
I was in New Zealand, and I can remember bowling a ball and instantly looking at, obviously feeling the pain, and I can remember looking round to the stand. I was playing at Wellington, looking round to the stand because I thought someone had thrown something at me. And it felt like something had hit me in the
bullet hit you in the rib cage or something, a stone.
A grade 3 rupture of one of the serratus anterior muscles. It was so painful. Did not make for a nice flight home.
Was that the end of your period there?
It was scan the following day, and in Monopoly terms, go home, don't collect £200, off you go, son. It was something ridiculous. It was about 16 weeks of recuperation, but fortunately in the winter. I think it was on Boxing Day, that game, actually.
But then it's a big moment, isn't it, when you go back to bowling having had that injury, isn't it, to have the confidence, I imagine. I never had it because I
think it's any injury, isn't it?
It's but that one in particular.
Again.
Because you have to, you have got to bowl with effort, and you can't protect that bit when you come back. So you've got to be confident that it's going to be all right, I suppose.
Yeah, you certainly have.
I don't think I had one of them, owing to the fact that I bowled so slowly.
Maybe you should have put more revs on the
Well,
you might have
had one of
stressed
them.
the old intercostal a
Yeah,
little bit
you're
more.
right.
Greg Overton's got a lovely little head of steam up here, bowling a nice channel. A couple of playing misses. So
Yeah.
Somerset.
He's looked good this morning.
Somerset hunting.
Well, hunting in a good way. Not searching, but hunting.
Two very different things. Another nice delivery. A little bit of shape away towards the waiting slips. Kohler, Cadmore, Bancroft, and Casey Aldridge in the slips.
Well, they all say he's got fantastic hands as well as everything else, don't they? I've heard that said.
Who is this?
Aldridge.
Oh, well, he's definitely got big hands.
Yeah, but when I meant fantastic hands, I meant ones that catch the ball quite well.
It's very unusual for a young up-and-coming seam bowler to find himself in the slip cordon. That's normally the senior player's spot. So yeah, he must be a very talented catcher.
Well, that went the other way, but it's beautifully picked up, you see.
And that's the searchy one,
Yeah,
Vic.
yeah.
That's the one. That's the wobble seam. He's gone too straight, and that's been clipped. James Sales, and he's off the mark. 4 runs.
Well, you say that, but I think there's been a meritocracy at Somerset over the last few years, in that they soon recognised that both those Overtons were exceptional slip catchers. As they've filled in the slips relatively young.
Yeah, definitely. They are certainly good. And talking of good slip fielders, you'll see a greying plume of hair in the dugout. James Hildreth, Van der Merwe, Jack Brooks, a few grey hairs between those three, but in particular, James Hildreth.
There's a few championship matches played there. I expect they're decided what games come to.
I'm surprised he's not sat in his own stand.
Well, he might make a guest appearance there shortly.
Gregory in and down the leg side, smartly scooped up by James Rue.
You could welcome everyone there. Welcome to my stand. Lovely to see you.
Knowing James, if he did go over there, he'd want to go in sort of
In disguise.
In disguise, yeah. He would get the old fake moustache and glasses on and sneak over there.
Well, it is Old Players' Day today, and he's an old player now, but like you.
He is a very old player. Yes. Yeah, I didn't get my invite. I'm not on the email list. I don't know what's happened there. But
Well, it's a clerical error rather than a personal slight.
A little bit of a wide one there from Lewis Gregory. I think in 10-pin bowling terms, you'd have to put the old side gutters up for that one.
I don't know who's there. I think
Neil Mallender not keen to stretch the arms there.
well, he's an old player. Graham Burgess, I think. I don't know if you remember him. He's a bit before your time, Pete.
Well, I don't yet from a playing point of view, but spent
Oh,
many,
yeah. Oh, of
many
course.
an afternoon talking to Budgie.
Talking
and
swing bowling.
square leg, and talking about cricket, and actually had one of the most surreal moments of my off-the-field life with Graham Burgess, which was quite bizarre. I suppose it wasn't amazingly surreal, but it was for me.
We're all
I can
listening in.
remember Matrix 2, the film came out. We were playing Kent at Canterbury, and I thought, any of the lads want to go and watch the film? No takers. So I went on my own. It was a full theatre. Bought my ticket, sat down with popcorn. Graham Burgess sat next to me. Right, Triggs. it was quite bizarre. So I was thinking,
And he was umpiring that
the
game. was he?
Matrix isn't a great fit for you, Budgie, but yeah, we had a lovely time.
Well, he loved the game.
Certainly went through the popcorn, I can assure you of that.
He loved the game.
Yeah, he's
And
lovely,
he was a very
lovely to talk to.
He did. Well, he's a Well, hopefully, I think it's his 80th birthday this weekend, so I'm told. But I think he's supposed to be here. But I haven't spotted any other old players apart from you and now Hildreth. Ooh, what's that?
Oh,
That's a squeeze. I don't think there's a
That's
chance.
half of the toe of his cricket bat has just snapped off. I thought that was the bail for a minute,
What's Boyd?
but the toe of his bat has just exploded. There we go. But, Cameron Bancroft picking up a bit of memorabilia there. Yeah, that threw me. I genuinely thought that was the bail. I was getting all excited then, but no. That's James Sales giving his manufacturer a phone call and can you send me a new stick down to Taunton, please?
I expect he's got a few more tucked away in his bag now, hasn't he?
Beautiful bowling from Lewis Gregory, probing away on that off stump. I think Somerset have started pretty well, but Northampton are
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our
all credit to them.
championship partner, WPA
I
Health
honestly
Insurance.
thought that was the
Based
back.
only a few miles from the Cooper Associates County Ground, WPA
Right on the toe of the bat. Those club cricketers out there watching will be wincing in agony there, because that's probably about 700 quid down the Swanee.
700 quid.
Yeah, they're expensive now, Vic. 5.
Can you insure them?
Well, I think you'd have to, wouldn't you? I think the premium would be quite high if Yorker seemed to be the end of them. But I think the professional bats are quite lightly pressed, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they perform better but don't last as long.
Yeah.
Gone are the days knocking in and sanding and linseed oil.
Yeah, I know. I used to do that when we started.
Bit of varnish for you, isn't it?
I think we got as far as linseed oil.
Mahogany varnish or anything like that?
I know, linseed oil, we'd have that. Lovingly, get the sandpaper out.
Are you much of a memorabilia man? Did you keep any little trinkets from your career?
Well, not many. I've got an old bat, though. I do have an old bat that I haven't thrown away.
I've got the bat that I scored my first class 100 with.
Yeah.
And I think just after that, I was playing for England under-19s, and Sir Ian Botham was commentating, so I got him to sign the front of
Oh,
it.
well done.
So that's one of my prized
Well,
possessions.
no, that's...
Not quite as prized as my John Cleese signed bat. I scored 100 at Lord's, walked through the long room, and John Cleese, Basil Fawlty, was watching. So that was an opportunity, I think, it's being a fellow Westonian.
Yeah, well, when we won, I think, our first ever trophy, I'll come back to it.
Some probing around the off stump.
It's a good line, that is, keeping him honest there. One little mistake. Well, I think on the eve of the match, we went to supper at John Cleese's house, and he sat in the dressing room, quiet as a dicky bird, throughout the Lord's final, whilst we went about our business. So he's a true...
Loves his cricket.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
yeah.
Loves his, he was the patron of my testimonial.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he wrote a lovely article about me, which when I read it, it really did suggest he didn't know me very well. But it was
Well, he went on about your
beautifully written.
modest professionalism. Anyway, but he would have spotted. He would have kept an eye on you from a distance.
I know he's been known to follow the live stream from various parts of the world. I think he spends a lot of his time overseas in the sunshine. I hear rumours that they're remaking Faulty Towers. That would be quite something. Provided he gets to write it, of course.
Well, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. But it's not, I mean, what am I saying?
Do you
But
leave
how can
those
you? Well,
great
how
things
can
in
you?
the
How
past,
can you
or-
improve upon the? I mean, there's only 12 episodes in there of Faulty Towers,
Yeah,
and they are all memorable and brilliant.
phenomenal.
How are you going to match it? I don't know.
I mean, in today's age, I mean, that humour probably wouldn't get past
Well-
the boards, would it?
That's also true, actually.
So the mistreatment of Manuel, there'll be the unions up in arms. Another decent over there from Craig Overton, probing around the off stump. Rob Keogh 17, James Sales 5. Northants 154 for 4. A real sort of stalemate start to this session, Vic. I think both teams realise the importance of it.
Yeah. Overton bang on target. Apart from the odd, just a clip through the leg side, that's his one aberration. But he's tested both batsmen. Pitch is behaving nicely, properly, and they've been set a few examinations, this pair, but they've basically played everything on its merits. Missed a few times, but not too often.
Yeah,
It's good, hard cricket.
I think a lot of credit has to go to the coaching staff at Northampton. Actually, I've had a number of conversations over the last season or two, in particular the last day or two, with John Sadler and Chris Liddell, and changing culture, changing people's perception of Northampton cricket. They were quite famous, 5, 6, 7 years ago when they won the T20. They had a lot of, let's say, rotund cricketers, and I think professionalism was questioned. But now, the manner in which they're playing, the way they go about their warm-ups, I observe these things when I'm, down at ground level, and they really, really have changed. Like I said, my perception of going to Northampton playing against them, there was always a bit of a certain feel, very, very different now, and I think their performances as a club are on the up and up. So credit to the two coaches.
Yeah, and they're not. Well, they're obviously not a 100-stroke test ground with all the resources that come along with that. They're having to make do with limited resources.
Yeah, good job.
As Somerset does after a point, but they've got themselves into the first division without any of the resources of the Lancashires, Surreys. They really have to make the most of what talent they assemble.
Yeah, I think that's an underrated achievement actually for the. I think there was a time Gloucester, Northampton, Leicester, their 4-day cricket was just, it felt like it was nowhere, and to be up in the first division now,
they've been.
It's impressive.
Yeah, and they stayed up obviously last year.
You'd have been very impressed with. I'm gonna refer to him as Vascos, as John Sadler did. I got told off a couple of comments from the Northamptonshire supporters on our live stream that my pronunciation wasn't great, which I do apologise for. My only defence is I've been pronounced Trago for 25 years and it's Trigo, so I know what it feels like. So I'm going to go down the John Sadler road. Vascos, Vic, looked a very, very fine player.
Yeah, well, I don't know him that well, but I feel I can call him Ricardo.
Vasconcelos, I believe, is the. I was putting in my own little West Country twang to it. Gregory again, a play and miss. This game of cat and mouse between bowler and batter.
You can sense that Somerset come out and say, "Look, come on, we've got to be patient. We've got to be patient. It'll happen." They have been pretty patient, and they're having to be patient too because no wicket yet. But
another one gone for all money, like he'd nicked that one. Frustrated, Lewis Gregory drops shoulders, trudges back to Neil Mallender to collect his knitwear. Oh, that is a beautiful delivery and a rare loose shot. Beautiful swinging ball there. Good signs.
It invited the drive, but it wasn't quite the half volley. Actually, it's a bit fuller and you would have nicked it. And in fact, in the end, I think he missed it by quite a lot, but it did move. The ball is actually now, it's 44 years old, but it's still a bit of movement now.
Still doing plenty. I think that's another add-on for the 12 millimetres of grass. Also, it kind of keeps the ball a bit cleaner as well. It doesn't get so it's not as abrasive, doesn't get roughed up as much. So likely to see swing a lot later into the ball's life. Obviously, new balls due 80 overs. We're halfway through that, give or take.
An interesting little teaser for Tom Abel. He's come out. They both put two of his big men on. They bowled well. No wicket yet. Oh,
there we go. There's the nick. And straight through Bancroft. And 4 runs. He's looking back at his teammates in some level of confusion, but.
Well, he's beaten by the pace of it, I think.
You want to see those taken. That's probably a reverse hand type of catch, and it's got big on him, and he's spilt it. Another one
and
goes down.
It's gone for 4 as well.
Which will lead me on to another one of my crazy theories. Never trusted sunglasses when I fielded at slip. Never trusted them. The ball, I think, especially if they were polarised, and that always happens. The next ball, a beautiful shot from James Sales through the covers for 4. We were invited by one of the big sunglass manufacturers, Oakley, to do a testing day for a new lens. And they had 2 or 3 different types of lenses, and one of them with a white ball was strobed towards you. It was absolutely horrendous, and from that day on I was never convinced that you got the right sort of depth perception with the sunglasses because of how they operate in terms of stopping the sun. Not saying that's why he dropped it, but there we go. That's a quick delivery.
Well, he's fed up, and
Greg Overton.
he needs. I mean, there's no point in having a word with the batsman, really. But I think he is. He
like
just
that,
needs
Vic.
that wicket.
Do you like that? I like that.
Do you?
Great response from Craig Overton. He's steaming now. We could see an exciting little passenger play there. I like that. That
Well, the
shows
odd
you
thing
care.
is, he's had the drop, which was a full length away swinger. Invited the drive, big nick. I think Bancroft was surprised by the pace of it, apart from anything else. Oh, that's good. The next ball, which went for 4, was almost the identical delivery, actually, with Fullish. But it got the nick.
Just didn't swing as much.
Yeah. And then it was pummeled away beautifully, actually, through cover. And then the bouncer, which did zip through, just a fraction short, he got out of the way of it quite easily.
That was a good bouncer. That was straight at the snot box, that one.
Yeah, well, in which case he did play it well. It was just a fraction high as it went through. I won't agree. He got out of the way too easily.
Always nice to see James Rew collecting that way above his
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
And,
Well, he is all frustration. I can understand why. He's by his standards, he's in a bit of a drought. And then he's had 2 catches dropped now in this innings. He should have, once he's got to 3 for 50, he's off and rolling. Confidence high.
Why is it, Vic, that when you're not getting the results, you're not playing well? Those things happen. Teams that are playing well and confident, they just catch everything. Ex-Somerset player on the screen here, Legolas. Oh no, it's Ollie Sale. Looks like the character from Lord of the Rings.
I thought he looks like it looks a bit like Manchester City's centre forward to me.
Haaland, I don't think Ollie Sale will be happy with that, apart from could be on him. That is absolutely stone dead. Lewis Gregory wraps Rob Keogh on the pads, and Neil Mallender does the rest. I think Somerset have deserved that this morning. They've had some very, very poor luck. A drop catch, but Lewis Gregory gets the breakthrough. That is salmon and trout.
Rob Keogh was dismissed LBW for 19 runs off the bowling of Lewis Gregory.
Well, he's got the ball to swing a bit today from outside off stump, but I think that was one of your classic sort of start on middle and leg, just held its line. He's whipping it a little bit, got tangled up with his front pad, off you go.
Yeah, Rob Keogh's played well there, and that's a good wicket. Yeah, Lewis is a very skillful bowler. He's got those James Anderson-esque skills. He bowls the away swinger and the scramble seam ball that just slides on with the angle. I'm going to give full credit to Lewis there. I think that's a setup, and that is about as out as you get.
Do you think that was a scramble seam one?
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't.
Yeah, I think
You could swing
intentional. I think it's an intentional away, a couple of overs away, and then the
The straight
wobble
one.
seam. Yeah, straight ones are always dangerous in cricket.
Well, they are if you can swing the other ones. Anyway, however he did it, he's got him out. LBW, much needed wicket, because it's been a little bit frustrating, particularly for Overton, who's bowled really well this morning, had a chance dropped, got the ball zipping through to keeper Rew. Now, here it comes.
And even though you'd be really happy for your teammate that's just got your wicket, I think Craig would be like,
I know, but
should have
do you
had
know,
that
I was
wicket.
watching as the finger went up and the players amassed around Lewis, as you do. And Craig was just a little bit slower getting there, only because I'm sure he's preserving energy, and he knows, I mean, he's right behind him, Lewis, of course he is. But he's still a bit grumpy that he hasn't got his just desserts in this game so far.
fast bowlers do not like drop catches, that's for sure. But the breakthrough's been made. Goldstone has made his way to the crease. Harry Goldstone to a very sort of in rhythm Lewis Gregory. Straight on the money again. Lewis has got that head of steam up. He's got an amazing knack of those cluster spells of wickets. He can run in some spells and just look quite innocuous, but then he just has that knack of just clicking and running through a team, and he's kind of got that little feeling, I think, now. He's got the ball offering away, and he knows he's got at will that one that just slides back in towards the pad. So it could be quite a challenge here for the Northants batting lineup.
Yeah, oh, that's beaten the keeper as well. But a little bit of movement to his right, but he'll be disappointed by the bye.
Lovely bit of movement away.
Yeah, there is movement there. That's obviously a little bit wide, but
Just that bit of kiss off the pitch as well, I think, just an indication that Lewis is feeling good.
well, it's kind of reassuring that the way that ball's going through, that if you get a nick, you think it's going to carry. What you don't know is whether anyone's going to catch it.
Yeah, I think you've got a couple of slips that hope it goes to the bloke next door. Yeah, as I was saying, just before that wicket was taken, Vic, it seems, it's remarkable, isn't it? All very talented cricketers, good catchers, but when your team aren't quite performing, it seems to always happen that you'll be the team that drops catches, and silly ones, and there's little... Is it rubs of the green? Is it confidence? Is it
obviously well, it's, I don't know what it is, but it's a mixture of a lot of those things. But confidence, obviously, and relaxation. When you're on a roll, I think and we've got a slip cordon there of new players, except for Craig, and they're desperately keen. But that can sometimes go beyond that nice, relaxed state when you're so keen to sort of get it right and make an impact.
Compounded every game as well when you haven't quite performed, I guess.
Well, there will be. There'll be tense moments at the start of Somerset's innings with, the two. Well, this will probably be Karen Brankost's last game, actually. In that, I think he's leaving after this one, but he's the sort of guy I would imagine who is so desperate to show his worth, and he's done it playing for Durham, and he's done it beautifully for Western Australia. We all know he's a good player.
He's got a bit of a point spree being left out of the Ashes squad as well.
Well, here's an opportunity, but this particular opportunity is almost past because this will be his last game. He could get a double under, I suppose. And they've picked an odd... Oh, here's Peter Siddle. They've picked their Ashes squad, but it's only for the World Test Championship and then the first couple games. So they've given themselves leeway. You think it applies especially to Warner, who's been out of nick and who's, not the Warner of half a dozen years ago. Well, maybe not just Warner, but it seems to apply especially to him. What sort of state
for brilliance in the selection is what you're saying. Peter Siddle replacing Craig Overton here. And Taunton, the Marcus Roscothic stand end. Definitely his favoured end. Didn't operate too much yesterday from this end, so hopefully this will suit him a little bit more over the wicket to Goldstone. On the money straight away. Definitely a little bit of extra swing today.
Why is that then? It's not so windy today. It was very windy yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it wasn't in Exeter anyway.
I don't think it was a lot more than today. It has a similar feel to it, but I mean the swing. I mean, often you scratch your head, you get a ball that does swing, one that doesn't. I think it's actually more to do with the ball itself. They are made out of a natural material. Obviously, some shine up better than others. It's all about rough and smooth, isn't it? If it shapes or not.
Yeah, but wind doesn't necessarily help you, does it?
No, I don't.
And if it's gusty wind, anyway, you don't want that.
Yeah, if you're a seam bowler that gets sideways movement because of wind, I think you're bowling too slow.
I used to quite like a
little bit drift.
a drift.
You don't want to get drift.
A breeze.
You don't want to get drift.
A steady breeze was all right. You've only got one wicket, but I'll leave you to get a couple more. And I'm going to make way for Sam.
I feel like the combination of Peters could be quite a strong one for the next 20 minutes or so. We were in sync.
Compare and contrast.
I made a I definitely
Peter Siddle and Peter Trigo.
I haven't gone for the peroxide hair. I think I'll leave that to the great man running into bowl at the moment. He's getting a lovely bit of shape away.
He's a bit quicker than you.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit quicker than me. Got a few more wickets in his end columns than me as well. So
yeah, it's a many straight sixes. So.
No, definitely not. Well, my straight was cow corner, though, wasn't it?
Well, not necessarily. According to some broadcasters, you're terrified, I gather. Anyway, okay, I'll leave you in the hands, the reliable hands of two Peters and a Sam.
Northamptonshire 165 for 5 in the 47th. Peter Siddle getting into his work. On a slightly less, as Vic Mark says, emerald green pitch today. Still plenty of live grass there, but it was noticeable how much the colour of the pitch changed when the groundsman Scott sent the mower over it this morning. Blade set at 12 millimetres, I believe. Morning, Sam.
Morning, Treats.
Good performance so far, I think, from the Somerset bowlers. I think they've got into their work well. They've been unlucky. The Northampton batters have played pretty well, but they gave up that opportunity. Spilled at second slip by Cameron Bancroft. Very next over. He's got the rewards I think the team deserved this morning.
Yeah, they bowled much better this morning than they did yesterday morning. I missed a wicket. I saw the drop catch. I was down there on the deck listening to you and Vic Marks. We'd gone into Legolas chat. I was all up for some Lord of the Rings, and I just turned to go up the stairs, and suddenly I've heard that Lewis Gregory has trapped Keogh plumb in front.
Yeah, so it was a lovely piece of bowling. He's a classic sort of away swing or skilled bowler's dismissal. He bowled a channel of lovely away swing, and then I think just opened his left shoulder, bowled that wobble seam delivery that clattered into the front pad. That was an away swinger slightly too full to Sales, and that is beautifully played through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it's a big test for these two young lads. It's a nice shot. They know each other quite well, actually. They play club cricket together at Overstone Park, so they would have batted together a little bit before. I'm not sure too many times for Northampton, probably not against attacks of this quality. You got Siddle, Overton, Gregory all coming in at them.
Yeah, I'm not sure Gregory and Siddle would have bowled at Overstone Cricket Club. Is that right?
Overstone Park, yes, indeed. No, I doubt they have played much. Harry Goldston in. He'll keep wicket a little bit later on. He's in because Lewis McManus broke his finger in the last game. And with Sales, obviously everybody knows who his dad is.
David Sales, one of the fine
yes,
county batters of the past 25 years. Scored an enormous amount of runs.
Scored double 100 age 18. I think he's still the youngest player to score a double 100 in county championship. They both come from cricketing families, actually. Harry Goldston's dad, Mark, played a handful of games for Northampton and had a decent minor counties career for 15 years or so. Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, Lincolnshire.
Good research from you, Sam. I did have a tweet this morning, actually. Did we ever get to the bottom of the similarities, or what does Ricardo Vasconcelos
Vasco and KP
common with Kevin Peterson? And it did turn out to be a disappointing answer.
I think it's a nice answer. We're saving the world here,
yeah, they're both into their rhino conservation.
He went out to Mozambique, Vascos, when he got injured in the 2019 season. Rather than he hung around for a little bit, but he went out and helped save some rhinos. He was going to set up his own trust, actually, and then the pandemic hit and the world changed a little bit. It would have been better if they were both married to people called Tracy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that was my winner for the day. Those splendid creatures that roam the planet. They certainly need to be looked after.
Is it a cricket bat make? Was there a sports bait called Rhino at some point? Did they make rugby gear maybe?
Quite possibly. Sounds like a bit of a rhino-y
Yeah, it does.
thing. Kind of suits a lots of little independent shops and brands pop up from time to time. Gregory, end of another over. Went a bit searchy that time. I think he'll be having a break very soon. The options available to Tom Abel would probably be Casey Aldridge and England spinner Jack Leach. Will we see a little bit of twiddle before lunch here at Taunton?
It's Gregory, 358. He's been Somerset's standout bowler this season already. This is only his third game. 19 wickets already. If he can have another summer like 2019.
Yeah, that's a super tally so far. Thick edge off of Peter Siddle down to the third man boundary. Tom Lamman being hot pursuit.
What you
Goldston off the mark.
What you want from a Somerset perspective is that we've got the forecast with it's bright sunshine here, but we might get some rain later. It's not brilliant for Saturday. Remember back in 2019 there was a game at Canterbury that was basically rained off for 2.5 days, but Lewis Gregory picked up 11 wickets in that one. That's your chance, I think, of winning, of either side winning this game, really, is having a bowler who picks up a lot of wickets. Looks solid so far. Young Goldston. Lots of time. Doesn't need to be in any kind of rush here. It's sort of quite evenly poised, isn't it? It could go one or two ways, this. This is an important partnership.
Yeah, I think, you know, the first innings from both teams, you set the tone of what days 3 and 4 you're going to be faced with. Are you hanging on for dear life, or are you in the ascendancy? And yeah, it's very much an honours even situation here. You think with the batting woes of Somerset so far this season, you think anything that starts with a 3 would put Somerset under a lot of pressure. If Somerset can get Northamptonshire out for sort of 250, all of a sudden you think a first in his lead is possible. And if this pitch does deteriorate, start to spin like I think it might do, any lead will be really, really important here in the first innings.
I think Somerset have to push on Northampton. They've not been particularly strong batting-wise. They've not got a batting bonus point yet this summer. It's gone up from 200 to 250 to get your first one. So they still haven't reached 250 in their first innings. And I think, what is this, the 4th game? So 7 innings. Vascon Chelos's half-century was only their 5th 50 of the summer. They've just got 1 centurion. So,
sorry, how did you pronounce that name then?
Vascon Chelos. What's the official pronunciation? Sorry.
I don't think I can pull it off with my Somerset twang, see. Vasconcelos.
Vasconcelos is what I was saying yesterday, and now I've been confused.
You've put a random CH in there somewhere. Anyway, we move on. Vascos from the horse's mouth, John Sadler. So that will work for me. I think there's a reason, Sam, that the two teams are propping up the table. They're not getting it right. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. Not scoring enough runs and not taking enough wickets quick enough. So, you know, lots to be done. And like I said, in football terms, it feels like a bit of a 6-pointer. Very important for one of these teams to come out of this game with a win.
Yeah, and they never say it at the end of the 49th over 171 for 5. But when they have the team meetings, I mean, you've been in far more dressing rooms than I have, obviously, but presumably you look at fixtures and go, yeah, this is where we can target the victories. And both sides would have probably said that about each other. Look, these guys really aren't batting very well. They're low on confidence, and so there's a chance to, particularly for Northants, to get an away win would be massive.
Yeah, really important for a bit of momentum. And John Sadler did say, you know, game 4 feels a bit too early to sort of feel like this is a really important game, but not 16 games anymore. You know, all of a sudden you're best part of halfway through a season. I feel like this is a bit of a pivotal point for both teams in terms of how the second half of their championship year is going to shape up.
Casey Aldridge into the attack, first time today. picked up his first wicket of the county championship summer yesterday. Hassan Azad caught by Craig Overton in the slips for 20. Offers something a little bit different, doesn't he? A bit more pace, a bit more bounce.
Yeah, that was his first wicket of the match. He got wickets in the previous game.
I don't think so. Got 50 in the previous game.
Yeah,
it's only his second game.
Batting. Yeah, he's definitely got that little bit of extra pace. Casey Aldridge.
It's just the consistency, isn't it? You saw that one just a little bit too wide. James Root tumbling away in front of second slip. Sales, actually, who's batting, James Sales and James Root played together for the England under-19s. They were both in that side that got to the World Cup final. I think they put on a decent partnership. Root got runs. I think England ultimately lost it, but they put on 90 odd for either the 8th or 9th wicket, these two. Beauty. Sales just watches that whistle past and gives a nod of acknowledgement to Casey Aldridge. Let's have another look at that one. Oh no, we moved on. Up at New Road, Worcester, there were big crowds in yesterday, expectant, hoping to see a little bit of Steve Smith and also Cheteshwar Pujara. I didn't see that yesterday, so they saw a masterclass from Ollie Robinson, 7 for 59 for him. But they are both at the crease now. Pujara 24 not out, Smith 26 not out. Lovely looking shot. It'll be chased by Long Leg, who gets round and does really well, actually, just to keep it to a couple. It's a big boundary, vast expanse towards the Somerset stand. I think it's Jack Leach, yeah. Big smile on his face, got his whites dirty for the morning. Yet to see him with ball in hand, but I wouldn't imagine it will be too long.
Just nipping in to say hi. Looking also very smart, Andrew.
Lowered his standards today,
It must be an ex-Players' Day. You're going to go and get a little bit of lunch? Catch up with a few old teammates? Anyone you're looking forward to in particular to catch up with, Andy? No, just me.
Where's your cappuccino today, though?
Well, I didn't know he was on, so he always looks after me, Andrew. Peter Siddle continuing from the Trescothic stand end, 173 for 5. Somerset a much better showing this morning. Definitely put themselves under a little bit of pressure in the first session, but since then it has been all Somerset, I suppose, effectively 70 for 5.
Are they effectively 70 for 5, though?
No, they're not. No, but it feels like that. It feels like it was 100 for 1, wasn't it? I think the first session, and then all of a sudden now it's 170 for 5. So I think that makes for much better reading the second half of the bowling performance. Runs a little bit harder to come by, less hip balls, freebies, if you want to call them that. Just a shame that opportunity to Bancroft was put down. Don't think you can afford too many drop catches with the predicament Somerset are in the county championship at the moment. All these little half chances can turn the momentum dramatically.
It's 2, isn't it, off Craig Overton, and that one in the very first over yesterday, which wasn't, I hate to say it wasn't a half chance, it was a full chance.
Just hammering a length there. Roelof van der Merwe on the pitch in place of Craig Overton. Craig Overton's probably just changing his shirt and socks and all that kind of stuff, make himself a bit more comfortable for the rest of the day. Roelof van der Merwe at mid-off, mad as a box of frogs, giving A lot of energy, no doubt, to the players out there in the middle. Oh, lovely delivery there from Pete Siddle.
It was a beauty. Had to play at it. Pushed down the wrong line. Just moved a fraction off the pitch. Fraction too much, really, in the end. So it didn't take that fine edge through to James Root.
It was an absolute beauty. So we've already lost a little bit of time in this game to the weather. We lost a little bit this morning. Final session last night. Weather forecast is a little bit inclement. I think that's the word for this kind of forecast. But you know, this tiny little island, hopefully it will blow through. We'll get plenty of play. Saturday looks particularly cool.
Yeah, though Sophie Luff made the point yesterday, Taunton does sometimes have its own little microclimate, surrounded by all the hills, which I believe you were debating where they were. We weren't debating, really. You knew where they were.
It's not a debate, Samuel.
It's a fact.
The opportunity of correcting a great bit marked earlier, as he mentioned. Made the same mistake Sophie did the other day, but you know, respect for your elders and all that.
He had a tough morning, Vic, as well, didn't he? With
Vic
the coffee machine.
Vic did have a very tough morning, ladies and gentlemen. He came in, he pressed the plunger down on the coffee with his cup nowhere near where the coffee came out, and just covered the table in coffee. Dabbing around trying to clear it up, spilt the milk. All sorts of palaver going on.
He had the class, though, to actually clear it up himself. That's a sign of the man.
He did, indeed. Wouldn't think anything else. Aldridge in, beauty. Doesn't catch the outside edge, but a really fine delivery there from Casey Aldridge. Really impressive to see how maybe a little bit of thought has gone into the way he's bowling. I think there's a lot more focus on the consistency of the areas he bowled. I think there was a little bit of a scattergun approach to the previous game. You run in, bowl quick. But it feels like now he's not only bowling quick, he's bowling well and in good areas. A nick from James Sales, really lucky to get away with that. It's spooned over, probably a fourth, fifth slip. He picks up 4 runs. But a really nice piece of bowling from Casey. Yeah, you know, I echo that sentiment. Really, I really feel like Casey's honing in on that top of off area, swinging the ball around. He's got that natural pace and bounce. I feel like he's getting a lot more balls in the right area. So he's obviously had a good week preparing for this game. Always really important when you have a good opening partnership. I think Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton put the Northamptonshire batters under an immense amount of pressure. Really important, especially when you have a simultaneous double change, that those batters, you know, maintain those standards and keep the pressure on.
Cut away by Sales. He was much more in control of that one. Just a little bit too much width there from Casey. Rare bad ball from him this morning. Look, it is the second boundary he's gone for in this over, but the first one was a genuine outside edge. That one was just
that's the delivery we want to see less and less of. A bit more consistency. That's first class level. That's a free hit. No matter how quick you are. In fact, the quicker you are, the quicker those go to the boundary, short and wide. That's more like it from Casey. Absolute beauty. Could have easily picked up a wicket this over. And instead he's gone for 8 runs. Brutal game sometimes.
well, and that's just a sign of where he's at, Casey Aldridge. He's still only 22. He's playing what is 11th first-class game. As he plays more cricket, the consistency will come, and then Somerset potentially have a top performer on their hands for years to come. Because again, he's bowled what, four really good balls there. Just that one long hop, really. And if he can cut that out so that ball is far more infrequent, he's going to be a top performer. And they are on the bench. Jack Brooks is down there, as Ollie Sale, as Triggs was saying, former Somerset man. They've become kind of permanent fixtures, those dugouts. They first came in for the T20, didn't they, down there? But actually, they're quite a nice little touch.
Yeah, they are very nice little gathering areas. Sit down, catch a bit of sun. Also, the 12th man can be there to look after the players. On hot days, running a few drinks around. Down the leg side from Peter Siddle. Very smart take from James Rue behind the stumps. Feels like there's a good atmosphere out there today. I think the body language is upbeat. Somerset players look right up for the challenge. Craig Overton back on the field after his boot change or fresh shirt. In a good little zone. Yeah, it was amazing the comments that we had on the pitch. You know, there's a lot of interest. You know, where's the pitch and all that kind of stuff. But I think it is appropriate to always remind the people watching the game that the green Taunton pitch is unlike a green Riverside or a green Lords. Don't really get that much sideways movement here at Taunton. That fresh grass just maintains the ball condition and helps the ball bounce through to the keeper. So if you do deceive the batsman with a little bit of swing or a bit of nip, that there's enough pace there to commit the batter to the shot, so you do find the edge and it does carry to the slips. It just makes it, I think, a fairer, better contest between bat and ball. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Myself and Sam Darling in the WPA Health Insurance sponsored live stream here at Somerset. Truly impartial, so impartial we even had opposition coach interviews this morning. Great to see the opposing team giving a bit of time up. Hopefully bring you some footage that both Somerset and Northamptonshire, in this case, supporters can enjoy.
Chris Liddell's quite highly rated, isn't he, as a bowling coach? I think was he with the Netherlands for a bit as well?
Yeah, I think he's still
involved.
Dips in and out from what I understand. Yeah, John Sadler and Chris Liddell, both guys that are similar in age. Maybe Santa's more my age, I would have thought, but yeah, Chris Liddell played a lot of county cricket, has a real good demeanour about him, and no doubt very knowledgeable. And there's what you'd say quite a fortunate dismissal there. Peter Siddle dragging one down, a big swing at it, and I think that's just caught the glove on the way through to James Rue. Really good catch.
Yeah, it was. Siddle's a bit sheepish with appeal because he knows that that's not really a wicket-taking delivery. But he has bowled beautifully first up, and actually it's the fact that he and Casey Aldridge have restricted Galston. He's just seen there's a ball where he can potentially score from. He's had a swing at it, and it's moved back, actually. Well, it's moved away from him in the end because it was going down the leg side. And James Rue, who's been very impressive behind something, you just don't really notice him. He doesn't do an awful lot wrong, and that's a good catch. He's very springy. And Northampton's 6 down now.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, and I think just reward for the Somerset team that they've got a little bit something. There's been a lot of playing and missing, a lot of near misses for Northampton. So a strangle down the leg side, probably not one that will go into Pete Siddle's top 5 most memorable wickets, but he'll certainly take it. Very, very tidy figures, as you always expect from Peter Siddle. Very miserly, and when he does get his wickets, he gets 1 or 2, and all of a sudden he takes his wickets at 10, 15, 20. Really high quality performer.
Going to see a bit of Tom Taylor then coming in at 8 for Northampton into the side this week. Best of 80 in first class games, 6 half centuries in what is 83 innings. So average is just under 20, so probably about right. Batting at 8, maybe a spot too high.
pretty clean striker of the ball off of memory. I think he's one of those all-rounders. You know, he's a big lad, bowls quite a heavy ball, and can certainly give it a biff.
Which he did here last year, actually. He made 60 unbeaten last September, 60 with 11 boundaries.
Where was his previous club? I played against him. Maybe not from Northampton, say Leicester or Derby. Entertaining his first ball, straight on the money. Well blocked out with a straight back. And with a successful over from Peter Siddle, 181 for 6. Another point registered for Somerset.
You could say Leicestershire, you could say Derbyshire. You'd have been right with both of them.
Oh.
Derbyshire academy boy, 3 years up at Leicestershire. So that he was on that England performance programme when they brought it in.
Good memory then.
Yeah, very good memory.
Excellent.
He just had, if I remember rightly, he had a fair few injuries whilst up at Leicestershire.
Strong lad. I think he's one of these. Bowls a heavy ball, gets a bit of bounce, real strong action. Off memory again, facing him. Like I said, one of those sort of number 8 batters that, if you bowl well, I think looks susceptible, but can also be quite dangerous. Casey Aldridge, another beauty there to James Hale. He's made his way to 27. That is an absolute beauty. A lick of paint away from that off stump and also the outside edge.
I think that's the third time he's done that. To say ourselves has got 27, but he's played down the inside of 3, I think, 2 in the previous over and that one.
Yeah, just getting enough movement, just holding its line and offering away towards the slips. Casey Aldridge bowled a lot more balls in the business area so far this game.
Steve Smith is out up at New Road. Young Josh Tongue, who I think impressed over the winter with the England Lions. Quick bowler again, as it seems to be the standard these days. Had an injury-interrupted start to his career, but he's got Steve Smith. Johnny Bairstow is still in for Yorkshire, but he's running out of partners. 92 for 8 they are.
Certainly the prize wicket in county cricket at the moment. Pujara and Steve Smith, big scalps. I mean, Pujara, the amount of runs he's scored in the last couple of years for Sussex has been quite phenomenal. Loves batting. Certainly unsettling the batters at the moment. That bit of extra pace. That one right up on the stickers, the splice of the bat.
Yeah, before this game, Pujara was averaging 95 for Sussex in 11 games.
Yeah, it's not too shabby.
700s, of which 5 have been 150s and 3 have been double tons. Many players like that. Did you ever come across anyone that had a year or 2 in county cricket? Maybe Hussey for Northampton, where teams just couldn't get them out.
Well, there's a couple that spring to mind that were just relentless run scorers, especially in the early part of my career. Darren Lehman, Graham Hick in particular, Mark Ramprakash, and obviously the great man from down here, Marcus Trescothick. Just guys that were just a step above first-class cricket. They were quite clearly the test players. You know, Darren Lehman in particular, you know, had a great test record for Australia. It's quite remarkable how he didn't play 120 tests really, with how good he was. I mean, I think he averaged, in a relatively long career at Yorkshire, about 75. It was absolutely, he just churned. Graham Hick, you know, I think he ended up with nearly 150 first-class hundreds. I mean, that was quite the barn door coming back down the wicket. Stuart Law, you know, that's the great thing about county cricket. You know, it attracted people like Steve Smith, arguably one of the best current players in the world, Pujara. Great place to come and play cricket here in England, something we should be very, very proud of.
Yeah, and for all the young lads, you know, Tom Haynes, Ali Orrs at Sussex, who are just... They're kind of pinching themselves because they've got Pajar and Steve Smith in the dressing room for a few times. They just might get to bat with them. If not, they'll get to be...
Well, I think it's the bowlers that are most the happiest because they get an extra couple of hours with their feet up. Because you know that when those guys get in, I mean, I think it was a bit of a boycott phrase. You know, anyone can get me out from 0 to 20 at any time, but once I get to 20, look out. And I think that is, that is the mentality of an elite level batter. Is once they get in, they find their feet. You just know what's coming. Like I said, Hick and Ramprakash in particular in county cricket the last 2 decades. Once they get to 30, it was just you knew that you were going to struggle to get them out unless it wasn't even, they just didn't make mistakes. You had to do something quite spectacular, bowl an absolute beauty to get rid of them.
Wow. Lehman, right, we'll come back to it, but he batted 137 times for Yorkshire in the Championship. Strike rate of 101, which even back then. How many 50s and 100s do you think he made in 137 innings?
50s and 100s?
Separately?
I'd say maybe... I'm going to go with 40 centuries.
Not quite.
Not quite.
26 hundreds and 43 50s in that lot. An average of just under 69.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But we've got Tom Abel down here at Somerset. He's starting to chalk up the hundreds. Previous game, a beautiful 151. We'll be hoping to continue that form after a disappointing start to the season, picking up an injury while he was due to go to Bangladesh with England. But he's hit the ground running. A slow game against Warwickshire, I believe, but then straight back to business against Lancashire, against James Anderson. I think that will definitely look good in the selector's eyes, getting 150 up with a Jimmy Anderson, who also got 5 for in that innings, so bowled very well. Siddall bashing away. Northampton 182 for 6 at the moment in the 55th over. Very tidy figures from Peter Siddall, going at a shade under 2 runs and over at the moment.
.55 overs gone, 182 for 6. Other games in the top tier. Warwickshire are 94 for 1. That's in response to Hampshire's 229. They're down at the Aegeus Bowl. Alex Davies has 51. Carl Abbott, the man to pick up the wicket. Mohammed Abbas, wicketless, but he's bowled into his 12th over. He's only gone for 16 runs so far.
While you go around the houses with the scores in county cricket, I'm going to take a little break and you can have the joyous experience of having a little chat with Vic Marks.
Oh, lovely. Taylor off the mark with a single. Think about a couple, but decide against it. Tom Lammonby does the fielding. So yeah, Warwickshire trail by 135 runs there. They're playing again at Chelmsford. Surrey are 56 for 1. Dom Sibley not out of 25. Rory Burns has just fallen to that Cook combination. I'm not going to make jokes about too many Cooks, etc. But Sam Cook, who's having a fine couple of years, and Rory Burns caught by Sir Alistair Cook. Essex made, so Surrey trailing by 258 runs. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Sam. I've been doing vital research.
Have you?
I think I know what time lunch is now.
Polly Road, did you sneak in behind Polly Road? She doesn't like being interrupted, and rightly so.
No, I didn't. Obviously, I didn't interrupt.
Nice looking shot that. From James Sale on the back foot. Just a little bit short from Aldridge, and he got onto the back foot and punched it away nicely. Tom Abel can only chase it beyond the rope.
Yeah. He's bought some serious deliveries though, hasn't he? Casey Aldridge this morning beating the bat 2 or 3 times with absolute snorters. But that just a little bit short. Nicely punched away. Shortest boundary there, but he was always going for 4. That's Craig Overton, he feels he deserves more than he's got so far.
He's bowled, I think that's 4 now. He's bowled that Sales have just pushed down the inside of, and have nibbled away. He comes from quite wide of the crease, Casey. Pretty front on bowler.
Ooh. I think all is well here. Usually after a short ball there's a long delay if it's hit the helmet, but I don't think that hit him on the helmet.
No, look.
But it did hit him.
That's the top
Got
of that
the right shoulder.
Just slow it down.
It's going to hit him very shortly. There we go. He hasn't rubbed it.
He didn't play it that well, though, that one, did he?
Well, he couldn't get out of the way. I mean, it's a good bouncer. Right sort of height. And it was also a surprise bouncer. I don't think he's bowled many. So a sort of moral victory that might unsettle the batsman. Gloves pointing skywards, which was the case there. So it's an excellent spell from Casey Aldridge with nothing yet to show for it. Going back to lunch, I think it's 1:30.
Excellent.
Unless, of course, Northants are 9 down at the time, when we'll keep going. But that's some way off. Although after that over, not necessarily too long. There's some serious deliveries there from Casey Aldridge.
10 overs, 1 for 36 so far for him this spell. 4 overs for 16, but he's deserved one in it, really. Siddle continues. Were you up on the train this morning, Vic?
Yep.
A few Somerset fans on there from Exeter, or is it the wrong sort of direction?
Well, no, there are quite a few Somerset fans down in Devon. I remember on the first morning I came up here, or the Friday of the first game, I mean, there was you were queuing to get out of the station. It wasn't quite like that this morning. In fact, the bloke who gave me my ticket said, "What are you doing going up there? Look at the forecast." But so far, so good. We can still see the Quantocks. There's a few grey clouds over there, but so far so good.
The YouTube comments, and welcome to everyone on YouTube, Somerset fans, Northants fans, neutrals. There's a lot of people demanding to know if Vic was looking as dapper as Triggs today. There we go.
That's one of those futile questions, really. Well, what do you think? I couldn't find my waistcoat.
No?
Or my suit, for that matter.
We wouldn't want to try and take him on, though, I don't think.
No.
He's mixing it up, Triggs. He was T-shirt and shorts yesterday.
Was he?
Yeah. He had some lovely trainers on. He's still got trainers on. He's one of those, though. He puts his suit on, but still has trainers.
Well, I don't have many suits. I don't have many trainers, but I've never worn them together, I can tell you that. Not yet, anyway.
There's still time. I was going to say, Vic, there's still time.
Trigo by surprise one day, but it's all very well. I got the train journey to negotiate.
Well, it's comfort, isn't it? I go for comfort.
Yeah, but you comfort and also people looking on.
Well, I get, in with my day job, I have to wear a suit sometimes, but I do it so infrequently that whenever I wear something like that, people say, "Oh, you look really smart," and it's meant as a compliment, but the inference is that most of the time you really don't look very smart at all.
I came to the AGM the other day and the captain was there, collar and tie, but then he looked around and just took the tie off.
Did he?
Ooh, no one on the top table was wearing a tie, so ties are going out. I remember agonising a mere, I don't know, I'm forgetting that, 35 years ago about, what my benefit tie should look like, because this was an absolute rock solid, quiet earner that you got all these benefit ties, which you would accept donations for. I'm not so sure they do so well now. He's right on the button, Peter Siddle. A lot of maidens. In fact, he's not taken the wicket quite as he necessarily would have planned, but he did bang that ball in and got a leg side catch from a short ball. He's really looking for the outside edge more often than not, but he's given absolutely nothing away. Get the shackles of the Northants batsman. 137, wasn't it, overnight? So,
yeah.
What's that? 52 runs have come in about 75 minutes. By modern standards, that's quite slow progress. Somerset been pretty disciplined. They've beaten the bat a few times, particularly this man.
Him and James Sales are involved in an intriguing battle, actually. I think that's the beauty of county cricket, longer format cricket. There's the wider context and these little subplots. Aldridge and James Sales both played England under 19s, still young, still only played a handful of Red Bull games, but
both wear number 5.
Yeah, both wear number 5. Wonder who that's in homage to. Casey has beaten the outside edge of James Sales several times, but Sales has also played a couple of nice shots, cut one away. It was short and wide really, and then punched one off the back foot. It was a lovely looking shot. So he's got fairly free. Second top scorer in this Northampton innings so far. Deep square leg goes back. Still about 10-15 yards off the boundary. It's a long way up towards the Somerset stand. When would you be thinking about bringing Jack Leach onto?
Well, I was wondering. It does look quite dry out there, even though it's grass. It's always been grassy. I mean, I think I would probably give him a bowl once Aldridge has finished his spell. It's been a good spell. I don't know how many overs he's bowled now. It feels like he's on his 4th or he's on his 5th. So it might be straight after this over. I would just. I'd be happy to try Jack Leach. 2 right-handers in. They might attack him. Everyone seems to attack Jack at the moment. But he's always, he can get wickets on any surface. He's usually quite helpful in loosening, letting us know when he's had the word. Oh, that's a wild piece of cricket. Forward slice that ended up as a wide. He's usually quite helpful because he likes to loosen up pretty vigorously, understandably. There's no sign of him doing that yet, but Aldridge is coming to the end of his spell, and I think it is worth a little bit of left arm spin. He might nick a wicket. And he's a test bowler. Oh, that's gone past the inside edge. I wouldn't necessarily want to keep going back again to Lewis Gregory. I'm thinking partly long term. I would guess that's the choice to replace Aldridge, who's had a good spell, deserves a wicket, I think, but hasn't got one. Northants battling away. keep an eye on Tom Abel, the captain. He's just going to run over to Casey Aldridge. He's given him a, what do you call that, a finger tap. And whether that represents thanks very much, that will do. Well bowled, bad luck type of thing, I don't know. I'm just keeping an eye on Jack Leach, who's sort of doing a stretch on his haunches there, but not necessarily revealing the fact that he's been summoned. Perhaps you'll give Aldridge another one, actually. I mean, Aldridge has looked good.
Yeah.
And it's not just the, if I'm right, and lunch is at 1:30, it's not the question of Leach 1 over before lunch. There are some rain clouds over the Quantocks at the moment, I have to add. But they may have gone.
Yeah, 5 overs for 18, Aldridge is bowled, wicketless. Peter Siddle, by the way, just finished a spell of 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. He bowled beautifully. Well, the wicket ball wasn't his finest, as he said.
I mean, I think he did bang it in, but to say that he was going for caught down the leg side, I think is a little generous. But he's deserved that just through sheer persistence and keeping the pressure on. And Craig Overton, he's bowled well today, with nothing to show for it. Drop catch.
Yeah, he'll be ticking generally, I think. It's just his generic status is just a notch above. The metronome is just a little bit sharper for Craig Overton than the standard person. He's had 2 catches dropped off him.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? 'Cause Craig and Casey Aldridge, but the 2 bowlers with height, and actually I said yesterday, I don't know how many slip cordons in the county game are taller than when you've got Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton in there. But Craig comes very close to the stumps, actually. He's one of those that could almost threaten with his back foot, nipping the bails off, whereas Casey, but he tends to bowl much wider, so similar in terms of the height and bounce, but very different angles they approach.
Ooh, that's well played, actually. I mean, that's the other one. Angled in. And it's beautifully put away by Sales. Simple 4 runs. Getting it very fine. And no doubt Overton regretting the fact that he decided to go for the other way. Searching. He's still searching. He sort of knows, I think, that he probably deserves more than 1 for 61, but that's what he's got at the moment. And he's frustrated by that, I'm sure.
I can hear Tractor. He's in. Come on, Craigie. Well run there. Saw Gregory at mid-on. It was just in the gap between mid-on and Sean Dixon at square leg. Came through for a single.
Well, we're going to have more of Aldridge. It's probably, unless he gets a wicket, I would think would be the last one in this spell. Which has been a good one. He hasn't got that outside edge. That's what he's really looking for.
There's Tractor on screen. Taking his customary seat. I suspect it's a sider he's got just next to him. I think it was his birthday. I think he might have turned 60, actually, last week, the Tractor driver. A bit like James Hildreth had his faded Somerset cap. You can see Tractor's got his faded one too.
Oh, he's beaten him again.
That's an absolute beauty.
They like their caps, don't they? Everyone's got a cap on.
It's definitely a jumper's day still, isn't it?
Well, he's just over pitched. He's played and missed, and then got the half volley and put it away nicely. Frustration.
He didn't really move at all there, Tommy Taylor. He didn't have to. He was right in his zone. It was uppish for a little bit, but I don't think anywhere near a fielder. And that moves on to 197. Dav has 201. That's why I wonder why we were on screen. 201 for 6. You still got a bit of Somerset knitwear at home somewhere from
Jumpers.
Your playing days? Yeah.
I have somewhere in a cupboard, in a drawer. My wife has often asked me, oh, why have you still got these? And then I was explaining to someone that the sponsors would change, and the sweaters were similar to the ones that Somerset have reverted to here. I remember one year we got a new sponsor, and rather than get new jumpers, we just got this little thing that said, I think Fiat. I said that was about 2 inches square. And they were just, these things were just given us, sent away to get someone to stitch that on really over the previous sponsor. But I have got some somewhere. They may be a bit moth-eaten, but essentially they were identical in terms of the bands to those they're wearing now.
Did the little badge come with a car?
No. Because there was a phase where they had the modern sort of sweatshirt thingies with numbers on the back probably, and then the players, I think, of about 10 years ago maybe, said no, we'd rather have the old cable sweaters, which it delights everyone except commentators who can't see the numbers. And it's the only person who hasn't got one on here is the one you don't need, which is the wicketkeeper. James Rue is number 55, but we know who he is because he's got a pair of gloves on. But we're getting better now. I mean, we've had to adjust a bit because 2 or 3 newcomers, but we're getting the hang of them. We know where they are. Go to Camels at Slip and Cameron Bancroft, who's going after this match.
Oh, always got his sunglasses on, Cameron Bancroft, whether they're on his head, and they're huge as well.
At the moment.
You were talking about Bancroft not being in the Australian squad. I don't think he got a central contract either, and they had a big list of players, and they've kept their cards close to their chest and only naming it for the first couple of tests, the World Test Championship and the first Ashes Test. Another name, Michael Neser, who isn't in the squad. He's just taken 7 for 11 overs, 7 for 32 for Glamorgan against Yorkshire. They're all out for 108.
Are they?
They are.
So no runs for Johnny Bairstow.
20 not out.
Oh, right.
So ran out of partners. He didn't come in until...
But I think there was a night watchman, I think.
Matthew Fisher.
That. I saw he was not out overnight and he's been left stranded. He's batting too low, clearly.
Batting 7.
But he is keeping wicket. Well, he's batting 7 because of a night watchman, so he was down to go at 6, I suppose.
Fisher came in ahead of him.
Oh, well, so he was on a waste. Well, he'll get another chance in that match, weather permitting.
Just push to Abel, who's still sprightly at mid-off, pings it into James Rue. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how it all unfolds over the next few weeks in terms of selection, although Bairstow is a must pick and will come back in.
Well, you'd think so, provided he has no aggravation from playing. I mean, he's testing his body by keeping wicket, clearly. So he will presumably play. It's quite a contrast in the build-up to the Ashes, isn't it? Without no disrespect, but Australia are playing India at the Oval, the World Test Championship. and England are playing Ireland at Lord's. And a lot of the Aussies, of course. When I last looked, what's happening at Sussex? Because I did notice a while back, Pujara and Smith were batting together, which is quite a combination to find in the second division of the County Championship, if they're still together.
Struck it firmly enough there, Taylor, but it was straight at Dixon, who did well to get his body behind it. They come for a single. Well, Smith has fallen. He went LBW to young Josh Tongue, but Pujara, it'll be of no surprise to anyone. So here he's still not out, 39 off 66 balls.
And he's captaining Sussex, I believe. Jack Leach, he's warming.
He's warming. There he is. You can tell because he does it. It's the bowling action that gives it away, isn't it?
Well, you got to get loose, and a bit of nervous energy, but especially when it's chilly, you've got to try and get loose. That first over is so critical, I always thought.
Well, we saw that wonderful battle, and to be fair, Jack Leach didn't come out on top with Luke Wells. Yeah. He came on first ball, turned one square that beat him, and so Wells went on the attack, and actually, had Wells sat back, he probably wouldn't have lasted very long.
No, that's right. It was a fascinating piece of cricket, that. And Somerset and Leach, it was a question of Wells going for that reverse sweep, having looked so frail when defending in an orthodox, so-called orthodox manner in the first over. Immediately he just took to the reverse sweep, and in the spirit of the day, essentially Somerset let him reverse sweep for 3 shots in a row. He played it 3 times in a row and got 14 runs, and those 2 overs seemed to change the game, or the second over completely changed the game, and it was an uphill battle for Leach thereafter. Maybe a bit more pragmatism on his part might have been a good idea in hindsight. Here he's got right-handers. He's not going to over-attack, but there could be 2 men round the bat. A slip, and I guess a forward short leg. And a long off, actually. So he's given himself a bit of protection, and actually, he's being fairly cagey. He's got 2 men on the offside, short offside boundaries here. On the boundary at point and long off. Around the bat is a slip and a leg slip, who's curiously got his helmet on. And we'll see what happens. I mean, it's still quite a green-looking pitch, but it is dry. I think the great Trigo, who's examined it, would not be entirely surprised if the odd one didn't turn. Here we go. Spin for the first time. And it's gone for 4. A nice little tickle, actually. Just a bit leg side, and he got full value for that. So, it's not really a settler.
Can I just chuck something out there? Can we not call him the Great Trigo? Otherwise, if we start that.
Did I call him that?
You called him the Great Trigo, yeah. Wow, it's just muscle memory.
Well, you know, old age is creeping in. Irony. Have you not heard of irony?
Sorry. Got 7 wickets so far this summer, Leachy.
I mean, I've been introduced as a legend. I assume that's irony too, you see. So
no,
certainly the great Trigo.
It sounds like something you'd find at the circus in the in the park.
Exactly.
He could compare that actually with his outfit today. I think he'd be a very good circus compare.
He'd be a very good circus compare in any outfit, probably.
Yeah, he would. You're right.
Very, very fine leg slip after that first shot. Bit of foot movement. The field they set suggests that they reckon Taylor, who I'm not that familiar with, it likes to be fairly aggressive against spin. They've got that long off there, which gives him that single. But I think after his recent experiences, I think Leach will be inclined to be a bit cagier.
Yeah, his wickets have come at 45 so far this summer, and the economy rate 4.36.
Yeah, well, he won't want that to continue. And the whole way Somerset have got about their business, today especially is to keep the batsman under control. So you can have a few fieldsmen in, if you like, conservative positions. Long trek for Craig Overton, who's left his sweater in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion and then jogs, well, 60, 70 yards, 80 yards by the time he gets to his bowling mark.
I remember speaking to him before last summer, because they're all GPSed up now, so they know almost exactly how much ground they've covered. And I think on a bowling day, he's on something like 6,000 calories a day to keep it.
They measure it in calories.
Sorry, but they measure his distance. But to keep him up, I can't exactly remember what he covers in a day, but we're talking 20 kilometres. So he's
really
6,000.
The field is 20 kilometres.
Well, he's bowling. I think so.
How far does? I mean, he runs. The back of his run up. It must be 25 yards, I suppose.
Push to mid off even for no run. Yeah, 6,000 calories. That's a lot of. I mean, bearing in mind what was it? The recommended is 2,500. So he's eating. It's almost kind of rower territory.
Well, that is why a lot of seam bowlers of my generation and just after, before they're big gym men, they just spread out after they retire.
Lovely looking
That's
shot.
a great shot. A sort of front foot pull from Taylor. Sort of ordinary, innocuous delivery, but not a sort of attempted bouncer, and he smacked it away. It's a fine shot. So yes, a few of my contemporaries who used up a lot of calories when they were bowling suddenly stopped bowling and expanded.
Spread out. I enjoyed the term spread out.
Well, that's a fine shot. He did dig that one in, and he's absolutely middled that through mid-wicket. No one moved. So that plan didn't work. Not high enough, really.
Yeah, the first one, he didn't really properly dig in, and that's why he got put away. And then there's a bit of anger in that second one, but it wasn't well
what's he going to do? He's not going to bounce him again, is he? I mean, as you're right, the first one was not a bouncer. It was just short of a length, and then he was flat batted, wide of mid-on. He seemed to be waiting for the second one, which was an attempted bouncer, but not. He's gone full. Sun's out, ball's getting older, softer. Not so much movement now, I fancy. Taylor inclined to play some shots. Looking good at the moment. Overton just quietly steaming.
Or not so quietly. Who's that we got the back of the head of at deep square leg? Is it Jack Leach? Yeah, it is. Recognise the head even with a cap on.
Yep, he's still going through his, thinking about his next over, I'm sure. He's looking very forthright, Taylor, and finding the middle of the bat now. So an interesting balancing act. Somerset have given a little away this morning, but the wickets haven't tumbled. They picked up 3. But there is a hint of acceleration, particularly from Taylor. Sales has played some fine shots, measured innings so far. He's faced 72 balls. Leach, well, he's bowled one over, haven't seen any turns so far. But it's worth a try. Spinners can get a wicket, even if the ball's not turning.
You'd almost think it was summer down there, looking at Craig Overton. Sunglasses on,
Sunglasses,
jumper off.
No jumper.
On the beach.
He's going to put his jumper on now, I think. Nope, he ain't got time. It's always summer, County Ground, especially in this box. It's not necessarily summer in the James Hildreth stand. I think this is the interesting little duel because I suspect, although I've not seen him play before, to be honest, Taylor is inclined to go after the bowlers. He's done so very well so far. So, as far as Leach is concerned, I get a few dot balls into him and he won't be entirely happy, is my guess. Ooh, that's a fine shot, but straight to the field. Middled that nicely. No, he doesn't really believe that, Jack Leach. But it's another little sort of pressure-inducing dot. Down he came down the pitch. He was going to think about something big, wasn't quite there, and got something in the way. Well, how does that do? That it is.
Jack Leach just standing by the stumps, almost staring at Peter Siddle. I think Siddle will get away with that on the basis of seniority. Can't imagine any of the young lads turning
After
around.
the ball was hit, you thought, that's two. Oh, that's one, rather. But it's a big boundary, actually, on the way on the leg side there.
And there's young Alex, one of our camera operators, down on the Thatcher's Terrace. Probably just being told his name's being mentioned. There he is. Sachin and Alex, along with Andrew Holmes, who was here last year, on the cameras for us. There's a few in the James Hildreth end. We're going to see a change of bowling. Lewis Gregory back into the attack. So a change of ends for him. Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. There's Vic and I. Wow, we're really shooting around in between this over. We've got about 5 different angles going on. We've got young Todd in our ear as well. Soon to be a football man, young Todd. Couple of slips in then to James Sales. He's batting nicely. He's moved on to 40, and Tommy Taylor at the other end is on 20 himself. Interesting game unfolding up at Trent Bridge, Lancashire versus Nottinghamshire. It was billed as the Broad versus Anderson, but actually it was Lancashire bowled out for 214 and Brett Hutton picked up 5 wickets yesterday. And in response, 218 for 8 not so. Hasib Hamid is 95 not out. Anderson wicketless in his 13 overs. It's Balderson, Tom Bailey. Will Williams has picked up a wicket and has bowled 14 overs for just 18 runs. That could be a thriller. Sales just gets that out to backward points. I think it's Craig Overton, doesn't get a run.
So Notts have just crept into the lead, is that right?
Yeah, very small lead, only worth 4 runs.
2 strong sides. Will Williams, Bridgewater's Will Williams has outstripped Jimmy Anderson.
Relatively expensive for Anderson, really. 3.77 and over.
Somerset go to Old Trafford next, I think.
Lovely
that is a lovely
shot.
shot, but I think Peter Siddle will catch up with that, and not before they've run another couple.
Correct. Somerset are up at Old Trafford next week. I think Henry's debut is penciled in. Bancroft's last game. Matt Henry.
This is Bancroft's last game.
This is, yeah.
Bancroft's last stand.
Well, I won't say anything. Immediately my head
it's
went...
just a good title, or a typical...
I was going to go we could do the first one, but... Tad harsh.
Well, yeah. Well, he nearly joined Somerset, of course, about 4 or 5 years ago.
He did,
And
yes.
then,
Well, he did join. He signed a deal.
Yeah. And then there was the Cape Town episode, and I think all parties decided perhaps to change of plan, and Matt Renshaw came instead.
Another single to Sales. Yeah, started actually quite well. Picked up 44 in the first game. Well, made 44 and looked really solid. It just hasn't happened for him since. A couple of starts up at Trent Bridge, 27-16. Not a brilliant game against Lancashire here last time around. Hopefully, Bancroft can sign off with a bit of a flourish.
Yep.
Because he's a quality cricketer, leading run scorer by distance in the Sheffield Shield last winter.
That's right. Not exactly obviously Perth-like conditions in England in April, but nonetheless, he's got a terrific record with WA. That's little, he just they don't miss out on these. Taylor's flicked that one away. Probably went a bit finer than he hoped, but it was safe. Again, that's the other one from Gregory, which hasn't come off. They flicked it away. They just lost a little element of getting a bit impatient, I think, Somerset. They haven't got the sixth wicket. Taylor's come in and looked very relaxed and free to play his shots. He's played some good ones, particularly against Overton. Northampton have kind of got the initiative at the moment. Another dozen minutes before lunch.
Yeah, partnership's worth 45 now. That was Harry Trump. You could just see on screen there. If you have a look at any photos on the Somerset website, they're likely to be taken by Harry.
No obvious signs of assistance for Leach so far. Worth a try, though, definitely. Now, what's he going to do? He's going to bring Overton in a little bit. Still offering the single, really. But he's put Casey Aldridge back to a long-on position. He's certainly being a bit cagier than he was at the start of his spell against Lancashire. I think he's fed up with going with so many runs per over. Nicely played by Sales. If you're going to put long-on back, I'll hit it there.
What did you used to do when you had long on, long off? Because actually, I don't know if it's a modern thing or not, but Overton and Aldridge, you tend to see the taller fielders fielding there now. Like Kyron Pollard was brilliant at it when he played T20.
Well, you'd need to know the men involved, but I do remember. And there it goes, straight there. So whatever he's done, it's worked. By this stage, Overton was barely giving the single, quite deep mid-off. But he brought him in, and it was, in a way, it's an indecisive drive. He was sort of thinking airily, but I'm not exactly sure he knew, let alone me, where he was trying to hit that. So it's a bonus wicket, as I say. The likes of Leach, they can get wickets when it's not turning square. And Taylor, well, we suggested he liked to play his shots. Well, that was just one too many, or one that wasn't properly executed, partly because Leach fiddled with his field, and it worked out. Where was he hitting that? Well, I think he was trying to hit it over Overton at mid-off. Having seen Overton just brought in, well, I'll be clever. I'll hit it over him now. Well, he didn't middle it, and it was a straightforward catch to Overton, who takes another one. Usually he's in the slips when he catches them. And Somerset needed that wicket because it was drifting nastily. This is the Aussie, Jordan Buckingham, from South Australia, recently acquired. Going back to your original question about tall mid-offs and mid-ons.
Yes.
Well, this is ancient history, I'm afraid. But I do remember playing for Somerset somewhere early in my career. And mid-off and mid-on were important for me because I didn't really fizz the ball that much, but people would drive, and I could get catches there, rather like that one. So I needed some. Anyway, I had two very tall men there. Alan Jones, who became an umpire,
Yes.
ran the counties, and a lovely chap who went on to be a really excellent schoolmaster and was quite a good fast bowler called Bob Clapp,
Right.
who was from Burnham. And they were two of the worst fielders you've ever seen. And I remember sort of thinking, well, I'm naked here.
So you wouldn't otherwise find them at second and third slip like you might Aldridge and Overton.
They weren't very nimble. I mean, they might have caught it if it went straight to them. But in complete contrast, actually, we got they were both tall, Jones and Clapp. But so are Aldridge and Craig Overton. But the simple fact is that Aldridge and Overton are both brilliant fielders. So there you go. The contrast between Overton and Aldridge and Clapp and Jones could not be greater, apart from the fact they're all about the same height. Everyone's in. Keep this man on strike. And he's done it. So Jack Leach is into the action. He's picked up a wicket. Doesn't matter where they come from. Caught mid-off is just as good as the unplayable delivery that pitches leg and hits off. And he managed just to keep Taylor quiet long enough for him to, and for him to think, well, he's brought long off up, so I shall hit it over his head. Well, it's not quite that easy. The new batsman, Jordan Buckingham. I've had to do a bit of research, and only a little bit, but he's essentially a seam bowler from South Australia.
Yeah,
his batting, I can't tell you a great deal about.
Best of 17, but he's only played 7 games. They were due to have Lance Morris come over, and
Who
one of
was
those
meant to be very
quick,
fast.
yeah. Quickest bowler in Australia, they think. But they did a scan. I don't think he was in any pain, but just one of those precautionary or routine scans. Gregory continues. Picked up a stress fracture, so he was pulled out of that deal. They had Chris Tremaine, who was bowling beautifully for them in the first couple of games, but I don't think they were able to extend his visa. So Buckingham is one that I think he's a Victorian. He started there, and he got a call from Tim Nielsen a few years ago and got offered a state contract and has worked under Gillespie at South Australia and had a bit of a breakout year last year. So yeah, I think he's more dangerous with ball than bat so far in his career.
Yeah, we're not going to argue with that, with the stats anyway. But from the first couple deliveries, he doesn't look like a complete rabbit. He's got into some nice positions. It's off the mark straight away against Leach with a little push on the leg side. Just defended nicely against Gregory.
Be interesting to see if James Sales' approach changes at all now where he's got the... Because Jack White averages 7, so I suspect he'll bat at 11, and Ben Sanderson, not particularly well known for his batting. I guess not until... It's only 5 minutes until lunch, theoretically, so presumably...
Well, you'd think, yeah. But the other thing is that I don't suppose James Sales has any idea about the quality of his part. So he might as well have... I mean, and what he's seen so far will be relatively encouraging, suggesting that he doesn't need to... really press the accelerator, and it is just before lunch. However, the modern player doesn't need much excuse to start playing some big shots, and it's slightly alarms me that I'd already retired when his dad started playing for Northants, but David Sales, of course, was a wonderful striker of a cricket ball,
and he was the youngest ever to play, wasn't he, I think, for Northants.
Yeah.
Buckingham an unknown quantity. Sanderson averages 9. White 6. So 10 and 11 are proper 10s and 11 really. Old school 10 and 11.
Nowadays they can all get into line though by and large. I mean the advent of the helmet made a big difference to tail end batsmen. tempter from Gregory. Now then. Just checking that Leach is going to continue. I would continue with Leach. There would be just a glimmer of thought, oh, we got Tailender in, let's get Aldridge back or something, but I think you persist with Leach, who probably is not an expert on Buckingham's batting either. He's still giving himself a little bit of protection on just for the shorter ball with a deep point. Mid-off and mid-on are up. So is backward square leg. Somerset did need that wicket because it was all getting a bit too easy. Still 3 to get. He likes that a bit more, but he knows it's not quite right. It's sort of not the full-throated LBW appeal. It's just a bit leg side. Just needed to straighten a little bit. But left arm spinners target that front pad now in a way that they never used to. It's just got away from him. That'll be a couple. He wants that one. He's not going to get it. He's hitting that front pad, though. I guess there's... it's quite a long way down. And Neil Melander would like to see a sign of that ball just straightening a fraction. But he's missing a few. He's got a very good inside edge. Now then, is there time for one more? Gregory thinks so. He's taking off his sweater. And there's going to be one more. Gregory's got Buckingham at his end, which he'll welcome.
There's still 66 left in the day. I think we started with 97 on the board, I think.
Do we?
Maybe there was one to finish off from yesterday.
Well, we've done well to get this much. I mean, the forecast originally was not great, but we've been in sunshine. There are plenty of clouds about, but at the moment we can see Gregory's shadow.
Left alone by Buckingham, who's got 5.
What are we doing at lunchtime, mate? Is there anything video-wise?
Three slips then, waiting. What we think is going to be the final over before lunch, scheduled for 1:30. Good morning from Somerset perspective. Northampton's 232 for 7. Jordan Buckingham having his first bat in English cricket. I think full stop in English cricket. You know, a lot of players by the time they come over and play a county stint have maybe played some club cricket over here.
But he hasn't.
He hasn't at all. No, first time in England. I think I read he said.
There's quite a few Aussies knocking around in the Championship at the moment.
There's a couple of sides worth, aren't there?
Someone thinks it's worthwhile.
Gregory then. 4 balls left before lunch. Can he get Buckingham? Bowls a short one that Buckingham doesn't play particularly well, ends up just letting it hit him.
Oh dear, he's going to have another one soon. Get the bat pad in. I think Tom Abel now might. He's asking. He's looking around. The helmet's not on the pitch. Is we going to bring one in now?
It's got that replay on. It's just hit him actually on the top, almost on the collarbone, sternum. It doesn't rub it. It just pats to show where it hit him. If you get hit on the helmet these days, there has to be a mandatory concussion check and a change of helmet. We haven't got that. He looks all right, Buckingham.
He lunges a bit. You might have to have another one. I mean, I think partly they don't want to bring another helmet out because it's just before lunch. But you're tempted to have a man in there the way he's slightly lunging. Then he got hit by that shorter ball from Gregory, and he looked a bit surprised by it. What's Gregory going to do? He's an old campaigner now. He'll have a plan.
Just a reminder, Northamptonshire started today 137 for 4. So Somerset so far with 1 ball remaining before lunch. Have picked up 3 wickets. Northamptonshire have added 95 runs, so an even session really. Somerset bowled much better today than they did in the first hour or so yesterday morning. So the players will wander off for lunch. There's a little bit of grey cloud around. Hopefully we're okay for a restart in about 40 minutes time. We're going to leave you, as it's former Players Day, very special podcast, Richard Walsh, with a former skipper of yours, Brian Rose.
Absolutely, yeah.
Should be. Led Somerset to a couple of trophies.
Well, he certainly led them to the first trophy, and there were 5 in total. He didn't actually lead to the 5th one because he was injured. He was still club captain, but both of them led us through that NatWest Trophy campaign. So, yeah, Brian is a critical figure in Somerset's history because he's the first captain to raise a trophy and then raise 3 more in fairly quick succession. And, of course, cricket director, past president. He's Somerset through and through. It really riled him. You know, in the old days, you'd look at Wisden as your source of and his birthplace, Dartford, Kent. He lived there for a fortnight before coming for his family moved, I think, to Weston-super-Mare. So always gnawed at him that it said birthplace, Dartford.
I didn't know that. I knew he was a Weston-super-Mare man.
Yeah,
I think many of a fellow commentator of ours, the great Trigo, a few of his contract extensions, I think, were negotiated over a pint of something apple and fizzy up in Western.
And also, whilst we're on, I think we'll revert to young Trigo.
Okay, yeah.
Is that Pete, as you might remember, actually left the club in his mid-20s probably. We shouldn't really let him go, but it might have done good for him anyway. And it was Rosie, Brian, when he became cricket director round about 2004-05, who was instrumental in getting the Western boy back. And it was a very good decision to get him back. So I don't think you'll hear a word against Rosie from Pete Trigo, because between them they sorted things out, and Pete Trigo came back as an improved cricketer, even better than he had been before he left.
Yeah, brief stints at Middlesex and Kent, I think, but it was the words, it's time to come home. Somerset languishing, bottom of Division 2. So didn't quite get the trophy that probably his reign, if you want to call it that, as Director of Cricket deserved, but we all know that Somerset...
Well, the agonies of 2012 especially.
Second in
Anyway, so Brian has a great story to tell, of course, and he's an absolutely critical figure in Somerset's history.
What was he like as a skipper? Because he wasn't necessarily the most natural choice, because he's a man of few words.
Well, he was not... I mean, in hindsight, he looks absolutely the obvious choice to succeed Brian Close. He's following Brian Close, who was charismatic, mad, instinctive, and a true legend. And before he was appointed, it was not clear-cut that he was the man for the job, because he sat in his corner of the dressing room and said very little and gave very little away. And he was, up until then, he wanted to absolutely cement his place in the team. He was concentrated on scoring his runs for a while, in quite a sort of restrained manner, risk-free manner. So it wasn't obvious that he should be the man. It was a very good obviously, it's a very good choice that they went for Rosie. And we discovered that he was tough. He was capable of taking the difficult decisions, of dropping some senior players along the way, that sort of stuff. Wanted us to be more ruthless, and as a player himself, he was transformed when he was made captain, because he suddenly started playing his shots again and was one of the most dangerous openers in the country. So it's an interesting kind of wave of what happened to Rosie. He was a dogged, self-contained opener who didn't quite know what he was thinking. But by the time after he was captain for a short period of time, he suddenly didn't become a great orator or outgoing, effusive. We never quite knew what he was thinking, but he knew that he was tough, he was determined, he loved the club, he was prepared to take some difficult decisions, and also he was a vastly improved batsman as well. And he made it work. He was lucky in some ways in that he had some great young players eager to do the same thing, but he was there, sort of orchestrating it all when it really mattered. So listen to the podcast if I were you.
Yeah, we're going to leave you now for 35 minutes or so, but we are in very capable hands and voices of Brian Rose and Richard Walsh.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And today we're joined by Mr. Somerset himself, Brian Rose. Welcome to the County Ground, Brian. Lovely to see you again.
It's nice to be back after spending some time just a few months before Christmas away, so it was lovely to come back here, bar the weather, which has badly affected my hands.
Now, yeah, you obviously had a long association with the club. That's why we call you Mr. Somerset. 50 years more actively involved. But you were born in Kent, so how does that all come about that you're born in Kent but spent your life here?
That's because my grandparents lived in Swanley,
right,
which was near Dartford. And when my mother was having me, if you like, she got caught short in Swanley, so she was rushed to the local hospital, the maternity hospital, and I popped out early.
Right, okay. So there you are. So you were born up there but didn't stay in Kent?
No, because my father was at RF Locking.
I was going to say, I thought he was in the RAF.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And that's why we went to places like Germany for a couple of months, and then we got transferred to Singapore when I was 8 years old. So you spent some time over there? 3 years in Singapore.
Did you?
RAF Tanga.
Right. And had you already started playing cricket by then?
Yeah, we played at primary school.
So where were you at primary?
At RAF Locking School.
Locking School, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then went from there to Singapore and was at Tanga. Tanga had a brand new nursery school and whatever, in the primary school. And they had excellent facilities for sport. We played everything. Cricket, they only had the cricket net, soccer, indoor soccer and outdoor soccer.
You were a rugby player as well?
I had to play rugby because it was a grammar school rule.
Okay.
That they didn't play soccer at Western Grammar School. So that was when we came back from Singapore. I went straight to the grammar school. I passed my 11 plus in Singapore, which at that time was called the Murray House exam.
Right.
And a week after getting back from Singapore, I went into a little bit late in the first term, and carried on from there, really.
Okay, and when did you start playing cricket at Western?
Oh, almost immediately, because I was 12 when we came back, so they had nets at Western Cricket Club in the indoors. They just put the indoor school into Western Cricket Club.
That's quite advanced, wasn't it, really, in those days?
Yeah, and that's when I really first got interactive with Bill Andrews.
Yeah, Bill Andrews had an influence on a lot of people, didn't he? Particularly people
Sometimes
from Western.
a bad one.
But what a character Bill was. I mean, how did he help you in your cricket development?
He actually, because my father was so busy with the RAF, and he lived very close to us in Uphill, and his sports shop was first of all in Uphill and then went to another road in Weston. Everywhere we went, and he was coaching some of the youth teams. So I started playing for the under-15s at Somerset when I was literally just about 12 and a half.
Right.
And he'd already been coaching me, so he used to pick me up from there and go to all these games.
Brilliant. And who else was in that team that you were playing in under-15s at that age?
Pete Denning.
Pete Denning.
He's the same age as me.
Same age as you, right.
So
okay.
we played, that's where we played all our cricket together, so we
Right.
got to know each other, you know, and it was just a natural consequence that everywhere Somerset played, in those days of course we were travelling by our own cars, so I used to pick Dasher up at Chewton.
At Chewton End, and because his dad was a butcher there?
A butcher.
Butcher, yeah, that's gracious thing. Yeah, because I must have some. Did you play second 11 cricket with Dasher?
Yes.
You did.
Yes. By that time he'd gone to college.
Right.
Right. And then we both started playing. I had a contract in '69
Yeah.
for Somerset,
Yeah.
but only played a year and a bit because then I went to college
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
1971 to '74, and then resurrected. At the time I was at college, I resurrected my career with Somerset after getting 100 at Glastonbury,
Right, yeah, I
which was my first 100.
Yes, I remember that. More than that, though, I can remember you playing in '69 in the 40 over competition.
Yeah.
You played when Greg Chappell got the first ton.
I was in that game.
At Brislington.
Yeah. I think he got a turn and I might have got a naught.
You didn't get many. But I mean, what sort of a player was he to
Oh,
sort
he
of...
was fantastic. Even at that age, he was only 19,
Yeah,
I
he's
think.
not very
wasn't
old.
he? Wasn't very old. And you could tell that he was a world-class player. He was going to... I thought he was world-class when I saw him batting,
Yeah.
but he really was in the top 3 or 4 in Test cricket at that time.
And then a couple of games later, you went and played at Johnson Park, Yeovil,
Yes.
when Lange
8 overs.
8 overs, 8 maidens.
Yeah. And I was fielding at deep backward square leg.
Right.
Which, to an off-spinner, you regularly got the ball there.
Yeah.
Never touched it,
You never touched it.
obviously.
Right.
No.
I mean, did you know at that stage that, you were seeing 8 overs, 8
No,
maidens?
it didn't really occur to me until somebody, might have been Merv, I can't remember if Merv played, but somebody told me on the pitch, if he goes for another maiden, it's a record.
Never been beaten since?
No.
Quite incredible.
It is incredible.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so obviously you then went off to college and became a teacher. So where did you spend some time teaching when you
Well,
first
when I was at
qualified?
college, that's when I started playing back for Somerset, which was quite regular in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
When I left college, and I was at Bow Road College at Isleworth,
Yeah.
in West London, the phone rang and said, "Brian, we desperately need a teacher to replace one of the sports masters."
Okay.
He also taught religious knowledge, which was, I thought, you don't want me to do that, do you? He said, yeah, and geography. So I started, then I did almost a term and a half, because he was away because he'd broken both ankles, I
Right.
think, in a skiing accident.
Right.
And then during the winter, Somerset re-signed me on a full-time contract.
Right.
And that's when I restarted in 75.
Right. Was Lobby there at Eggerley Hall? Was it Milfield or Eggerley Hall you taught?
Brian Lobb was.
Yeah, Lobby was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny because I taught at Eggerley. I was rung up by the headmaster, who's now a full-time member here.
Yeah.
And he rang me up one day and said, what are you doing in the winter? This is 2001, I think it was,
Yeah.
I think, from memory. Again, there was an accident, so one of the teachers was off for the winter. So I taught there for the winter.
Oh, fantastic.
And Bobby was there. He was
Still?
in his last year, and
I was going to say, yes, he... Yeah.
Colin Atkinson later offered me the job. But I turned it down. I had to turn it down.
Yeah.
Because I was still playing cricket.
Of course, yeah. Okay, so you started in 75, your first contract, 74? 75, your first season?
75 was my first full contract since 70.
Okay. And just tell me about what was it like to come into the side then?
Well, it was different completely. When I was first played, Brian Langford was the captain.
Yeah.
It had some downers, real downers in '69 and '70, I think. But when Closey was captain, and he was captain when I came in, when I was at college, it was he was just something else. And it was, I don't know if he took to me, but he said, "Come over here, Rosie, you're sitting next to me from now on." So I sat next to him.
Right.
And occasionally, he didn't say very much, even at team, hardly said anything at team meetings, but let's go and get them, you know. A very physical man, a very commanding presence. And that's why some players reacted very well to that. Other players folded. They couldn't really take it. But Dasher and I, we thought he was hilarious. I've never known a cricketer make us laugh so much. Some of the stuff that he got up to.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He played Surrey at Guildford. I think it could have been in '75, and it was in his benefit year, so you have to check that in terms of the year.
Yeah.
But I think Ford gave every beneficiary in the country a car.
A car, right?
Which had his name splattered all over it and whatever. Anyway, we got to the hotel. Dasher and I got to the hotel, the Hogsback Hotel.
Yeah.
And this was about 10:30. We were still having a pint in those days then. So, and he taps me on the shoulder close. He said, "Hey lad," he said, "can I have a lift to the ground tomorrow?" I said, "What's happening, close?" And he said, "Oh, no, I'm not telling you." So anyway, he sat in the back, took him to the ground, and as we rolled in, a Ford lorry came in with another car on the back.
Right.
And dropped that off.
Right.
I said, "What happened in close?" He said, "Oh, I wrapped it round a tree last night."
I guess where we're sitting now, Brian, is very close to where that would have all happened.
Yeah.
The old home dressing room was virtually where we are now, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was fantastic. But the only following on a bit from Closer on his driving, the only one that was brave or stupid enough to drive with him was Alan Mosley.
Right.
So he went with Closey everywhere.
Good old Alan. Right, so obviously he really developed the team that you inherited from him, didn't he?
He put the strength and the character into the side and dropped anybody he thought was, not up to the mark. So by the time it came that he was going, I was in a position really. I think he did recommend me for whatever reason. Some people were amazed in the dressing room, but because I was pretty quiet in those days in the dressing room. But he taught me many things. One of the mantras for me was he taught me how not to lose. He hated losing. And he said from the first thing, if we don't lose, we can only draw or win. Particularly winning in one-day cricket.
Absolutely.
And that's why when we took over, one way we became so good in one-day cricket, because I had the people that could play it.
Yeah.
And the all-round talent, and then Joel came.
Yeah. I mean, if we can just talk about the people who were there at the time with you. I mean, Both was there, wasn't he? And then Viv came, and then Joel. But I mean, those two, you grew up with them through the club.
I grew up with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up with Hallam.
Yeah.
They were in the same way. And then Viv came to Bath, I think it was 72.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
And then he started next year at Somerset. And then there was a young Beefy, whose talent was obvious, but then he finished up going to Lords on the MCC staff for a year.
Yeah.
Had a few stories there which I can't tell you. But then he came back to Somerset. And you could see his enormous talent. Yes, he could be frustrating at some stage, which he's admitted to me on many occasions. But that was the way he was. It was exciting cricketer to play with, immense physical strength, which you could see in his batting. And not many people remember his technique was very good. Technically, he was a good player as well. Yes, he wanted to hit the ball all the time, but in fact, his technique was very good. That's why he did so well in Test cricket.
Yeah. But I mean, to be in the company and batting with and watching them come and develop, to be with Beefy and Viv must be something that is right up there for you, isn't it?
Well, I still, my age now, I still feel the emotional excitement of playing in that side. Yes, I was the captain, and they reacted very well to it. But the excitement of watching Viv go out to bat, or batting with him, was just fantastic, really. And luckily for me, he never used to let me face many balls. As all great players.
Absolutely. But I mean, is he the best for you?
Yeah, easily the best.
Yeah.
He was fantastic all round the wicket. And when he wanted to dominate, he could deliberately dominate a bowler. Played Glamorgan down here once, and the two fast bowlers were running around when Viv was tapping up, and they laughed at him and said, "Oh, well, we're going to get you early today." This is at the county ground.
Yeah.
I think that he went. Two opening bowlers went for about 45 and 3 overs.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Viv on his day was something special, wasn't he?
3 in the river.
Yeah, a special player. Very special player. Then you obviously, one of those games that you played in with Viv, and one of Joel's first games was when you beat the Australians, wasn't it, at Bath?
Yeah, that was fantastic.
I mean, you've got a bit of a thing about the Australians, because you then were in... Go on, talk about that game at Bath, because you got a ton in that game, didn't you?
I did. Closely, that was in his last year as captain, 77, I think it was. And, of course, Viv was... Greg was playing for Australia.
Yes.
And they had an exciting side at the time. And Tomo opening the bowling, Dyson, a good left arm over, well, better than good. And of course, we won the toss, and the closer you went at 6, Rosie, get your pads on, lad. So I was out facing Tomo. And it was funny at Bath because it was an exciting atmosphere because it was packed.
Yeah.
And I thought the wicket was okay, which sometimes at Bath is a bit iffy, as you know, particularly spinner-wise. But no, I got off to a good start. Yes, I didn't rush to 100, but I hardly gave a chance. I don't think I gave a chance. And Dasher plugged Tomo, hit some of the boundary boards.
Right.
Several times, I think, before he was out. So that was an exciting game. And then one of the, I think, when it came to the declaration, I said, what the hell are you doing, Close? I came in, because I could talk to him like that. I said, what have you declared for? He said, it's got to go into the third day. Which I thought, bloody hell.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was 112 not out. Something.
Yeah, but that was Joel's first game, wasn't it, for us?
Game. It was jaw-dropping. I've said that in the book. Dasher and I looked at each other with open mouths after watching his first 2 deliver. I said, oh my God. The ball pitched just short of the length, went straight up, and Derek took it one-handed. And the noise it went when it went into his club. And the crowd gasped as well. I thought, bloody hell. You know, and he quickly got McCosker out. And I think he got 5 for, I think. But no. To have an asset such as that, when we had such a young, talented team, particularly when you're captain and you could bring him on either to get early wickets or to shore the game up. You know, if we need defending, he was impossible to get off the square.
Didn't Budgie get wickets there as well?
Budgie got, he's swing. I always rated him as a bowler. He was sometimes a bit iffy and you could say exciting as a batter, but as a bowler, he commanded swing both ways. You know, he obviously wasn't as good as Tom Cartwright, who I thought was a genius.
Yeah.
And then Tom took over the coaching role for a time. which was also a huge asset to have in terms of developing a young Beefy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, he made him, for example, he made him keep his hand slightly like that.
Yeah.
And he went like that.
Yeah.
So I want you to bowl every delivery like that. And the only movement you're going to make with a cricket ball is either move it seam sideways or to the right. Okay?
Right, okay.
And then Beefy, you could see when he bowled, he had a wonderful action, strong action, but his arm and his wrist were straight as a die.
Right, right.
So that was why he was so good bowling in swing and outswing.
It's interesting, very interesting. So obviously you then took over the captaincy in 77. 78 was really...
No, 77. After I took over for the 78.
Yeah, yeah. So 77 was your first year as captain, which ended in...
No, 77
yeah.
was Close's last year.
Yeah. So you then stepped up into 78.
Yeah.
And you'd inherited a side really with a lot of sort of experience, but some good young players who'd come up through, hadn't you really?
Yes, well we had Rover come through and Vic come through in particular.
Yeah.
And that's why we became such a destructive side, if you like, because we had people who could terrify other counties and young players who were making their way, but making their way very quickly, like Vic and Roby.
Yeah.
And Roby was, you know, he had some criticism over the time, the way his style was awkward, etc., etc., and he scored quite slowly. But in our side, I thought that was a great asset. Because if I was out, for example, the Dasher was out, he batted at 4, he could stay a long time with Viv and didn't need to see a lot of the bowling.
No, right.
And that was a great asset to have at the side.
Exactly.
And then Beefy came in 6 or 7, and depending on the state of the game, he could, you know, also terrify sides with the bat.
Absolutely. That ended in disappointment, 78, didn't it, for us?
It was a tragedy, really. I've never felt so bad in our cricket after a game. So, you know, in our dressing room. Yes, we lost the Gillette Cup final.
Sussex,
probably deservedly. We didn't play that well for us in that game. So he might have said, I didn't really feel that we deserved to win that game the way we played. But at home here the following day, to lose, you know, virtually off the last ball, with wanting to get 1 or 2 to win, it was, and then a double loss over the weekend. It was a long winter to get over that.
And I guess that would be the first experience for many people to go to a Lord's final, wasn't it?
Yes.
78.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember going to watch that. It was a disappointment.
Yes.
Yeah, and then to lose back here. Yeah.
It was. I've never seen Viv in such a state. He was, you know, he had his head down, hands over his head like this, and he didn't move for it seemed like half an hour.
Because you were very much a team, weren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd all grown up through together, and Closey had sort of unified you, hadn't he?
Yeah, and that's what we tried. Which I tried to keep going when it did so for 5 seasons, and but then 79 was a great year for us.
Didn't start off too well, though.
No,
Brian,
it didn't start off too well.
Tell us about that declaration at Worcester.
Oh, I thought you might skip that.
Everybody wants to know about it.
It came out because it was raining.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we had another.
This was Benson's game, wasn't
Benson's
it?
game.
50 over Benson's
yes,
game. Yeah.
Benson's game, and to go forward, and it was raining, and you could see the wicket was getting greasy, etc., etc. And the longer we stayed off the pitch, the more people started talking.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it was Phil Slocum and Roebuck who must have been discussing something together, and he said, "What about a declaration?" I said, "What are you talking about, a declaration?"
Yeah.
He said, "If we declare, because of the run weight and the loss of no wickets, we would automatically qualify, even if we lost."
Yeah.
And we took it to a team meeting, which Roy Kerslake, as a cricket chairman, attended. And there was no dissenting voice apart from Derek, who mumbled something to me, and he said, "This ain't right, you can't do this." I said, there's not anybody on the ground. It's might rain again, whatever. Anyway, we went ahead and did it. I took a huge amount of flack, obviously, particularly from the journalists on the ground. And from one young lady, she reduced me to tears when she said she brought a party up from Somerset. School children to watch it. So it took a while for me personally to get over that. But the thing that lifted me was our next home Sunday league game,
right,
which was crowded.
Yeah.
Every home game was crowded by then because we always we were doing so well. And I got a standing ovation when I went out to bat, which was amazing.
Yeah.
I was so nervous before I was going out.
Yeah.
I thought, what is on earth going to go on here? I went out and the crowd roared. So I managed to get a few. And then we went on, obviously, to...
yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was that like to sort of... You'd obviously had the huge disappointment of 78, and you'd had that to start the season off, but then you ended off crowning glory.
Well, it was an incredible achievement to do the same thing, wasn't it? To go to the last weekend of the season, again with the Gillette final, and then the Sunday League the day after at Trent Bridge. And, well, Viv was fantastic in that game, wasn't he? I think I got 35 or 40, I can't remember. But we batted, and to be honest, our opposition didn't look as if they were very nervous. Yeah. I could see it, the way they bowled and when they played. So it was an exciting and comfortable victory at the end of the day. In which we did everything right. Viv got a vital wicket, stumped Taylor.
Yes, indeed.
And Alan Lamb.
Yeah.
And no, it might not have been Alan Lamb. He might have been caught deep backwards square leg. Anyway, he was the biggest danger, and we got him out pretty early. So Northants were never going to get anywhere near it, which they didn't. And then
leg side stumping.
Leg side stumping.
It was
very good.
Yes.
He was terrific standing
up.
I've never seen a better keeper, for example, standing up to a medium pace swing bowler such as Tom Cartwright, who was brilliant. I've already described him, but Derek was just amazing standing up. He was slightly slower than most wicket keepers standing back because he was quite chunky for a wicket keeper. So we weren't as lively as, say, Alan Knott was, for example. He was much more athletic. But again, his hands keeping too. He had great timing, which is a difficult thing to say about a wicketkeeper. But his timing to catch the ball was just amazing. Made it look so simple.
What a player to have in your armoury.
And he could bat.
And he could bat, couldn't he? Yes, indeed.
Because I opened the batting with him in 75.
Did. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
And he was a great friend as well. He became probably the one I relied on most for a quiet chat in terms of what was happening on the pitch, because he was in the best position to say.
Of course.
And so therefore I never got really any problems in handling the bowlers, because they knew if I'd spoken to Derek, they could see me speaking to Derek. And if I took BP off sometimes, then there was never really a problem in that.
So you won at Lord's, but you didn't really have a chance to celebrate, did you?
Well, we did a little bit. But again, we had to drive up.
Yeah, indeed.
So we couldn't celebrate too much. We celebrated with friends and family for about half an hour, which was then the Westmoreland Hotel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then Dash and I legged it. And it was quite a famous instance, really, which many of the Somerset supporters, and I've related it again in the book, was that we stopped at the Watford Gap service station on the M1 to have egg beans and chips.
Yes,
And when we walked in, there was a sudden brawl, and the Somerset supporters that were going to Nottingham had stopped. So there were several coach loads of them,
fantastic.
all in the dining room, which made us. So we spent almost an hour there, and we legged it up to Nottingham, found the hotel, and that was it really. And then played next day. And again, wonderful feeling to win. But it was a very, very comfortable win because we knew Kent were losing quite badly.
Right.
So that filtered through quite quickly, but Notts didn't really pose any of a threat in that game. So the supporters were celebrating early afternoon.
What is it about Somerset supporters? Because we do seem to have probably the best supporters in the circuit, don't we? Let's be honest. For all formats of cricket, but particularly they love their one-day cricket here, don't they?
Yes, they do. And they're quite knowledgeable as a crowd as well. But the exciting thing for us was the noise that they made. We played at Scarborough in the Sunday League game, and they had to shut the gates at 11:30 because there were so many Somerset supporters. So you imagine in those days how long it would take to get to Scarborough from Somerset in a car. Well, he must have left 3 o'clock in the morning.
Absolutely.
Anyway, again, the roar that they made when we came out. And again, we beat Joel, virtually went for nothing.
Yeah.
And we famously kept Geoffrey Boycott in.
Well done. Yeah, I mean, obviously that was the start of that run, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, and it seemed to be that everything you did in that period was successful in one-day cricket.
Yeah. We lost very few games all season. And for the next 2 or 3 years, it was the same effort. And we didn't win all of the cups, obviously, but we won 2 Benson Hedges, and then Beefy took over as captain. We won the NatWest Trophy, the first year of the NatWest Trophy. So, to win those competitions when we had such an exciting side and a terrific crowd is almost unrepeatable.
We never reached that pinnacle, though, did we? We never got that championship.
No.
I mean,
that's my biggest regret in the whole cricket experience.
Yeah.
We came so close. The tie, the points tie with Nottingham, and they won by 1 victory, didn't they, or something on the count back.
Indeed.
And we watched. I think it was Lancashire that they were playing. We watched Lancashire slips drop 2 or 3, and thinking, what's going on there?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
And
exactly.
but anyway, it was a huge regret, which apart from remembering the great times we had, that always comes back as a shadow that we couldn't quite get through to the championship. But there were some reasons for it. I mean, we lost Joel, for a couple of seasons, and then he had knee injuries that kept him out for spells. And Beefy, of course, was playing all.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground after a slightly delayed lunch break. The Northamptonshire batters are out in the middle, joined by the 2 umpires Neil Malinder and David Milnes, and they are currently 232 for 7, starting to creep up to around about par. Vic Marks is joining me.
Yes, I mean it was a good old-fashioned session, wasn't it? That first session, 4 wickets, nearly 100 runs. Nothing too explosive. The balance of the match just teetering this way and that. It's pretty even, Stevens. We don't really know what a good score is. This pitch, well, you know all about it. You've been out there smelling it and touching it and doing whatever you do to it.
No keys were inserted.
Jolly good. Well, you think it's going to behave a bit better for a while. It's certainly changing colour, and usually for a while at Somerset, I think, and you've got far more recent experience, is that if they start very green, they kind of get better by day 2. Now, if it was a perfect pitch, it would deteriorate come day 4. That doesn't always happen here.
Yeah, I think that dryness that you mentioned early on with the footholes being very light in colour and a little bit, dare I say it, powdery, make me suggest that there will be some footholes for Jack Leach and other spinners to operate with. But at the moment we've got Casey Aldridge steaming in from the river end. Yeah, I think the game's sort of finely poised, as you say. You know, myself and Sam were talking earlier. I felt like taking into account the batting issues that Somerset have at the moment, and in particular Ben Sanderson, his record in county cricket. He's a real phenomenal exponent of any sort of movement. I think anything starting with a 3 would feel like a really good score.
Yeah.
So at the moment, these last 3 wickets are probably going to be quite crucial.
And you must educate me. I've only seen a bit of Ben Sanderson over the years, but he's that sort of bowler that, if you're not in very good nick, I imagine, will torment you. He's got no great pace, has he?
Yeah, he's very much in
that ball around in the right spot.
Yeah, he's in the Porter, Murtagh, Rushworth ilk.
Keep that left pad out of the way.
He nips the ball around a little bit. A poor delivery there from Casey Aldridge. Swatted through the mid-wicket. Dad would have been very proud of that one. 4 runs from James Sale, moves on to 48, playing very, very nicely. But yeah, I think he's very much, he's the traditional county bowler. He hits his areas. He's very workmanlike. I think on top, I've seen him bowl a few times where he bowls a little bit heavier than maybe you give him credit for. So a fine bowler, and his record speaks for itself. I mean, he takes his wickets. I haven't researched the stats, but I think he's around sort of 24, 25. So very, very fine performer.
Yeah.
I was promised a laptop for these sort of things, but it hasn't quite come to fruition yet.
Your phone will tell us.
Yeah, we'll have a little look. No, but he's a brilliant bowler. There's so many of them. I mean, Murtagh took another 10-wicket haul last week. I mean, I think they're very underrated. Those sort of bowlers. They do benefit from the structure of the domestic setup for the championship. I.e., they're especially tricky. Early season, bit of moisture, bit of movement. I've done the lad a disservice, believe it or not. He has taken, in 90 matches, 335 wickets at an average of 21.8, which is incredibly good. 19 fourfers, 17 fifers, and 17 fifers in 90 games, including 3 10-wicket hauls. That's a remarkable effort. Yeah, so he's going to be challenged, no doubt about that.
Yeah, and if you are tentative and unsure of yourself, that type of bowler is a bit of a night, because you haven't got so much pace to work with, and you've got no width to work with.
I always personally faced up to those guys, knowing that, because I think stats, they tell enough of a picture. If someone's got a record like that, like I said, I'll go back, the Masters, the Mascarenases, the Sandersons, the Murtaghs, those kind of bowlers, their records, it's copy and paste almost every year. You know that if you don't move out your crease, you don't bat with any endeavour, they're going to get you. Because they get everyone eventually. Mm-hmm. So I always felt like the occasional trot down the wicket, try and pull them off of their natural length, a slog sweep, because like I said, they didn't have a great deal of pace necessarily. But I always felt like you had to pressurise them and ask a question of them. And maybe they're still going to get you, but you might do a bit of damage in the meantime. I think if you just bat...
And even they won't know quite how to respond if they've good balls are getting hit before. Their standard length deliveries have somehow been hit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk about, in sport and sports psychology, controlling the man on the shoulder or the demon voice or whatever it might be. I used to have a guy that used to play like a bugle, and I used to run down the wicket. And how is that not a wicket? That looked like it had bowled him, LBW,
Well,
and nicked him off.
He nicked it. It bounced in front of first slip, who failed to stop it.
So
It's
that's
4 runs.
If first slip has moved towards James Rue, we might have just seen a little bit of an error for the
I
young
don't think it
wicketkeeper
carried,
for the
actually. I
first.
don't think it would have carried. But it bounced in front of him, I reckon.
I'd love to have our TV screen on. That would be great. Be awesome to see that replay at some stage. Maybe someone could come and help and get this TV working. There we go.
You got it.
Here we
Here's
go. Here's
the
the,
replay, especially
replay.
for you.
We'll tell all.
It's,
Oh, it's an absolute beauty, isn't it?
yeah, it's not going to carry.
Oh, well, it hasn't carried to first slip, but for me, the keeper's got to have a go at that.
Well, yeah.
Tough one. Tough
It
one.
was, to be fair to him, it was between the left and it was in between the legs of first slip when he took it, more or less. Anyway, it's interesting, isn't it, that on keeping, a subject that I'm no expert, but Rue is a left-hander, isn't he?
Yes.
So it's not so automatic for that epic diving catch with your wrong hand. See what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that would have been. I've just
I don't think
seen.
he
I've
could
just
have
seen
got
that again. That would have been a world class. But bowling to a Turner Keyswetter in particular used to have a knack. In particular, Rob Turner used to somehow catch those ones with ease because he was a very tall man. He's 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", very big for a wicketkeeper. He used to have an amazing ability of catching those diving one-handers. But anyway, another opportunity, a half chance. I'm going to call that a half chance. Goes begging.
Lovely day with us at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah.
And also congratulations to Beryl Taylor,
We've got
the lifelong Somerset supporter, 18
Casey
knockouts.
Aldridge. I feel he's impressed in this innings and hasn't got much to show for it. A bit like Craig Overton.
Yeah, Casey's, I think, looked in the first session that he was certainly focusing on zoning in, but he's just got that sort of over-spoiling delivery in there, if that makes sense. Just the short...
The 4-ball, really.
There's a 4-ball in there, and I think, you know, he's a young man. He's got all the ability in the world, no doubt about that, but it's just having a repeatable action just to be able to bash away at an area. And like I said...
He's hit the gloves nicely,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
yeah, he's got, like I said, all the attributes. I mean, at the end of the day, you do get to a stage in your career where you want your average in the 20s, not the 30s, and actually, it's quite a simple thing to do. You'll always take your wickets at a certain strike rate. It's how many 4-balls you can, not bowl, essentially. So,
it's an interesting memory from one of the great bowlers of all time, of my era, Richard Hadley, who obviously played at Nottinghamshire. And that's Galway's going to get that. Yeah. In an era when at Trent Bridge they had Richard Hadley, they had a guy called Clive Rice, and a strong seam attack. So they had some fairly sporty wickets, and he would bowl curiously to some with 2 slips in the gully. The ball was darting all over the place. He thought, why the devil? And he was a sort of Jimmy Anderson type, beautiful bowler. I thought, what are you doing with 2 slips in the gully? And he just rationalised, look, I'm going to get a wicket every 5 or 6 overs on this surface. I'm just going to get a wicket. So it's just a question of whether I go for 35 in 10 overs or 20. So he didn't have a great array of slips because he just knew that he was going to get a wicket every 5 or 6 overs. It's just a question of how many he went for.
exactly right, and backs up my previous comment. And I actually think that when I spent my couple of years at Trent Bridge, obviously his name, and rightly so, is all over the place.
Yeah.
And actually had a look at his record at Trent Bridge. I think he averaged 15, I think, with the ball.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and had a good batting record as well.
Well, he was a 4th right left-hander who's aggressive.
Yeah, no doubt. A serious cricketer.
And he was a wonderful sort of, and well, maybe slightly quicker than Anderson, but Anderson style. He could swing the ball. He had terrific control. He had by the end, he had a beautiful economical run-up. Was very driven. He'd set himself all sorts of targets, not in a sort of necessarily a selfish way, but he'd set all these targets and keep a very close account of where he was. And I think that helped as a motivation. You know, he was quite an analytical cricketer ahead of his time in that sense. He was the polar opposite to Both, they had a great rivalry. You know, Both would be instinctive and aggressive and quixotic, and Hadley would be clinical and self-contained.
Yeah, it takes all kinds, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Peter Siddle doing what Peter Siddle generally does, going at around about 2 and over, and I suppose that is the crucial thing in terms of your bowling average. You know, if Sids picks up a couple of these last 3, all of a sudden he's got 3 for 30, and things look pretty rosy. Leaking runs is never a good thing.
Well, some things don't change.
I spoke to the umpires out there this morning while I was having a look at pitch as Sales plays a lovely square drive. Nice piece of fielding down there on the boundary by Craig Overton or Aldridge. Casey Aldridge down there, done a magnificent job at 50 for James Sales. Very, very high class performance so far from him.
Yeah, well, I was going to refer to more ancient history, but I just remember I had a season playing in the Shield, thinking of Peter Siddle, and it was great fun. We had a very good team in West Australia, and the team talk, well, the bowlers talk, hit the top of our stump. Didn't matter who you were, who was batting, what you bowled, really. It didn't make any, just aimed to hit the top of our stump.
I mean, it sounds. I mean, I can hear.
Applies pretty well, doesn't it?
Well, I can hear our conversation. I can hear myself thinking, and it does sound quite drab and old-fashioned. But the game, I think, with all the evolutions in the game and T20 and all the expansive shots, the best bowlers do the repeatable skills, don't they? And that doesn't ever really change. I'm not sure how it would change, to be honest.
Well, what has changed is that just before I started playing, before the advent of much one-day cricket, if you were a great English seam bowler, say we had here a bloke called Tom Cartwright all those years ago, and he was like a bowling machine, and he would dig his own holes on the length, and he would bowl the same length every day. No, but and he might have played in the Sunday League, he still bowled that length. Bang. And that served him well. Of course, even then, once in a blue moon, he bowled 8 overs in the Sunday League. In most weeks, he'd go, 1 for 19, 1 for 20, 3 for 21. Then one week, he'd go 0 for 70. And he bowled exactly the same length. But some batsman ahead of his time, it might have been the Ted Dexter, it might have been an Orthodox, would have hit those length balls in a way that people hit length balls now for a pastime.
Yeah, I can remember actually playing with Graham Rose here in a Sunday League match, and he was a tremendous county bowler in all formats, and
he had his length.
But you he smashed a length out for fun. He was metronomic, brilliant record, and I can remember that there was a stage of the evolution of one-day cricket where people kind of just knew that he was. Dare I say it? This isn't derogatory in any way, but he was a one-trick pony in terms of how he bowled in one-day cricket, and he got away with it. Not got away with it. He was very effective. But then people started running at it because they knew where it was going to be, and there was.
He was certainly vulnerable.
Graham, I can remember him standing in the middle of the pitch, hands on hips, going, "Captain, that's my length. He's just hit me off my length," and we were sort of laughing and. But that is, I suppose, that is the thing that's changed. But 4-day cricket, I mean, I suppose the Bazball England team would probably have a little run at your Sanderson, Murtagh types, and who knows, it might change it. But the battle of off-stump is the game, no doubt about it, in 4-day cricket. As we see Jack Leach into the attack.
Oh, he's just dropped him. It was a very good attempt. Down he came, Buckingham.
That would have been an amazing catch.
Yeah,
from
he
Leach.
hit it hard, and it went to his right hand. He stuck his hand out. And
He's
just
nearly
juggled
got
for
it,
a
hasn't
bit.
he? Well, a sign of intent, that's for sure. From Buckingham, no sort of respect your international bowlers or anything like that.
Well, who is? I expect he's come from Australia. Who's this bloke? Well, spinners, they've got to go. He's going to keep his mid-off and mid-on up. He got his 1 wicket caught mid-off. Buckingham is showing a bit of intent.
Well, you've got the right two chaps at mid-on and mid-off, 2 6'5". It's panning out to be a fascinating first innings so far. Northampton's 243 for 7 at the moment, creeping into what I'd probably say would be a par-ish score at the moment.
Yeah.
My gut feeling is anything starting with a 3 is going to be quite a formidable total, considering recent history with the Taunton attack. Jack Leach drags his length back. He's seen people run down before. Jack Leach isn't phased. Excellent piece of bowling, just dragging his length back, little bit of turn, and James Rue does the rest. Superb piece of bowling.
Yeah.
Jordan Buckingham was stumped by James Rue off the bowling of Jack Leach for 9
Yep,
runs.
done enough.
Yeah.
Done enough.
I think you're right. I mean, it didn't turn much before lunch, but I think an earlier delivery this over, which he just calmly left, turned a little bit.
You can
There
speak
he
with
comes.
much greater authority on this. I feel like he's just dragged the length, hasn't he?
Yeah. He either saw him coming, or sometimes you almost sort of feel them coming. Anyway, he did the right thing.
Maybe he could hear the bugle.
Or maybe he cracked the system, you know, whether it's every even number or odd numbers or prime numbers. I don't know. Did you have a system of that sort?
No, I
Just
had.
came
I
down all the
had.
time,
I had
really.
this seriously annoying monkey on the shoulder that used to just go whack it, whack it.
Well, it served you pretty well against spin, as I remember. I used to bowl. I used to get hit for 6, and I often used to think, well, why don't they do that every ball?
Yeah.
Still, it's an important wicket. Leach has now picked up 2. Just cementing the notion that if you're a good bowler, it does not have to be turning square. If you're a good spinner, you can be invaluable on pitches that are not raging turners.
Especially if the opposition are being positive and playing their shots as well. So, yeah, that's a really bright start from Leach. 2 for 13 so far inside of 5 overs.
Well,
Definitely.
he'll be relieved too, because he took some tapping in that last game against Lancashire from Wales and co.
Jennings in particular,
Yeah,
lots
Jennings
of the
played
reverse sweeps and did Wales hit 3 boundaries in a row, reverse slog sweeping.
He got 14 in 3 balls, which changed the game actually, because the previous over he looked incredibly vulnerable against Leach, batting in quotes properly, like defending.
What is properly?
Now then, Sanderson must have a reputation because the field has spread a bit. Do you like to give it a wallop?
The man in question. Well, he gets so many wickets for his club. I suppose he's
got freedom.
Bats with no pressure. He's got a first-class top score of 42. Averages in single digits, so you'd say that he wasn't a prolific batter. Certainly a 10 or jack.
So Sales goes on, and Siddle is, I think, marshalling his troops, and he's quite happy to have a few in the deep. He'll happily give away a single just for a minute. In fact, Leach, I think mid-off, he's going a bit deeper, mid-on is a bit deeper. There's a single anywhere there, should he want to take it. He's not going to take it. Not just yet. Sales would not have had much knowledge of Buckingham's capabilities as a batsman. But he's got a fair idea what Sanderson's like, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so. But then I don't think it would have taken a genius to work out from the charging down the wicket every other ball to know that they're going to be pretty positive. I think that's a good way for the the lesser batters to go to play a few shots, unless you're really, either blocking out a draw or someone is playing exceptionally well down the other end. Take a bit of time up.
Yeah, and some players, a lot of players, especially lower order players, but a lot of players are better players when they're being aggressive. They get into better positions.
Nothing irritates a frontline bowler more than a perceived tail ender slogging, giving it a bit of long handle.
I mean, we've seen that, especially. I mean, I've seen Jack Brooks, for example, coming at number 11. He's got a great eye. Suddenly get 30 in 20 balls, and it's changed the game, but B, it's really.
He was the master of the mid-wicket clip through third man, almost like that one. Down to third man, Casey Aldridge swooping round athletically. Yes, they have a knack of ruining good bowling figures, don't they?
And they also they get into people's heads, so that suddenly the bowlers start on a bouncer Yorker sort of pursuit, which can backfire also sometimes. Anyway, we're in that sort of cat and mouse territory. There's just 3 balls in this over, so he's got a single here anywhere, should he want it. And he does. And now in they come.
Yeah, I suppose you can still play as you would normally do. I mean, the bowlers, even the bowlers these days, spend a lot of time practicing and working on their batting.
Well, you would have had a lot of recent experience when you were playing of batting with the tail. There are a lot of decisions to make, aren't there? Back goes the field. Do I take the single at the start of the over or not? How aggressive am I going to be? Well, you didn't need that much encouragement to think, well, I better tee off here.
Time to get on with it. I mean,
but you would have
there was a couple of partners that I really had to change, not only my communication, but the way that I played in particular. The top of the tree, bar none, who probably saw me get quite a few 80, 90 not outs because he was probably the most number 11 I've ever seen. In fact, he only just managed in a very long career to score more first-class runs than take wickets, which was Shah Willoughby.
Yeah.
So Shah Willoughby used to walk to the wicket and he used to apologise. That was his first words to me were, sorry, Triggs, especially if I was on a score, so 70, 80, 90. So I knew that I had a maximum of about 6 balls to get whatever I needed if I wanted to score myself 100. And
so he was cunningly making sure that you you got your bugle there.
Well, there was one game I remember we playing down at Hove, and he came in, and it was a real tight game. And I was on 90 something. First ball, Jason Lurie was bowling with I think the second new ball, and I don't know why, but I clipped one off my pad down to fine leg, and I took the single on the first ball, and tapped the wicket. And I've just said to Sharp, what have I just done? And he's like, I don't know. I was expecting you not.
Idiot.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. And I said, JL's going to go mad if you get out now. The next ball, he's nicked off to Mike Yardy. Mike Yardy's dropped it. And he's managed to survive the over. And the next over, all hell broke loose. And we managed to put on about 20, 30. But 100? I swear to God, if he'd have got out that ball, Justin Langer would have hung, drawn and quartered me in the dressing room. Anyway, Leachy into the tech. James Sales, who's played really nicely for his 53 here so far this morning.
I guess in that Somerset side there would have been others at 9 or 10 who you'd had quite a lot of confidence in because they quite often used to bat.
Tim Grunewald, really good player. I mean, early on in my career, Caddy used to come in. Caddy was pretty solid, would always guts it out. The close second place to Shah Willoughby was always Steve Kirby.
All right.
He'd come out and he'd back himself as having the warrior face paint on. He'd be like, all right, T, I'm up for this T. And he would really get in line, and he's willing to get hit. And but then I got to know him really well because I roomed with him. He was really good when he wasn't scoring runs because he knew he knew he wasn't a great batter. He knew he was there to block and get in line and just try and grit it out. But then just by sort of luck and the moons aligning, he would clip a lovely one through mid-wicket for 4. And then he'd come down the wicket and he'd say, "I'm on today, T." And you knew that it was 3 balls.
Yeah.
And he'd always then play a ridiculous cover drive and get bowled, and that was it. But
Well,
great character, though. What a man. As is the man with ball in hand at the moment, Jack Leach. The hero from Headingley. Already got a couple of wickets. Doing a grand job. And he's
just imagine getting a forfeit here. He's the next 2.
Well, it would be quite the surprise. I think turning up day 1, seeing the, as you described it, emerald green wicket for the spinner to end up with 4, that would be something. Do you think that is going to offer some spin, though? The stumping
Well,
definitely turned off of the straight,
yeah.
so that's a good sign that there's enough to work with.
Well, we're talking about, look, see Neil Melander out there, who came to Somerset halfway through his career, was a fine seam bowler, quite sharp, skiddy, and he wasn't the worst batsman in the world. But you know, it was an era where you faced quite a lot of fast bowlers, and he was so proud of himself. Did you see that? LBW bowled Marshall. I was in line. And he had quite a good eye. And I said, well, that's all very well. You're out, LBW. But I was in line. Yeah, but I said, I'd rather you stepped away and got, 12, 16 from slashing out. So, no, but he wanted to show how tough he was by being in line to the fast bowlers, who always got him out.
Well, there was no way that Charles Willoughby would have ever have got out LBW. He wasn't standing on the cut strip if a fast bowler was steaming in, that's for sure.
No, I do remember. He could hit the odd. I saw him hit the odd 6.
Do you know what? It was a game against Worcester where bizarrely they decided to bowl spin at him, and he got 47, which was by far his career best score. And if it wasn't for that innings, he would have taken more wickets than runs, and he took about 800 wickets as well. And if you think about it, across a career spanning 250, 300 games, to take more wickets than score runs is actually
Quite difficult.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gareth Batty took Gareth Batty down, which I say with a smile.
Well, I expect that got him. Well, yes. Yeah. Well, you've had the odd deal with him, I know. That would have wound him up fairly well.
No, I don't mind a little bit of argy-bargies. All good. Good for the red blood cells.
Yeah.
Peter Siddle here, operating beautifully today. He's bowled nicely. He's bowled without much luck, apart from his wicket that he did get caught down the leg side, but he's been sort of in and around the area all day.
Yeah.
Can Somerset dismiss?
Well, Sanderson's doing
Northamptonshire?
quietly, just doing quite a handy little job here. He's almost going to get Northampton. They need one more for their first batting point
Of the season, so Sam Dalling
Yeah.
said earlier. That would be, I suppose, an achievement considering how the season's gone.
It makes life difficult, when you set this field, everyone's gone back again, and Sales is getting confidence in Sanderson and just taking the run. You look for 2 here, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. I don't think he's scoring fluently enough to really have to go that way, and that is Northampton's first batting point of the season, being increased from 200 to 250 for the 2023 season. 250 for 8 here at Taunton. There's a bit of cloud cover, some moody-looking clouds, threatening a little bit of rain later on this afternoon. Siddle in and narrowly misses leg stump. Ben Sanderson.
He does a little shuffle to the offside, doesn't he?
Doing a little
He just
little
keeps
shuffle.
his leg stump open, and Siddle maybe just trying to give us a slightly false impression that he's aiming for that leg stump. Wasn't far off though. The field sort of spreads, inviting him to take one, but I don't think he's going to be that bothered with that.
Well, it looks like Ben Sanderson's keen to play his shots, that's for sure.
That's horrible. He's trying to york him, I suppose.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Siddle, going for the Yorker, and Sanderson has done the Sanderson shuffle, and he's got a thick edge down to fine leg. Yeah, that was a free hit, that one. The Sanderson shuffle. Maybe he's trying to coin that as a trademark.
Well,
I suppose the real moment for the day is the summit, and I suppose the talking point is going to be the Sanderson and Co versus the openers and the failing top couple of batters. Dixon desperate for a score, Bancroft the same.
Kodak Cadmore really, although Kodak Cadmore's looked as if he's going to score some, but has not got a substantial innings so far.
Yeah, Lammonby's got a couple of scores, but a number of failures to go with it. So Craig Overton's just
got
worn one on the knee.
There's a new ball imminent. He's going to open this week. Well, Leach will take that. There's the single. Now then, I wonder. I think he's going to tempt Sanderson. He did have a few scats out. Oh, he's going to keep him back at long on.
Well, I suppose with the weather forecast as it is, Vic, both teams needing to somehow manufacture an opportunity to win the game. I don't think there's going to be a case of Northants just benignly batting these overs out. Oh, Leachy's bowled a beautiful delivery there. Extra bit of pace, showing that real intelligence, flight and guile. He's just slid that one through. Ben Sanderson, that's a nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's like an arm ball. It's not so much swinging, but it's quicker through the air. Boom, back he goes, or doesn't go anywhere. And it seems ridiculous to say it when a spinner's bowling, but he's picking for pace.
Yeah, he certainly has.
And maybe he'd misjudged the length as well.
I think that's the real evolution of Leachy over his career. That sort of those subtle changes, and it's almost like his action hasn't really changed, but there's just that flick of the wrist just to put that extra bit of zip on the ball there.
Well, you'd have been around when he started, wouldn't you? And I remember thinking, he's got significantly quicker as his career has progressed, and I think that makes sense. But when he first played for us, which is was a decade ago, I suppose now, more or less.
Well, he had his first game. He was a university at Cardiff University, so he played for Cardiff Uni against us in a uni game. And I think his first-class debut was 0 for 150 or something.
It was a match in
not saying that was
Hildreth got
everyone
massive
got
scores,
runs, yeah.
but they got obscene scores of 200s.
Yeah, I was next. I was the worst. I had the most severe pad rash that's ever been, ever. Anyway, I always felt like Leachy growing up, he undercut the ball. Never really presented the seam right, but Leachy was one of those lads that every time you saw him, he had a ball in his hand and he was just working his skill. And he just got better and better and better. And like I said, all credit to him to go from the lad that started with 0 for 150, undercutting the ball and not really spinning it, to now what we see in front of us. It's a phenomenal piece of work ethic and development. Honestly, I can't credit the bloke enough. He's a lovely lad. He's a great mate of mine. But honestly, he's bowled so many deliveries. And like I said, he was one of those lads that when everyone's messing around on their phones in the dressing room, he'd have a ball in his hand, just flicking it out of his fingers, just trying to, craft his skill. Really, really good professional. 9 down now here at Taunton, 255 for 9.
He's got 3 for 15. But the other element I'm interested in too is the way that he got more on the ball, and the modern spinner bowls pretty quickly, finger spinner especially. Because I don't remember him being a particularly. I thought he might be quite a gentle left armer when he started, as most of his fellows.
Well, I think he's
quickened up.
Yeah, I think he's. When you spin the ball, you get dip. The more revs, the more dip you get, and I think he's able to bowl it quicker through the air because he gets a lot more on the ball. And I think that is testament to the amount of times, I think you've got to remember, if, like any sort of exercise, the amount of times he tossed a ball up, flicking it out of his finger, that's adding strength, adding speed to the skill that he's going to then produce on the field. And because he gets so much on it now, he gets that bit of dip. So again, it can be
dip
quicker
is the critical thing, because
brilliant.
It makes you misjudge the length. But he has got quicker. Like a lot of things. I mean, Nathan Lyon, he bowls at about 58, 59 miles an hour.
Jita Patel, if you think,
they're all quick now.
Simon Harmer, they all bowl into the pitch,
and they're looking for LBWs. But and I'm not criticising that. I think that's the way to go, actually. If you can do it, I mean, it's nice if you can vary it a bit as well. I think he's now decided that he's not taking the singles. Who's the new batsman? White.
Jack White doesn't seem to have the seal, the sale of approval. The sale of approval is not passed on to Mr. White here. So a bit of long handle potentially here.
Yeah, but he's got. Hang on, where's hello? They're reinforcing the leg side field. There's quite a short boundary on the leg side. There's a huge gap at extra cover. Well, that's where he's got to hit him. Massive. Run down. Give himself some room. Pump it through there. That's what you'll be doing, Triggs.
I wouldn't have done that. I assure you of that. But he's bowled him, and Peter Siddle has ended with very tidy figures of 2 for 42. That concludes the Northants innings. James Sales played beautifully for 57, and Ricardo Vasconcelos played really nicely for his 70. The main contributions for the Northamptonshire innings. But a great fight back from the Somerset bowling lineup.
I'm just trying to think what the lowest point was. Somewhere around about 108 for 1 or something. There's become 255 all out. Sales actually knitted together the Northants innings today. But he's clearly a young player of considerable potential.
Played really well. I could just imagine his dad at home thinking, was that really the shot? But
smack it through extra cover. I've decided that.
It's the modern game. Interesting way to finish a first innings in 4-day cricket, no doubt about that. But to be honest, Vic, I'm going to put that at par.
Par score, yeah. Well, it's very
in the context of how the teams are performing,
and what the wicket. Well, all this is so difficult to assess, and you've put your finger on it earlier on, is that we don't know what we get from Somerset's batting. There's going to be quite a lot of tension amongst supporters and indeed the main participants at the start of the innings, because Somerset have had such a trial getting early runs. Obviously, Abel and James Rue have played significant innings, but there's, Sean Dixon coming out and got to 20 yet. Bancroft hasn't scored any runs yet.
There's going to be some twitchy feet, that's for sure,
exactly.
No doubt about it. Yeah.
So it's hard to assess what is par for Somerset when they go out to bat.
I think 300. That's why I said in the context of the team's batting performances, I think it is par. Like I said, Northampton, that's the first time they've made 250, but they have won a game this season. Yeah. I imagine with that stat in mind, that it's down to their bowling more than their batting. But Somerset, like I said, haven't really got going early on. So, 300 would probably be about par, but, taking into consideration the performances so far, I'd say that it's game on.
We don't know what they'll do. We don't know what Somerset will do.
We do not.
But it'll be fascinating. There's a horrible bit of cloud over the Quantox there. Now, is that gone, do you reckon?
Well, it's certainly raining towards the ever-sunny Western-super-Mare. It looks like it might have slid down the leg side, this band of rain. I think it's followed. It's probably followed the coastline. I don't know, this little microclimate we have here in Taunton.
You're dressed like a BBC weather presenter. They dress up nowadays.
That is
today.
Do you know what? When I was looking in the wardrobe, what shall I wear today? After I was
Did you watch
scruffy
yesterday or something?
Poirot. I just thought, I need to make an effort. Victor's in. I need to look sharp. I thought, what? BBC weatherman. That's what I'll go for.
I could see. I mean, that is one of the jobs you've yet to do. I could see you spreading out your hands there towards East Anglia.
Yeah, well...
Or Western-super-Mare. You'd always have Western-super-Mare on your map.
I'd be more than happy to do a bit of weather forecast. I'm pretty sure that you'd need a slightly better grade than my E in GCSE geography, but you never know. For those listening that do have inns at the BBC, I'm ready and willing. And that concludes, like I said, Northampton's innings. 255 all out. A really good display of bowling today from Somerset. Beautiful innings by James Sales to, as Vic says, knit the Northampton innings together. But the next half an hour or so is going to be absolutely crucial. Ben Sanderson, with a remarkable first-class average of 21, is the danger man, no doubt about it. We will be back shortly when we resume play.
Whilst we wait for the Somerset first innings, I'd like to bring your attention to a local club who have unfortunately suffered a crime earlier this week and are asking for donations. Our friends at Exford Cricket Club, on Monday evening, they had their outfield mower stolen alongside other bits of equipment. And that affects not just Exford Cricket Club, but also Exmoor Community Youth Club and Exmoor Croquet Club. As without the mower and equipment, the activities which are all used on the field are affected. So they are hopeful if people can donate, it would help them towards their target. They've set up a Just Giving page, justgiving.com/crowdfunding/ExfordCC. All the details are on Exford Cricket Club's Facebook page as well. And they thank everyone for their support. And if you can donate or even share their Just Giving page, they'd really appreciate it. Thank you. back our umpires, David Milnes and Neil Malinder. The Somerset opening batters, number 15, Tom Lammonby, and number 58, Sean Dixon.
Somerset batters make their way to the middle to start their first innings in reply to Northamptonshire's 255. Dixon and Lammonby are in the middle, closely followed by the Northamptonshire team. Umpires Neil Malinder and David Milnes. And we're going to be starting from the Marcus Trescothick stand end, and it's going to be Ben Sanderson. I'm sure there's no shock there. Crucial phase of play here for Somerset. The batters, in particular new signing Sean Dixon, really will be looking for his first score in a Somerset shirt.
Whatever. Well, we'll see. Well, he might know. The system might know.
Lammonby to take strike, first ball from Ben Sanderson. As you'd imagine, straight on the button, 4 slips waiting. That's played really nicely out to point. As we see a lovely scenery here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, but in the top half of the screen, some very moody skies. And the Quantocks and Mendips have disappeared. There's definitely a bit of rain, but I think it's slid down the leg side. As Lammonby looks to get off the mark, Sanderson probing around that off stump. So did I paint a clear enough picture of Sanderson from what you've just seen the last two balls?
I mean, it's fascinating. You talk to some of the test openers, like Alistair Cook, over 15,000 test runs or whatever he got. Hated facing people like Sanderson or Murtagh, because you never came across them in Test cricket, apart possibly from a guy you'd have played with. A sort of a bit quicker than this, though, Vernon Philander.
He was the man I was hoping you were going to say. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
81 mile an hour maximum, probably.
Watching Murtagh get that 5 foot Lords, it just made me think that there are a few really unlucky bowlers with incredible records.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. You know, it's great to see 90 miles an hour and this, that and the other. But Vernon Philander was the #1 bowler in the world for 5 years and just did exactly what Sanderson's doing there, but not like that. That's a nice full, juicy half volley for Tom Lammonby, and he dispatches that through mid-off for 4 runs. Somerset are underway.
Yeah, but he was a sort of a freak in a sense, wasn't he? In that there were not many test bowlers around of that vintage. I don't know whether this guy, Boland, who got all those wickets against England in the Ashes.
A little bit heavier.
Maybe a
big guy
heavier
as well.
ball.
I think he's got a big guy.
Yeah, but not express pace.
No, I think I think maybe these sort of bowlers require a certain type of pitch. Maybe if you got them on a real flat belter, but then most people are.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
hittable, I guess.
Real speed can take the pitch out of the equation.
True.
But I can promise you, the likes of Alistair Cook and other sort of test openers who are geared to playing a back foot game essentially against back of a length, just slightly back of a length, pace bowlers, your Cumminses and all that lot.
Well, I rarely remember a real outward display of absolute frustration and bad language from Marcus Trescothick, but every time I did, you know, bats being hit against stuff, effing and blinding and literally losing his head, was when he got out to a
Darren Stevens
or a Kevin Dean, you know, those brilliant county bowlers that just swung the ball, got the ball to kiss off a length, I know Masters,
Yeah.
who
Kevin
played
Masters,
for Essex and Kent.
Yeah.
David Masters. He used to torment Trez. Give me Bretley anytime. I ain't facing this bloke. I can't hit him. It's amazing. Shaw Dixon on strike now.
But did that feeling change?
Jack White opening the bowling from the river end.
Did that feeling change if you were playing them in bright sunshine on a flatten in August? Well, you weren't too bothered by anyone anyway then.
Anyone could get me out of it.
I know that, but
good bowling.
You've got to be in good nick. If you're in good nick, you must think it's Christmas, really. But if you're not in good nick, you move too much. Hello. Well, Sean Dixon's off with a sweet
shot.
off drive.
That's a real confidence booster there from Sean Dixon. Old-fashioned loosener from Jack White there, and appropriately dispatched down the ground for 4. That will definitely settle him into his innings. Somerset, you'd have to say in the context of 2023, are off to a flyer. Today at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we're celebrating years gone by. I have a past players dinner at the moment. I'm sure we'll get a couple of guests this afternoon. Hopefully they haven't been tucking in too heavily into the table wine and desserts, but
I know, but
we do have a lift here in the Trescothic stand, so there's...
You use that. But also, you know, the old players, you know, the prospect of getting a free glass of wine or two cannot be refused from the club.
Exactly. My old coach, Pete Robinson, you know, whenever there's a dinner on here, you always see him after about 2 or 3 hours, and the red wine sediment across the bottom of the lip. You right there, Robbo? Been tucking in? Yeah, lad.
Well, you and I have that in common. We were both coached as teenagers by PJ Robinson, probably being told the same stories.
Of course.
And the same words of wisdom.
I can hear just in my microphone a very familiar voice.
Yeah, well,
bowled many a delivery with the gentleman that's coming to join us, standing as umpire. Had a magnificent Somerset career. Born and bred in Glastonbury. There is a rumour that he was born somewhere on top of the Tor. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm sure he could corroborate that at some stage. Graham Burgess joins us on, I think I'm right in saying, his 80th birthday, and he looks absolutely brand new. Jack White just coming to the end of his first over. Somerset 8 for no wicket. And I'm joined again, like I said, by Graham Burgess. Lovely to see you, Budgie.
Hello, Pete. Yeah, nice to see you too. Nice to see you in retirement, you too.
Yeah, looking sharp as ever. Enjoying
very difficult now.
Enjoying the camaraderie in the ex-players.
Yes, there's 1 or 2 I haven't seen for quite a long time. Fred Ramsey's down there. He was playing when I first started, which was wonderful to see him and his wife. Ken Palmer, of course. Peter Robinson.
Practically got that team of the 60s there.
Well, yeah, we're just looking for an off-spinner at the moment.
Well, Vic has just been informed that there is a little bit of free table wine kicking around, so I think he'll be shooting down anytime soon.
Yeah, good.
Just to top up the levels. Tom Lammonby taking strike at the Botham stand end.
This ground looks beautiful from here, doesn't it, Nate?
Certainly does.
Totally different than when I played down here. When Victor started,
there's about 6 more stands for a start.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, we must have been poor players, though, because we're about the only ones that got a name on the stand.
I know. Not even a loo after me. I don't know about whether you I was hoping for one of the men's conveniences.
The tradesmen's.
Yeah.
Well, a number of your contemporaries. I think Viv's got a set of gates. Rosie's got a set of gates.
And wonderful to see, and they all deserve it, I'm sure. It's wonderful. Yeah. But I mean, when I first came to this ground, I think it might have, was it 56 when the West Indies toured? Vic, you'd know that.
Well, I think it was 58, but
Was it? Must be
around there in the
58. I was older
50s.
than I thought then.
Well, somewhere around there.
Anyway, I walked in from the market entrance, and it was around the time when Wes Hall was in the papers, like the quickest in the world. And I watched this ball go. Well, I didn't see the ball go down, and the keeper jumped up and took it, and I thought that must be Wes Hall then. And they changed ends, and Wes Hall bowled the other end. That was Roy Gilchrist. Never Gilchrist.
Well, only by reputation. I mean, you didn't want to get in an argument with him, did you?
Not really. Very, very quick. But a little more hostile than Wes Hall, of course.
Did you play against them in... Did they play in 66? Because you started playing around then, didn't you?
That was my debut match.
Against the West Indies?
Yeah, Wes Hall bowled this end, I remember.
Did he
Big
kick
medallion
off against the
swinging.
gate?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was okay. Well, actually, the thing I remember about that game is Fred Rumsey opened the bowl in this end, and Conrad Hunt opened the batting. Don't know, did you ever see him play?
Well,
Very,
Pete wouldn't. I saw him play.
Very, very correct player, very good player. And the first ball of the innings, he tried to pull it, and it flew off the top edge straight into the old stand. And he never played another hook shot all day after that. And I think he got 200. Magnificent innings, a magnificent player. And Sobers was here, of course. He played in that.
Yeah.
Who else played it? Lance Gibbs would have played in it.
Charlie Griffith, was he still going?
No, he didn't play in it.
Rowan Canai, probably?
Canai played in it, yeah.
It was quite a good, interesting match to make your debut. No helmets or anything like that. Do you have a thigh pad by then?
Oh, yeah, 2 or 3 of them.
A few towels.
No, I think when you're young, you don't think about things like that. You just go out and play, don't you, Pete? You probably think that,
Yeah, like...
It's when you get a bit older.
You get asked, did you ever face Shane Warne or Muralitharan or face Shoaib Akhtar? And, you start looking back, when that time has gone. But for yourself, happy birthday, by the way, 80 years young.
Yeah, only 80.
So 1966, and relatively recently retired as a first-class umpire, a full life.
Well,
how long ago do you think I retired?
It feels like only 5 or 6 years ago, but it's probably a lot more.
2008.
Is it really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it soon goes by, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does fly by.
And you did a lot of coaching at Monmouth, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Did they go back after umpiring to do a bit of there? Or
I
not?
did do a bit, yeah, but I got to 3 years ago. I stopped doing it. I wasn't enjoying it so much. I had a few illnesses and things like that, so I thought
you've got to be able to use those dog throwers now.
Well, I tried once. With the side netting a few times. But,
did the Labrador find the ball?
I'm not sure I agree with that sort of coaching anyway. I prefer just orthodox throwing the ball at players, I think. So
right, we've got a little bit of a delay here, I think. Yep, looking into the dark tiles of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. There is a little bit of rain in the air, and the umpires have decided to take the players off, which actually gives us perfect opportunity to enjoy these conversations with Graham Burgess, Vic Marks.
Well, I don't know whether I remember I got my first autographs was in that 60s time. I don't think I got you.
It was too late now.
No. Oh, you sure? I haven't actually got the book here, but I only got 2, and they were P.J. Robinson, who's over there, and Fred Rumsey, I remember. But Budge, one of the seminal points in my youth was going to Lord's 1967, which was the first time Somerset had the chance to win anything. Gillette Cup final.
That was probably the most picturesque of any cup final there's ever been there, I think.
It was a good game, wasn't it? A close, tight game.
It was.
Before, I'm just going to have to stop you there, just because we're running the risk of setting fire to the Trescothic stand here, but we've got a nice little treat for you, Budgie, organised by the club. I'm sure the... that's on you.
Oh, brilliant.
Here we go.
Lovely.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very
lovely
much.
Birthday cake with a... I tell you what, you were quite a handsome chap, weren't you, Budgie? What's happened?
Not quite a handsome chap. That was after the Lord's final. That's when we won it.
No, 79.
That was sat in a corner.
That was the day before you retired.
Yeah, and I'm glad they cut this because I had a fag in the other end.
Well, there's a light there.
Yeah.
Because I remember... Well, you're going to see if you can blow them out.
I can.
Well, you don't have to. Hang on. Oh, you've done it in one go. Fantastic.
Yes, you've done.
Because I remember, Budge was there. We won that first ever trophy.
Wonderful.
And then we went to Trent Bridge, didn't we?
That's right, overnight.
And we won the John Player League there. Yeah. And at Trent Bridge, they had these lovely flower baskets.
Correct. And that's when my boots finished.
And Budge got his boots and hung them up on the flower basket.
That'll do me, chaps.
That'll do us.
That was my oh, I didn't say it like that, but you know that. So that was my last game. And I
what
played,
a way to go.
Yeah. I did play a couple of matches the year after, if you remember, but they thought it was a bad idea for me to come back from the school and do that. And they played a young chap instead, I think. But I enjoyed all the years I was down there. I probably enjoyed it too much and probably didn't do what I should have done.
Well, I always remember that. I remember watching you in '67 in that for the Gillette Cup final, which is a great moment for everyone, which we didn't quite win. But
do you know the interesting thing about that game?
Yeah.
They batted first, and our supporters were going to have a pint of cider for every wicket that fell. Yeah. And at lunch they were 134 for no wicket, for one, I think.
Yes.
And after lunch they lost 5 wickets in half an hour. So there were 1 or 2 that
struggled a bit
too much. But at tea time, when we looked like winning the game, the chaps dressed with the old crosses on the hats and the smocks. They walked right round Lord's and stood outside the pavilion chanting with the old forks. Can you remember seeing that?
Yeah, well, I can remember the pitchforks, and they had bales of straw and all sorts.
That's normally not a good sign down here, but in your illustrious Somerset career, over 700 wickets. So I know you're speaking like you should have done more, but that's a pretty sizable.
Done more with the bat, I know that.
Sizable contribution.
Yeah, I think looking back at it, I think to be a top cricketer, you need to be very selfish. And I don't.
You were very good at that.
No, not at all. I think you're quite right. And I think you needed to be.
Yeah, I think I've had a number of conversations, and I think as a cricketer or a cricket fan, you can't help, like I've just done there, just to double check that what I already knew. Yeah, you look at the stats, and it's so true, especially in this game. They tell part of a story. I always speak to a number of players, and the way I educate my sons to play the game in particular is, yes, you need to be selfish, especially at the start of an innings and all that kind of stuff. But there comes a time in a game where sometimes you've got to give it a bit of long handle.
Oh, yeah.
And I've played with so many players that when it was that time, they'd be over to you, Jack.
That's right. What did the selfish
They get the
not
not-outs. Yeah, and the averages look better. But do you know what? Averages are averages. The memories of winning games and that mutual respect from your players, because your teammates would have known that you were that kind of player. And for me, that's a much more comfortable feeling.
And perhaps it was the same. If you could win for the team 5 or 6 games a year, which I could, I think you've probably done your job. If everybody else did the same, you'd probably do pretty well.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, one of the innings I remember was not a sort of typical Budgie innings. Was in that I think it was either a semi-final or a quarter-final
down here
against Kent.
See, but
and where Budgie, correct me if I get that right, it was a low-scoring game, but it could have been an even lower-scoring game because we were really struggling. Budgie was batting about 5 or 6.
We were 118 for 8 at lunch.
Yeah, and we used to have lunch in those days in one-day games. And he got, by his standards, an incredibly patient sort of 50 or 60, which got us up from real dire straits, 118 for 8, to about 180 or something like that.
Yeah, I think the ball moved around quite a bit that day, didn't it?
Well, but he batted, as if you were in a championship match, really, didn't you?
Well, that's how I should have always played, I suppose. Really.
What not?
Then would I have enjoyed it? I don't know.
Anyway, the point is, he played an innings out of character that's in a big game for us, because we still haven't won anything.
That's right, yeah.
And he got us through he got us to 180, and after which
Both and Joel
went berserk and bowled him out for 60.
Well, I dropped one in the gully in the first over. If you
Did
remember.
you? I don't remember that.
Yeah, first over. From hero to villain in one ball.
Well, no, I don't think you went that quick, because without, it's a big difference chasing 180 and 118 or 120.
Yeah. I think there's a point in question. I think I was more likely to bat well when the ball was moving around, because it made me concentrate. I was more likely to get out on a good wicket than I would on when probably doing.
Just relax a little bit. Yeah,
well,
I feel that.
You'd automatically play tighter, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Especially in that particular game.
Well, that was a big game, because we were still striving to win anything, something.
That's right.
And it was all going well that season, but suddenly we're 118 for 8.
Well, I know lots of spectators left the ground at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go again, and things like that. But it just happened to work out that day.
We won by about 110.
That was the year we won it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
1979, yeah. Good.
Well,
seems a long time ago now, though. Well, it is, isn't it?
Well, it is a long time ago.
21, I was 43,
Well,
44 years.
sounds like you remember the finer details, to be fair, Budge.
Well, I think that's the only ones of you don't remember all the bad days, do you?
There's enough of those cricket.
Well, also, you bowled. I wasn't there, but it used to swing more at Bath, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, you're down in the valley there, and it would swing.
Is that to do with the contacts of the Mendips?
Nothing to do with the contact at all. I don't know.
Well, you must have bowled at Bath, didn't you?
No, he's too young.
Yeah, no, I played a few Bath festivals.
Well, you swung it there, didn't you?
Scored 100 at Bath, actually.
We didn't ask you that. We asked you whether it swung.
It did swing. It swung and looked around everywhere, and I got 100.
Anyway,
played a couple of games at Bath.
You bowled the Aussies. The Aussies didn't like facing your little. They were, either way.
They didn't think anybody that could bowl
under 80 mile an hour.
That's right. And I don't think they'd seen it swing like that, probably. I don't know. But I did enjoy bowling there. Made a nice change from bowling at Taunton. But I'd never minded bowling at Taunton because it swung here too, didn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
While you're reminiscing, I'm just going to try and
that
show.
Looks magnificent.
Going to try and show everyone the picture of you celebrating.
So we can tell you exactly when that was. September 1979.
That's right, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, wonderful.
And by goodness me, we suddenly, finally won something.
We should have won the championship in 1967, you know.
Yeah.
67.
Well, I reckon it was 66. But anyway, that's. But
it might have been. We had to beat Northamptonshire to win it.
Is that right?
And we lost against.
And we had a hell of an attack. We have Fred Rumsey, Ken Palmer.
Fred. It's good.
Ken, Bill was still. You played with Bill Alley, obviously.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he was a fine cricketer. He never joined Somerset till he was 36, you know.
Yeah.
And then retired when I was 52.
Yeah, he went on. Yeah.
A wonderful bowler, you know, wonderful cricketer. Wonderful cricketer.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, my first coach here, Julian Wyatt and Peter Robertson, speaking very fondly about all these names you're mentioning.
And a very comical, funny man. He was from funny memory. Did you know Bill Andrews?
Oh, bit not as well as you did, but I played in one of his youth teams.
He was one of the funniest characters I ever met.
Without necessarily knowing so all the time.
He's one of these chaps who would tell you a story, like a little joke with it. And when he got to the punchline, he used to stutter, Bill. And he got to the punchline, and when you thought he was going to say something, he'd come out with something completely different. After a little bout of stutter, and then he'd come out with the old. You wouldn't expect him at all. Very funny man he was.
Chaotic.
He owned a sports shop in Weston-super-Mare, and he was the only bloke that ever sold a young fast bowler a pair of wickets. He's an incredible bloke. But I think he did the dough with Somerset when he was younger. He got the sack as coach 7 times at Somerset.
That's a good effort, isn't it? Well, a lifetime in cricket there, Budge. How do you feel your time now? What's your relaxation
well, of course, I've
and your
retired
hobbies?
now, and I've got grandchildren. I see them when I can and enjoy that. I've got all daughters and granddaughters, no grandsons. So we've never had to throw them any balls, really.
Well, that's handy, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Go with the school sometimes, watch them on the school a little bit. A few of the club sides I watch playing. I prefer watching children play than men, really. I feel a bit guilty. I haven't seen a ball bowled down here today yet. Down through the bottom of a glass.
Well, oddly, it's been quite reminiscent of old-style county cricket today, hasn't it? There were no real fireworks.
Well, I'm glad they didn't get too many, actually, because invariably in these games they bat on too long, I think. I mean, if they got runs there and got, say, 500, and then Somerset go and get 400 or whatever, you get so many games like that.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to be the case on that wicket. I think there's enough. It's a sporty one. There's a bit of grass and actually just starting to offer a little bit of spin as well. So,
what I can't understand as an old player, I mean, we were always taught differently then. Why everybody bowls round the wicket to left hand?
Well, you'll be thrilled to know.
Well, you're not alone. I was having
we're having the same conversation. I mean, there's Pete, who's a young old player, let's say.
How do you feel about that then?
I think it would be I wouldn't say last resort, because I do know some left-handers don't feel comfortable with that angle, but you have to do so much more with the ball from round the wicket than over the wicket. From over the wicket, you've naturally got an angle towards the slips. You only, especially a Craig Overton or a Casey Aldridge that are so tall, you only need the ball to bounce to catch the outside edge. So I spoke to him this morning. I said, please just maybe consider changing that tactic and at least try to bowl over the wicket. It seems a trick missed.
One of the
I'm with you.
arts, in my opinion, of bowling seam and swing is that you bowl very tight to the stumps, your end. Now, I think a lot of bowlers now bowl too wide at the crease. Therefore, it might be better for them to go round the wicket because they're not getting in tight enough at their end.
Yeah.
And if you bowl a left-hander and it's swinging late over the wicket, it must be very, very difficult.
Well, the
like
way
a left-hander bowling a right-hander.
Well, when you bowl, but also when you umpire. If you've got a bloke who's running up and bowling away swing to the right-hander, but in swing to the left-hander,
well,
you're on red alert, aren't you?
You're ready on a draw, yeah. That's right.
Well, I think that's my point I made to Vic today and my co-commentators yesterday is, when you bowl, you want to bring in as many modes of dismissal as possible, potential modes of dismissal. You've umpired me enough to know how I would have gone about my business. Drag them across, try and trap them with the one swinging back. And I know, for instance, Craig isn't necessarily a big swinger of the ball.
He doesn't go very tight to the stumps, does he? Over the wicket.
But no, I think even still there, you're creating an angle where I think the ball going across you is always going to be dangerous. I think that's something that's not utilised. And from round the wicket, with your arm obviously being right-handed, being so far outside the popping crease as well, you're never going to get an LBW unless it's hit on the toe with a Yorker. So you're instantly taking away LBW, one of the three main modes of dismissal. And for me, that would be a bit of a red flag. Like I said, start over. Change the angles. If someone settles against your over the wicket angle, by all means change it. But to be predominantly round the wicket doesn't make any sense to me.
No. See, I always used to work on swinging the board to hit the stumps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't think they do that now. I've seen them bowl 8 swings, outside off stump, outside off stump, outside off stump, with 3 slips and perhaps a gully 2.
Well, I think they prey on nowadays I think maybe if you go back, to your Tavares, your Roses, your Peter Bowlers, they would leave and leave and leave and leave and leave. I think bowlers now prey on the fact that batters aren't as patient as they used to be, so they do hang it a little bit more. But
you'd never bowl wide for a batter, a good player to use his arms, would you?
Well, again, I think bowling in the channel is becoming more of a thing. Like I said, I think years gone by and how I was taught to bowl was to challenge the stumps and the pads. Yeah. That's certainly how I would want to bowl.
Right, and see, I see lots of people bowling now, say 8 swing, with 3 slips and nobody catching on the onside. Well, if you're swinging it and swing it either way, you can beat them on both sides of the bat. If you've got a bat padder and a couple of slips or whatever, if they nick it inside, he's out, and if they nick it outside, he's out. But now they bowl outside the off stump. Well, if they want to play it, fine. If they don't want to play it, they'll leave it anyway. So, and that could go on all day, and people say, "Oh, he was unlucky." Well, you could be unlucky all day if they're beating the bat, not just in the stumps.
Yeah, well, those wooden sticks in the ground are there for a reason, aren't they? To aim at. That was always my philosophy, but. The thing is, Budge, I suppose I don't know them inside out, but there will be a lot of sort of analysis in terms of certain batters will have a weak spot, an area that the coaches will know where they have a high percentage of dismissal, so that's factored in. But ultimately, the original question was why so many balls around the wicket. Yeah. I'm personally not a fan. I think the bowling over the wicket to a left-hander as a right-handed bowler brings in far more questions, but I think it's like why do right-handed batsmen struggle so much against left-arm seamers? It's exactly the same angle, so it's an interesting one. I think because left-handers face so much of it and they practice so much these days that they kind of got comfortable with that angle, so they've gone, okay, flip it round, go around the wicket. But like I said, I think you've got to bowl a magic delivery, to catch the outside edge. Fair enough to Craig Overton, he did do that a number of times, but I think he would have been. My gut feeling is he'd be more effective on that wicket over the wicket.
Yeah, I'm
but
sure.
We won't know until hopefully the second innings.
I mean, it's all come about because Broad got to Warner out all the time.
Yeah, well, I've said it a number of times. It's the Broad Warner thing playing out in all the coaches' heads, but that's Warner as a batter and Broad as a bowler, and Jimmy's brilliant at it. I think Lewis Gregory is good at it because
he got through it yesterday, didn't
he swings the ball.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Craig, who's more of a line nip bowler, I think he's asking. himself to do a lot with the ball. Lewis bowled a couple of beauties that actually shaped in from around the wicket and swung away, and I think that is a very dangerous and a very high bit of skill. But for me, like I said, I can't understand the tactic that takes out LBW, which going around the wicket pretty much does. It doesn't really sit well with me. But like I said, we'll have to delve into the stats.
It may not change. But looking from the outside, I think the season started a little bit early this year because of the weather. I mean, you can't do anything about that. But why are Somerset not doing too well then?
Well, it's tough to say. I came in a few times and bowled at the lads, so I see them operate. I know the lads really well. They're very hard-working cricketers. There's no doubt that the modern-day professional is drawn to limited overs opportunities. A lot of our players play white ball cricket, where you're playing against a ball that doesn't really swing and nip like a red ball does. So that's a challenge. It's not for lack of effort. The coaching staff work tirelessly with the players. Dixon, who's probably had the poorest start, looked $1 million in the nets a few weeks ago. Right. So it's very hard to put your finger on the exact button. I suppose you'd have a great coaching career if you could answer every question. But yes, it's been a tough one. But again, not getting enough runs on the board is always going to be a big problem.
Looking from the outside, and I've always preached this a little bit, to win the championship, you must have a balanced attack. Is there an off-spinner player for Somerset now?
No.
Not in the team.
So there's just a left armer?
Well, the closest we've got to winning the championship was when we had Bess and Leach.
You had a balanced attack, didn't you?
No doubt about it. And also good. We had a good lineup. We had a number of frontline bowlers, obviously very handy with the bat as well. Lewis Gregory's starting to score the runs that he should be scoring, which helps. But for instance, I think that the team looks a lot better if Craig Overton ups his runs. He doesn't score anywhere near enough runs to his ability level. That would change things dramatically, I think. But I always think at Somerset there seems to be a period of every year where there's a confusion in the whole setup with what type of wicket they really want to play on. I don't think they really know that. In the years when we went Bess, Leach, 2 frontline spinners, 2 all-rounders.
The wickets at you, didn't you?
We produced wickets that spun.
Rosie was in charge.
Rosie was, but it was a very definitive tactic of how we were going to play on a certain wicket. And actually, this wicket is absolutely it's fine. It's brilliant. It looks like it's going to turn. There's plenty of green in it for the seamers to operate. But they've had 2 games here where it's just been a feather bed, and the opposition team have outbatted Somerset. So
how many seamers are playing for Somerset in this match?
Well, there's 4 frontline seamers.
So you've got 4 seamers and 1 spinner, is it?
Correct.
Well, I think you only want 3 seamers, and if they do their job, fine. If it's going to help them, fine. If they don't, you want 2 spinners. But they've got too many seamers and not enough spinners playing, I think. It looks unbalanced to me.
Yeah, I suppose you can only play what you've got. If there isn't an off-spinner that's good enough,
you need to have to play an off-spinner. I mean, it's amazing. Nowadays, in a way that didn't quite apply when you and I were playing, you've got, for an off-spinner to be effective, you really want a lot of left-handers.
You probably
so
do.
if Leach is neutered, if there's about 4 left-handers in their team, because his record against left-handers is half as good as it is with right-handers, in a way that didn't quite apply when we were playing for some reason. I don't know why it is. It's partly because you get all these LBWs, left arm, push forward, hit pad.
You can't just thrust the pad now.
Which didn't happen.
I watch this. I watch a lot of these LBWs on the box now, and with the replays, there's some that I think, that's never hitting the stumps, and yet they do. Just tickling the off stump.
Yeah.
I always used to work on when I was a kid, and when I was told about it, that for an LBW, to get an LBW, the ball had to straighten.
Yeah, I'd agree
well,
with
they
that.
give a lot out now that don't straighten, and they still give them out because they show it back, and it's just going to drift in the middle leg or leg stump.
Well, it is possible to pitch it on off and hit leg.
Yeah, well, it is.
A straight ball, but not straighten, I suppose, if it's full enough.
But as an umpire, you would see that and you think, well, no,
it didn't straighten. But you would have, when you were even when you were umpiring. I mean, I remember when I was playing. You very rarely got the forward defensive hit pad for a spinner.
No,
LBW.
never give you
But
out. If you swept that,
if he swept, dear old Sam Cook would give it out even if it was missing by about 6 inches because he didn't like people sweeping these.
Welcome to playing club cricket.
I had the same at Bath. I was batting at Bath, and John Langridge said to me, he said, I played a sweep shot.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He said, you know, when you play straight, you play as well as anyone. He said, don't play that sweep shot. I was about 50 odd and I had a lunch, and went out after lunch. And I saw the ball come there, but that's the one. And he gave me out every time. I know bloody well it wasn't him.
So missing by
but he gave me out with a shot. And I thought, well, that's perhaps a lesson, I don't know.
Well, yeah, but you would have done that when you were umpire.
You got chucked off the list for that.
well, on the basis.
I'll tell you a lovely story. When I would have got thrown off the list for this too.
All right.
We used to have to umpire second team matches, and I was an umpire on one match, and it was a little bit boring, and the ball wasn't doing anything. And I said to this young man, I said, let me have the ball a minute. And I picked the seam up, and I was umpiring, and I picked the seam up. I said, see if you can make that move. It still didn't do anything. If anyone had known about that, unbelievable.
Well, you've got to use everything to your advantage.
I remember, umpiring for me was a little bit of a chore. I thought it was difficult because you stand out there for 6 hours a day. You never win the toss. You're always in the field. And you're out there for 6 hours a day. That 6 hours a day is the hardest thing to stand out there all day. Always. So we used to do second team matches, and I didn't mind a little drop of rain.
They were long days, second team, 115 overs.
Yeah, but I didn't mind a drop of rain if it rained. You'd come off for 5 minutes or whatever. Anyway, we got there. One of the last matches of the season. Alan Jones was the coach of Glamorgan. I think Graham Dilley was coach of Worcester Twos. So we'd had 2 days. It was a low, slow wicket. I thought, oh, Christ, this is going to be a long day. I got there for the 3rd day. Both sides had batted once. In the other side, 3rd innings, were about 50 for 1, I think. And I thought, oh, this is going to take over. This is going to be a long day, this. So I was walking through the bar, and the bloke I was umpiring with said to me, he said, oh, they declared. I said, what do you mean declared? They're only 50 in front. He said, what? Glamorgan had the contracts meeting last night. They've sacked 3 of them. They've refused the bowl. So the captain said, well, we're declared, and they give them the game. So we had a lovely lunch and just pottered on down the motorway, and that was it. That was one of my favourite games.
The dream for any umpire. Just an update while myself, Vic Marks and Graham Burgess are reminiscing about careers, time here at Somerset. The covers are being stripped off. The phantom rope is going round dispersing the little water that's dropped. And we're due to restart play at 3:45 here at Taunton, back into the now action. But for now, we'll just carry on talking with Graham Burgess as he celebrates his 80th birthday. A full and fantastic life, full of cricket, lots of stories and great experiences. Played in a glorious team here back in the 70s, winning the Gillette Cup here at Somerset, one of Somerset's first trophies. Magnificent career, and even though he's doing himself a disservice, a fantastic first-class umpire as well for many years. We'll trim up that cake in a minute and have a nice cup of tea. I'm a bit worried about what's underneath that photo, though, to be perfectly honest. I wouldn't want to eat the bottom right-hand corner under that.
I got a birthday party tomorrow night. I'm going to take that.
Take that? Yeah.
I don't want that touched until I get it.
Okay,
yeah,
you'll
be more than welcome to take that away.
I wouldn't mind moving this 8 and putting the 4 in front of it.
Time flies, doesn't it, Budgie? That is for sure. So
what's happening here? They're playing again, are they?
Yeah, we'll be out in about 10 minutes, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll be back out, starting play in 11 minutes' time, so underway. Both teams propping up the county championship table. Northamptonshire have got their first batting point of the season, but they have won a game this year. Somerset yet to win here.
That was anywhere. David Sale's son, was it? They got the 50?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, really looks a really promising
well, he should
player.
have played for England, David Sales.
Yeah. Brilliant player, wasn't he? Went on a number of A-tours. I think he went on a A-tour with Rob Turner actually in probably would have been the late 90s, somewhere around there. Well, he's an exceptional player.
I think this is true, and it sounds true. Duncan Fletcher was the England team manager when David Sales was a really strong candidate, and apparently he was watching David Sales play for Northants one game. Sales was fielding at slip, and Devon Malcolm was playing for Northamptonshire. I think he must have moved there at some point. So Duncan Fletcher's there, possibly to watch David Sales, and he's fielding at slip, and then and Malcolm's in the middle of a long spell, sweating profusely, fielding it deep backward square leg. And the batsman plays it, and it goes very fine on the leg side. It's sort of probably David Sales' ball, but he just stands there at slip, and there's Devon, who's just in the middle of this sort of 6-over spell, careering around, diving, throwing it in. And the story goes that he was a dogmatic man, Duncan Fletcher. Once he made his mind up, that was it. He saw that and he thought, this man's a lazy man. I want nothing to do with him. Now, whether that's entirely true, I don't know. But it's not impossible that, knowing Fletcher a little bit, that everything was black and white. He made up his mind and he wouldn't change it.
Yeah, well, David would have been playing quite a long time then anyway.
Yeah, he probably was by 2005, 2004.
Yeah. That would have been in that era, that time where fitness started to be.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was big on fitness, big on sort of commitment, I suppose. But and he, once he made up his mind, he didn't change it. Now, whether that is entirely, I expect that's a simplification. But I remember that tale going round that he just saw that one tiny little instant, and he sort of spied a certain laziness in his eyes.
Well, he also
kind of wrote him off. Well, he would never have picked Graham Swan. He would never pick Graham Swan.
He also picked Trez and Michael Vaughan with very mediocre first-class batting. They both averaged very low 30s, maybe even in the 20s in Vaughan's case. And they picked them, and it was a really, because he had a lot of very good players averaging in the 40s, 45s. And they picked and he picked them on.
Did you play the game?
A certain innings and character. It was at Glamorgan, I think.
He played against. Trez got 100 here on a fast wicket against Glamorgan when just before
Callis played.
That's right, and he hooked Callis.
I'd only met Duncan Fletcher once.
Yeah.
And he came into the lunchroom when I was umpiring. Then he sat with me. He said, "Have you seen any good young players around?" I said, "Yeah, I've seen one. There's one down at Somerset." He said, "What's his name?" I said, "A boy called Trez Coffey." I said, "He's a very good young player, I think." And then 2 years after that, he picked him.
Yeah, and he sort of plucked him when he saw that innings when he was coaching Glamorgan, and it was no one else could play an innings like that on this pitch. Caddick had bowled Glamorgan out. It was quite quick, and he was
magnificent hooker of the ball, wasn't he?
Puller hooker,
beautiful,
brilliant player. David Sales, 14,000 first-class runs, a shade under 40, 29 centuries, so very, very prolific county run scorer.
Well, when he was a boy, he was with Surrey, with I think with Thorpe and all people like that when they were kids. So they all played together, and of course then he left Surrey and went to Northants. And I think he was supposed to be as good as any of them, so they told me then.
Yeah, I think talent-wise, remember him playing against, your Ram Prakash's, your Hicks and your Sales. They were the prize wickets. David Sales, if you got him for anything under 30 or 40, you were on to all.
The other one all the time when I umpired and probably played it, that I was amazed it never played for England, and you may have played against him, was Paul Johnson at Notts.
Yeah, well, I played against him.
Well, I think he was a very fine player.
Well, I remember trying to bowl off-spin at him, and he was one of those who come down in a way that not many people in those days. He'd just go inside out, which is so simple.
Yeah.
But but in those days, very few people would do it. You could bowl with just 3 men on that offside or something like that, and he would do it risk-free.
Well, I was always amazed that he never played for England. Well, he went on 2 or 3 A tours and got more runs than all the rest.
Paul Johnson, we're talking about.
Yeah. That's right. Was it Paul Johnson?
Paul,
I must be looking old.
You didn't play against him.
He's a lot way older than me.
No, I played way over. Trent.
No, you didn't. I played against him, so you couldn't have done.
So when did you start then?
I started in the 97. 97, I was playing. I had my first summer contract here, playing second 11. Made my
you came down here on a trial years earlier than that, didn't you?
No. Oh, well,
because you went to Kent
as a junior. No, I was born and bred West Supermare.
But didn't you go over to play at Kent or something?
Yeah, that was in the middle of my career. So I played about 5-6 seasons here before I went on a sabbatical, and then back in 2005 for the finished in 19. So late 90s, List A debut, 99, 2000 first class, and a rocky first 3 or 4 years, and then a very stable last sort of 15.
See, you know how old I am because of the cake and everything. That's the only clue you got, really. But
Well, obviously you don't look it, Pudge.
apart from when I get out of bed in the morning, I feel like Ben Gunn. How old are you, Trey?
I'm 42. Well, coming up 42 next month.
42. Well, I remember when you were little, and I remember when you were a little lad.
I know,
Right pain in the backside.
No, you were all right.
Robbo always tells some brilliant stories about having to try and manage me through my young career. He was one of the first coaches. Him and Julian White were the first coaches that I think accepted that it was okay to be a bit of an extrovert and still, that was an okay thing.
Apart from your ability, you had one good thing going for you, I think, and I think it's something that all young sportsmen need. You were very confident about your own ability, weren't you?
Yeah, in some ways, I think so.
I think that's so important. That.
But there was a real danger early in my career. I always felt that was all the coaches that I came into contact with for the first 5 or 6 years. I think it was in that early 2000s biomechanic sort of era where they wanted robots, and I didn't fit the bill particularly, and that was a real hard time for me in my early career because I just wanted to play the game. I wanted to get in the middle, and I wanted to compete with the opposition. That was what I was about. All the looking at videos of yourself bowling and all this sort of stuff, and coaches trying to stop me having an angled run up and all this sort of stuff. I just wanted to play the game, and I think maybe I probably would have done a lot better if I'd have played in your era than the one that I did.
When you joined in the 60s. Did we have anyone did we have a coach? Was Bill the coach?
Well,
before he got sacked again.
Yeah.
But
all they used to say, I promise you this, Vic, when you batted in the nets, all the old coaches say, "Oh, give it the maker's name." That's all.
Yeah.
And if you hit one in the middle, you're just like Wally. And bowling, I promise you this.
Just taught yourself.
Well, you did more or less, really.
Yeah.
All they talked about is getting your arm nice and high and get the seam going down straight.
Well, that's half the battle, isn't it?
When I first started bowling, I used to bowl a little bit wide of the crease. Then I didn't realise that I could bowl until I was well over 30, really. Well, and then I thought I was doing
when I say angled run, I used to run in with an angle so I could get tight.
Yeah.
Because I used to literally have my sort of front foot was just to the side of off stump, my end. Because like I said, I knew that umpires were aware that if you got tight in, you got more chance of getting an LBW. So you were going to bowl up and down the wicket.
Yeah.
So that was, but again, I think in the modern day, like I said, that's maybe deemed as old school, and old school is definitely the right word for the commentary box at the moment. We have all the greats of the past here at Somerset. Victor, would you like to take over? And maybe I need to. I need to move. How are you? Right? I'm very well, thank you.
It's not Rob, it's Simon. Who I was talking about. I remember you. Just tell me which year it was. Trevor Gard gets injured. 84-5. We suddenly haven't got a keeper. On the staff.
There was a fine umpire there, back at the back there. Fine umpire.
Alan.
Fine umpire.
Fine umpire. What?
Fine now.
Fine umpire.
Well,
Budgie was just making some admissions on games when he wanted them to move on a little bit. Or a little drizzle of rain, they'd be off.
Well, yeah, I didn't take too much rain.
But was Alan a bit keener on playing the game than you were as an umpire? But no.
What always amazed me, I never did Test cricket, I never umpired Test cricket, but what always amazed me is how you can stand out for 5 days. I found it very difficult to stand out for 3 days.
Well, let me get back to Simon, who came in as
in the background, the ex-players, as you see on screen, a fantastic array of men are going to be reminiscing all day, enjoying the day's play here at cricket, which is about to restart. Sean Dixon, Tom Lammonby taking up guard against the Northamptonshire attack. Somerset resume their innings imminently on 8 without loss, looking to reply to Northamptonshire's 255. It's been an afternoon full of fantastic stories, reminiscing, me feeling remarkably young and fresh at the moment as Somerset look to do battle. It's going to be an intriguing afternoon's day's cricket, and lovely to see a lot of familiar faces from the past here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. currently on commentary, and I never thought I'd say this, is Graham Burgess. He's going to talk us through the first couple of overs before he gets tucked into that 80th birthday.
Because these are the first balls I've seen today.
Yeah.
And who's this gentleman bowling there then?
This is Jack White. He looks like he's bowling...
Plenty of energy?
He's bowling close to the stumps. He's running in, and he's getting that seam down nice and straight, I think.
Good energy?
Yeah, he looks like an energetic fellow. He's got a fantastic mane of hair.
From this range, he looks about, what, 6'3", 4", is he? Is he a tall lad?
Yeah, he looks like a big enough lad. I mean, Neil Mallender is umpiring that end. He's a tall chap, and he looks like he's got Ghosty covered for height. So yeah, he's all arms and legs running in right now.
Well, that was a good delivery. If he could bowl 6 of 8 there, that would be perfect.
Yeah, I think we speak from the same hymn sheet, Budgie, in terms of, you know, that. I mean, me and Vic have been waxing lyrical about it this afternoon, the battle for off stump. That's where the game in 4-day cricket's won and lost, isn't it?
This is, who's facing now? Dixon, is it?
This is Sean Dixon, a new signing, come down from Durham.
Yeah.
Has had a rocky start, let's be perfectly honest about it, but hopefully this could be the innings to turn his Somerset career around as he turns his right shoulder, gets squared up by a good delivery from Jack White and a thick outside edge down to the third man boundary for 4. Is that something you looked at when you bowled at someone? You're able to turn the right shoulder?
What I've noticed with Dixon already, I mean, that just obviously moved away from him a little bit, and he got squared up. Well, I know that many years ago, if you could square a batsman up, you had a good chance of getting an 8. And the best players didn't get squared up very often.
Yeah, played a little bit more with their left shoulder.
Well, yeah, they stayed sideways on.
Yeah, often one of those little subtleties that experienced bowlers look to execute. 4 slips waiting here. Yeah, as soon as that left shoulder, the right shoulder, if the right shoulder comes around too early, you can present the outside edge to the ball. If you can just get that little bit of movement away, something that the gentleman next to me, Graham Burgess, did many, many times in his Somerset career, over 700 wickets for Somerset. That's one of the things about county cricket that's changed, Budgie. No festival and outgrown cricket. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
No, and I think it's a great miss because, well, I was brought up, as you know, in Glastonbury, and the only time you ever saw county cricket when you were a boy, if they came to Glastonbury and played. And they used to play Yeovil, Weston, Bath, Glastonbury, as I said, and a few other, and people love to see the counties go there. I know why they do it, because obviously finance is a big thing.
There's that music festival in the summer as well, and the summer solstice and all the dancing around the Tor.
And sometimes it was a nice change to bowl somewhere else other than Taunton too.
Yeah, well, I think in my era of bowling, I would echo that. It would have been nice to have a few days away from Taunton.
Yeah.
End of the 4th over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 12 without loss. Dixon on 8 and Lammonby on 4. And probably one of the more sizable first wicket partnerships we've had so far, even on 12. So, yeah, it's been a slow start, Budgie, for Somerset this year, but we're really hoping, you know, that the team get more competitive. I think there's been a trend of starting poorly and then playing much better as the game goes on, but at this level you can't afford to start poorly, can you?
Well, I think the other thing is, I think you get used to winning and you get used to losing, don't you? And I think when they got to get on the trend of getting used to winning a few again.
Yeah, I mean, from your playing experience and your coaching days, are there any sort of, you know, masters of the game that were good at being able to turn around that sort of momentum from winning to lose or losing to winning?
Well, first of all, I think, as I was talking to you earlier on, I think the most important thing that you've got a balanced attack when you play. And I think looking from the outside, that Somerset's got a little bit of an unbalanced attack. They've got 1 left-arm spinner and 4 seamers. Ideally, if they could have 2 spinners and 3 seamers, that should be enough, really.
So you kind of, ideally as well, that, you know, because an off spinner, I don't think, you know, potentially won't bowl a massive volume of overs, but like a Dom Best, for instance, you can also potentially play as a batter. That's the key, isn't it? I think you need one of your all-rounders to maybe offer the you know, like a Van der Merwe. You know, if hypothetically, if Jack Leach was an off spinner and you had a Van der Merwe that can bat and offer left arm spin, I think that's what you're talking about. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think.
I mean, I think at the moment with Somerset, if they don't bowl and make bowling seamers, they ain't got too much to offer after that. You've got a good left-arm spinner, I know that. But the ball's got to spin for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, one of the challenges are, I suppose, currently with injury management. I know the backup bowlers, the all-rounders, or the batters that can offer with the ball are Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, and I don't think they're quite 100% fit. And in Tom Lammonby's case, in particular, bowls some quite good left-arm swing as well. So he does give a point of difference, and would certainly.
I was quite impressed with him. I saw him bowl last year, I think, or the year before on the television.
Yeah, would certainly
he looked pretty good. Yeah.
That was almost a Broad-esque.
Was that too high?
Yeah, I think he's just got him up on that inner thigh pad. That was almost one of the Broad cell appeals, celebration appeal things where he just carries on running. But umpire David Milnes not interested. Just bounced a little bit, I think, there. As we see the replay. Oh, dear Lord, that's close.
Is it? It's not too high.
Oh, it looked very close from the replay. I'm sure we'll get a chance after this ball to see another replay.
It's a pity the umpires don't get a replay, isn't it?
Well, it would make the job a lot easier, that's for sure.
That was too high, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the front on angle looks a bit different, but again...
He didn't go very far, did he?
Yeah, it was on the back leg. Here we go, the front on here, Budgie, if you can see on the screen. Are you giving that out or not?
Oh, worth a shade, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think you'd be interested in that if you were a bowler.
Yes, I would have shaded for it, I think, but may not have got it.
Yeah, I think that's just on the bottom of the inner thigh pad, so I think there's a bit of benefit of doubt there, but I'd probably get the old review out for that one.
Yeah.
That looks very close. Anyway, Sanderson into Dixon again, probing around that off stump. He is the sort of bowler that I think Graham Burgess would have a lot of time for.
Yes, I think both of these bowlers have bowled pretty well when I've been watching so far. They've bowled fairly straight, which is very, very important for me. I think too many bowlers now bowl outside the off stump too much.
Well, Sanderson in particular has got over 350 odd wickets, an average of 21.
Yeah.
Doesn't give much away. He bowls, like you say, tight to the stumps, bowls wicket to wicket. Just, he's not a big swinger of the ball, but he just gets
just
a little
enough,
bit of it.
Yeah. But it's all about bowling so that the batsman doesn't get a chance to use his arms, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, especially
keeping their arms tight.
Especially in the modern game where the batters, they want to score quickly, they want to feel bat on ball. If you starve them of runs, that's when the mistakes come, and there are 4 slips.
Am I right in saying he's batting on off stump now?
I would say no in Lammers, yeah, he's batting on off stump.
And is that because he's bowling around the wicket?
I would have, yeah, he's taking LBW, well, he should be taking LBW.
Oh, that's a close one, isn't it? That's out.
He should be taking LBW out of the equation.
He didn't go far enough forward, that's why he's out.
He's missed a straight one there. Be interesting to see that on replay. I feel like that angle is very difficult to get an LBW.
Right, yeah. See, he hasn't gone anywhere, Trey.
I'd like to see that. I'd like
see
to
it
see
from the
that
other
front
angle,
on. It's,
oh.
I feel like that's got a pretty good chance of being outside the line.
The umpire took his time to give it out. Here we go. That's a better.
Oh no, that's
out, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't miss those. Yeah, that's where. Look
how far his front foot's gone.
Yeah, that's where the batting on off stump doesn't work. If you miss ones like that, that's
going to hit middle and leg, isn't it?
Middle, I would have said. I think that's a very good decision by umpire Neil Mallender. And Somerset have lost their first wicket for 13. In comes Cameron Bancroft. Overseas player has been in fantastic form this winter for Western Australia. Yet to really put his mark in a Somerset shirt. So hopefully today will be the day.
That was Lammonby then, was it?
Yeah, it's a shame that Lammers once he gets in has scored a couple of decent scores, but the top 3 has been an issue. There hasn't been a partnership of any note so far, and you know Tom Abel and James Rue in particular have been put under a lot of pressure the last few games. They've really been the bulk of the Somerset batting lineup, helped out a number of times by Lewis Gregory, who's getting better and better. But Somerset again putting themselves in a little bit of pressure here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined here on Ex-Players Day by Graham Burgess, who's doing a magnificent job in the commentary box beside me. Maybe he's looking to add to his CV, player, coach, umpire, granddad, commentator. That sounds all right, doesn't it?
That would be a nice day out every day commentating. You enjoy that,
You're
don't you?
always welcome to join us. Yeah, I really enjoy it, actually. Yeah, it's really nice. It's amazing how much better a player I've become since I've sat here.
Yeah, quite right. Well, I think they've bowled pretty well so far, these two. That's a good delivery too.
Very workmanlike bowling attack. Ben Sanderson is the standout performer, and I think he just sets a tone. I think he sets the standard for what the attack are about, and a great guy to learn from, really. He just hits an area time and time again, very much like Peter Siddle, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton do for Somerset. But that 255 right now is certainly looking like a sizable total.
I didn't watch the Northampton. Who got the wickets for Somerset today then?
Well, Lewis Gregory picked up 3, Leachy picked up 3, Siddle got 2, Aldridge 1. I think that's about the sum of it, unless my maths is failing me.
Well, they did well to bowler mate for that total, didn't they?
Yeah, Casey Aldridge 1 as well. So yeah, it was 3 for Gregory, 2 for Siddle, 3 for Leach, 1 and 1 for Overton and Aldridge.
Yeah.
They all bowled pretty well, to be fair. I mean, Lewis had a period where he was a little bit expensive, but I think what's the trend seems to be Somerset, especially when they've bowled, I think they've taken a session before they've really got into their work.
Right.
So they've given a few runs away, and I think when your batting isn't on fire, you can't really afford to have those sessions. But credit to the Somerset bowlers, they come back time and time again, and like I said, they've changed 100 for 1 into 250 all out, so I think it's been a pretty good effort.
Very good. Somebody's got to try and get on top here, really, haven't they? But you might have just see these two opening bowlers off, I think.
Yeah, they're certainly bashing the areas out.
Yeah. That was it. That was the Australian facing then, was it?
Yes, that was Bancroft. He for me is a big right shoulder guy. Sort of comes across the line. On screen there's a lot of Somerset wickets between those two, Craig Overton and Andy Caddick. I'm not sure how many wickets Craig Overton's partner has got. Probably not as many as Andy Caddick. Ben Sanderson
bowlers,
here.
both of them.
Yeah, Caddy was something else, in fairness. I think as well, Budgie, when you said balanced attack and talking about 3 seamers, I'm not sure in the modern game that 3 seam. I think there would be a reluctance to play with only 3 seamers
because they wouldn't be allowed to bowl long enough.
Not allowed, but capable.
Correct.
I mean I'm sure that conversation could deviate in many ways, whether it be fitness or hardness of wickets and all these kind of things, and but the fact is that very rarely now, I mean even in my career, bowling 20-25 in a day was very, very normal. You rarely see a seam bowler bowl 25 in a day now, so it doesn't seem to be the modern way of thinking.
Personally, I think the big problem, they've stopped young boys bowling many overs. They're only allowed to bowl 4 or 5 overs at a time when they're young. So when does the time come that all of a sudden you can tap them on the shoulder and say, "Right, you can bowl 25 today then"?
Well, yeah,
and they can't do it because they've never done it.
That's where I think it's one of those fascinating conversations. As I'm sure you're aware, I've always been into the fitness and the training side of things, and it's where the science and the actuality of cricket, for me, doesn't marry up.
Doesn't work, no,
the science says that you manage people's overs at a young age, but if you speak to a Rose or a Caddick or an Alfonso Thomas or a Trigo or a Shah Willoughby,
where they must bowl
you need
overs.
For me, that if I managed my overs and went 2 or 3 days without bowling, that's when it hurt the next
Correct.
time.
That's right.
So, and I'm sure you speak from experience yourself. You've almost got to make your body robust against the strains of bowling, and I think there is, it is tough. There's no doubt about it. We'll all pick up our little niggles and injuries from time to time, but I think the worst thing you could do as a young bowler is not bowl.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And I think it is changing. I do speak regularly to because I'm interested, and my young sons are playing the game, and I think the thinking is now that you don't want to go too many days without bowling.
That's right.
Kevin Shine was brilliant at getting programs up together, and it would be sort of you'd bowl sort of 4 overs, 6 overs, 4 overs. These are on days off, and then you'd have a down day. And then you'd be back into 6 overs, 8 overs, 6 overs. So then all of a sudden, when you had to bowl 20, your body wouldn't go into meltdown and get injured.
There's so many injuries now, aren't there?
Yeah, there seems to be. But I mean, again, it's not a 6 month a year job now for these lads. I mean, they're playing in different parts of the world, and I think one from a stress fracture point of view, which was the big epidemic in the sort of 90s, early 2000s. Indoor schools, concrete surfaces.
Yeah,
that for me, I think, and we get it in football as well. With my young sons on a football academy, they play a lot on 4Gs and 3Gs, and you see a lot of. I hear my son and his teammates have injuries that I played enough football. I'd never even heard of young kids having these types of injuries.
No, that's right.
But these all of a sudden, 3Gs, 4Gs, and severs in the feet and all the shin splints. I've never heard of a kid doing a hamstring or having shin splints at 10, 12, 13 years of age, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, fascinating stuff here. Somerset 17 for 1. 42 overs left in the day's play. Tough job out here. We've got Jack White and Ben Sanderson troubling the two Somerset batters at the moment. Both of these batters, Budgie, have got a little bit of right shoulder action, haven't they? They are being turned around, and I fear that if one just nips off the seam, they could be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, I think sometimes you get to a ground and you look at some wickets and you think, well, this is a wicket that perhaps I should be looking to get onto the front foot. And I think at the moment, what I've watched so far, too many of them playing from the crease and not moving their feet much. See what happens now. See, he hasn't gone very far then, really, and he's got a bit squared up.
Yeah, I did notice that when I've watched a bit of Cameron Bancroft either play for Australia or watching footage of him when he was due to sign last time. He was going to play for Somerset when I was still here. I did notice that with the ball swinging away, he was quite prone to.
I mean, whether they don't see much of it, I don't know. They don't. See it, I don't. The white ball certainly doesn't swing, does it? In one-day cricket.
In fairness, Cameron Bancroft is more.
That's better with the feet. They moved a bit then.
Yeah, he's more. He plays a lot of 4-day cricket, but again, he plays against the Kookaburra ball predominantly in Australia. Had some success playing for Durham, which is a tough place to be a top-order batter. So
it is.
He's definitely a fine player, and like I said, he's coming off a brilliant Sheffield Shield season.
I mean, he's obviously a very good player, and it must be very difficult to play in a different country when you go to play for a different club as they come over and play county cricket, because they're looking to impress, and it is possible for any batsman to have a bad run, as you know. Only takes one ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does.
They're under a lot of pressure, I think.
I think with the Australians in particular are under a lot of pressure because they're following an era of batters that came over to first-class cricket. Your Lehmans, your Stuart Laws, Ponting, Mike Hussey. You know, that era of
top players they were.
Where they all scored so many runs. So I think there's an expectation for an Australian batter to come to county cricket and dominate, and if you don't, it kind of looks really bad on you. So hopefully Cameron Bancroft isn't feeling that way, because in the brief few times I've spoken to him, he seems a really good chap. And like
this is only the third game anyway, isn't it?
His fourth game.
See, what we were talking about injuries with bowlers, that would be another thing. Starting in early April, when it's very cold, that could be no good for injuries, that.
Yeah, that probably doesn't help.
Yours or mine?
I think that's yours. Just give that a little.
Turn off.
Someone's after you. They're someone giving you a message saying make sure you bring that cake home.
Well, there'll be some left.
Well, Well, if it's anything to do with the catering here, I'm sure it'd be a fantastic little fruit cake or a nice little Victoria sponge or something. I'm sure you'll have a great time.
There's another thing you never see. Now, I'm watching this game now, and they've got 3 slips. And I always used to reckon that you try to beat people on both sides of the bat. There's no good beating them on the inside edge there because you've got nobody there for the catch.
So, are you talking about like a catch in mid-wicket or a leg slip?
Perhaps a bat pad.
Okay, yeah. Bat pad to seamers, very unfashionable, actually. Very few teams employ that, unless there's a lot of movement going on. But was that a big position for you?
Oh, I loved the bat pad. Oh, yeah. Brian Close used to field there quite a lot for me.
Probably without a helmet as well.
Oh, yeah.
Gee whiz.
Yeah, didn't bother with that. But he caught quite a lot of catches there.
Just like pop-ups, like inside onto the thigh pad sort of thing. I always remember I went to a players' Q&A over in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and our previous president, Roy Kerslake.
Yeah, Roy, lovely man.
Roy Kerslake, I did a question and answer session with him, and I think he'd been tucked into the table wine, give him credit. But he said that he had no respect for modern players. He said, back in my day, we wouldn't wear thigh pads, we'd just have a handkerchief in our right pocket. And I was about 60 not out that evening. I did the Q&A, and I was really savage with Roy for saying that. Yeah. So I went out the next day, and I didn't put my thigh pad on, I just put a handkerchief in my pocket, and I managed to tick over.
You probably moved better then.
And I went over to the Connex and took it out of my pocket and waved at him. I was fuming with him.
Lovely.
Great man, Roy Kerslake.
Well, he did a lot for Somerset Cricket Club, I'll tell you that.
He did. Oh, that
was close, wasn't it?
Shocking run there from Sean Dixon. That is an absolute barbecue of a run. Cameron Bancroft is relieved, to say the least. He's just dabbed that straight to point. He'd have been out by about 5 yards. That was exactly not what Somerset require. Oh dear.
I see he's got a man round the corner for the catch, has he?
Cameron Bancroft not even in the equation. Yeah, leg gully in place here. He's obviously
so he could probably do him both sides a little bit then, but I don't know whether
he's obviously listening to you, Budgie. He's obviously tuning in. He might be wearing one of our Virtue Motors earpieces. What do you think about that in county cricket now? You know, commentary like we have here, and the people in the crowd can have a microphone to listen to us while the game's on.
I think it's wonderful. Can they get back in touch with you too?
Well, we occasionally,
better, wouldn't it?
we vet the responses. No, they're generally brilliant down here.
I think it's nice. I think this is a wonderful family club. This. I mean, sometimes I go over to Cardiff and watch Glamorgan Day. I mean, it's a huge ground. The Cardiff ground, and a very small splattering of spectators. It's incredible, really.
Yeah, it does have a nice feel here.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's one of the things that I was trying to evolve. I did request our team to pop a laptop on the desk so I could see comments. You know, because you could have the earpiece on. You could text into the live stream, so you could talk to myself and Vic or Sam, whoever's on. Just get a little bit of camaraderie going. Sanderson going short to Bancroft. 18 for 1 here in the 9th over. Somerset survived a near run out. I said to Vic earlier, I went down and did a pitch report. There is live green grass on it, but the footholds in particular are very light and almost a little bit dusty, so I think it's quite dry underneath. Yeah. So I do think Jack Leach is going to get a bit of purchase, and any Northamptonshire spinner,
he's a bit wide of the crease.
Sure, if they've played a spinner. Certainly not a frontline one that I recognise anyway, but we'll see how that develops. Sanderson is normally the wicket taker. Jack White's the man that has struck so far. Andy Caddick's just loitering behind. Are you having a nice day, Caddy?
Very good, thank you. Nice and relaxed.
I see they've got a new wicketkeeper in Northamptonshire. That Rossington kept for these last year, didn't he?
Good man, yeah. Rossington moved and has gone to Essex.
Right.
All a bit of that was a strange turn of events. That I think from a culture and a habits and professionalism point of view, I think Northampton's made some tough decisions. and he was one of the
good striker of the ball.
Collateral damages. Had a really good winter playing in different parts of the world, but Harry Goldstone has taken over.
Well fielded.
I think Lewis McManus had signed previously from Hampshire as their first choice wicketkeeper, but he's broken a digit, so he's unavailable for this game, but gives an opportunity to Harry Goldstone, who's got the gloves this week.
When I first saw Northants play, was at Glastonbury, and Frank Tyson opened the bowling. Frank Tyson, incredible.
A little bit before my time, Budgie.
Well, he went to Australia and bowled Australia in Australia.
Really?
With pace. And he only played for about 2 or 3 years, I think. But he was very, very quick. They all used to say he was the quickest. Because he used to bowl with a big drag, and then you could touch, as long as you touched down behind the line at the stumps, you could then, your front foot could go over the front line.
Yeah, okay.
And he bowled from about 18 yards. He had such a long drag.
That is quite a drag. Another thick edge from Sean Dixon down to the third man boundary, and the ball wins the race. Neil Mallender signals for Dixon into double figures.
But I know you're a lot younger than me, but you've heard of Frank Tyson, surely, haven't you?
I haven't, no. No, not familiar with that name. No.
Oh, he was one of the big quick bowlers in. Incredible. As I say, he went to Australia and won the Ashes for England.
So that would have been, what, 60s?
Yeah, probably early 60s. It would have been very early. Might have even been late 50s. Vic's the boy for that. He knows all that.
Yeah, 70s onwards was probably where my familiarity of cricketers.
So who opened the bowling for England when you first started playing then?
Well, I was born in 81, so I think when I really started watching, or I can remember, I think my first winter I really got into cricket was actually the man that was behind it earlier.
I
think it was an Ashes tour down under. It might have been Darren Goff's first Ashes tour. Goff and Caddick and Cork, that sort of era, sort of the early 90s would have been when I would have been 12, 13 years of age, really started to get into, following England cricket and county cricket.
The years go by so quickly, I didn't realise that you were sort of born 81, but thinking about it, that's quite a long time ago now, isn't it? 42 years, you said.
Yeah.
So,
Time does fly, Budgie, but I'll tell you what, there's not many better lifestyles you can have than being involved in this great game.
I think you're all very lucky.
Well, we are all very lucky to have played a life and coached and umpired in this game. Dixon hooking down to fine leg, one bounce through to
There's a man there, is it? Straight to him, didn't it?
Yeah, he was a bit on his haunches there. I think probably not an opportunity, but spent a fair bit of time in the air. Somerset 23 for 1 after 10 overs.
Well, they both pretty tight, 10 overs. That's how it should be, isn't it, really?
Bancroft has had a near miss with a run. You'd have to say a pretty disastrous call from Sean Dixon. He would have been out by half the pitch. But the Northamptonshire fielder failed to hit the stumps, luckily for the overseas player.
Did you miss playing, Trey?
I do miss playing. Yeah, I do. Just the getting stuck inside of things. I'm still playing a good standard of club cricket, so looking forward to playing tomorrow. My first league game for a new club that I've moved to. So
who are you
playing in Wiltshire for Burbage and Easton.
Oh, well done. Good.
Yeah, that's going to be different.
Well, you're a long time not playing, I think, and people say but the hardest part with cricket when you finish playing, as long as you keep bowling and keep batting, you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, well,
but once you stop, it's very difficult to come back and do it then.
I don't want to kiss a death myself, but in the pre-season friendly that I played, got a nice little 70, and you'd appreciate these figures. 2 for 5 off 6 overs.
Well, you've got to keep playing then.
Yeah, you've got to keep churning them out. But
you get another game for that.
Last year I played a whole season for Western-super-Mare with my 2 sons, which was amazing.
Is that on the Western-super-Mare cricket ground? I remember we played a Sunday league game there.
Not Clarence Park, where you would have played first
class.
class.
The other one. We played one Sunday league game against Kent there. And it's the only time I saw Tom Cartwright get a lot of stick that day. And the reason for it, there was a strong wind coming off the sea. You get that now? You obviously get that now. And he bowled the end where it would make the ball swing in, probably. It was such a strong wind, and they just kept lapping him. If it started outside off stump, they lapped it, and if it started on the stumps, they lapped it. Just kept hitting it with the wind. It was such a strong wind. I never saw anyone do that at Tom.
Yeah, well, that
was Luckhurst and Dennett.
That's one of the challenges I find when I'm about 500 metres the other way towards the coast, hitting golf balls. It can be quite a challenge trying to hit a straight golf ball in those winds.
I think Tom went for 70 odd in 8 overs, I think, which is that was very, very unusual because he was a very fine bowler. Now. He's batting on off stump now too, isn't he?
Yeah, well, they both. Sean Dixon has been commented on a number of times. He bats very. His modes of dismissal similar to the Lammonby dismissal, but the other way round. He bats on off stump, but then has a tendency to miss the straight one, which is not a great combination. It was.
Quite right.
I think David Milnes will have his. He'll be on red alert.
Yeah, he'll be ready. Yeah.
Certainly will be. Well, Budgie, on your 80th birthday, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I'm going to have to bring back my co-commentator Sam Dalling to take us through the afternoon session. What's the rest of the day look like for you?
Well, I'm going to go downstairs and see the old boys again. Is he out
Another loose shot outside off stump, and he's nicked it through to the keeper. Sean Dixon departs for 17, and his nightmarish season continues. A big drive to a wide delivery and a feather through.
Well, nice to be with you for an hour or whatever it was, Craig. And nice
Been
to see
a joy,
you.
Budgie. Make sure you take your cake with you, because otherwise I'll be troughing through that. And may I just say again, what a handsome chap you are. But I'll tell you what, the ladies of Glastonbury were very lucky to have you around.
Just get on with your commentators.
Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Burgess, 80 years young today. Sean Dixon making his way back to the pavilion. 25 for 2 here at Somerset, and again the team are under a little bit of pressure in reply to 255. I've got Vic Marks at the moment climbing over my back to let Budgie out. There's chaos here in the WPA health insurance commentary box. Graham Burgess' phone keeps going off. All sorts going on. What a great man. I'm going to make way for Sam Dalling, and Vic Marks is going to bring down the age average of the commentary box and take you through the rest of the afternoon session.
No. And your departure will bring it down because Sam's coming in. Well done, Pete. A very good shift there. And good to see some old Somerset players for the joys of spring. Keen for that. Tom Abel. He's another one who likes to bat on off stump. That ball's just swinging in, probably just going down, but he has become, at the moment, the absolute key wicket, whether you're Northampton or Somerset. He took a step down a bit. He was almost outside the line when it hit him. But these are tense moments from a Somerset perspective. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Vic. You're right. That was a joy to listen to the last couple of hours.
Well, dear old Budgie loves the game. He would wax lyrical about some of the players he played against, whether it was Viv or Barry Richards. I remember him saying, "Oh, I've never seen anything like it." And he loved all aspects of the game, and ended up, I know, as a extremely good coach, quite in Wales at Monmouth School and elsewhere.
Jack White continuing then, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. They started beautifully here, Northamptonshire. This is shaping up to be a pretty good game. As Treek said a bit earlier, he thinks they probably just about got to par. They might have been disappointed given how they started.
Yeah, they were about 110 but 1 at one point. So 255 all out might be a little bit disappointing. it was unquestionably the sort of day yesterday where you win the toss and have a bat. Let's have a bowl, sorry. So it was so green. It didn't do that much, but it did a bit. You'd expect it to be offering less movement today. Pitch has changed colour a little bit. Might get a bit more uneven as we go along. We saw in the Lancashire match that once it dries out, it changes colour. It sometimes doesn't do a great deal. But there's a sort of pressure on Somerset at the moment. Their batting has been so flaky at the top of the order that it's not often comfortable viewing. And so much seems to depend on the captain who's just come in.
Canadian innings from Cameron Bancroft. Not really set the world alight. 44 in his first innings. There have been a couple of starts since, but
yeah.
When you bring an overseas in for 4 games, there's pressure on them, sure, but that's what they're paid the money to thrive on, really.
Yeah, and it's not an easy time of year to come in. It's slightly different. If you come in September, as has happened, and not always successfully, actually, there's been signings, but early September, late August, there's a chance that you will start off in pretty benign circumstances and you can ease yourself in, and runs are not so hard to come by. But come in as a hired gun in April, well, it's always tricky in April. Moisture around. So you can't always just turn the tap on. So there's the certain pressure building up on the lineup as a whole. It's another situation, 28 for 2. Who's going to get us out the hole? Who's going to make the breakthrough? It might be Bancroft today, although in a sense that's a short-term plus. It might be Kola Cadmore. The onus obviously on Tom Abel as well, who has a heavy responsibility in this lineup.
Yes, he carries it well, doesn't he, Tom Abel? It's a test, though. This Northants bowling pair, there's so many really strong bowling attacks in Division 1. You know, like Anderson, Broad, and just test bowlers everywhere. You go to most other counties. But actually, Sanderson and Jack White are 2 very, very good operators. Sanderson, I think people know a bit more about.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for a few years.
He's got an amazing record that Pete was outlining, just doing the basics. And these sort of bowlers, without wanting to diminish them in any way, but they are, I think, assisted by the schedule, which has a lot of cricket in April, where there can be those niggly wickets where the ball just zips around and pace is not essential. And the persistent line length bowlers who hit the seam now and again, just get a little bit of swing, can be really dangerous in a way that may not be the case if we ever played cricket in high summer on flat tracks. And they niggle away. They're no easy runs. Well, Bancroft is, he's out there and he's battling away, but it's finding runs is pretty tricky for him at the moment. Even he's looking for a single there, but it's not quite there. There's not much pace on the ball, so it doesn't run away very quickly.
Well, it's like you say, isn't it? I mean, if some of these English county bowlers bowled at Cameron Bancroft at the Wacker in January, in the middle of Australian summer, it'd be a very different prospect.
Absolutely.
He's not. Sanderson's one of those bowlers that I think he's one of those stories that everyone loves, because he didn't have it easy immediately. He kind of got released by Yorkshire, having played only a handful of games, and had to go work his way back up through minor counties cricket. So a little bit like Jack Brooks, though Jack Brooks didn't start at a county when he was younger, so didn't have a deal, but came to the pro game a little bit later. And I don't know if there's that sense that when you don't take anything for granted when you're in that situation.
I'm with you a lot on that observation, and it can apply at county cricket, and sometimes it can even apply at test cricket, in that there is the tried and trusted, if you like, or fairly well tried and trusted route of, under 19s, Joe Root, England Lions, testing. That's the preferred route. But there are certain players who miss out on the first two, and they probably have to battle harder and play better to get noticed. And I'm thinking, most obviously, of two, really, Andrew Strauss. Didn't play much, don't think he played under 19. Didn't play much Lions until right towards the end. Paul Collingwood, not in that. And these are the battlers who've had to work out their own way of playing, rather than, if you like, the sort of gilded few who've been identified as future England players at 16, 17. And some of them are genuine top quality, Joe Roots, Michael Athertons, and who come through the system almost seamlessly without any obvious setbacks or any great need to show anything extra, because they're there already. And this can apply at county level with a Sanderson, or, as you say, a Jack Brooks, coming into the Northampton side quite a long time ago now, but not as a budding 19-year-old with an England under-19 cap in his back pocket. And those sort of cricketers, they demonstrate their sort of hardiness and the fact that they may not look necessarily beautiful, but they know how to play the game in a tough way.
Jack Brooks, I mean, he tells a lovely story, Jack Brooks, and Northants fans will know him well because that's where he made his name. And I remember him saying, spoke to him shortly after David Capel had passed away, and he was the guy that gave Jack Brooks his chance. And he went to this kind of second team net session where people were, some of the seniors would turn up slightly worse for wear, and he said it wasn't the done thing, but I just took a couple of new balls out of the bag because I knew this was my chance, and so bowled really well. And all of a sudden, Tom Taylor comes into the attack for the first time, replacing Jack White. He said, I remember his first class debut was against the Australians, and he played against, Peter Siddle was in the side that day. Taylor starts from the river end. And the game finished, and Jack Brooks was going around getting his shirt signed because he's like, I don't know if I'll ever get this chance again. And Siddle, he said, was really generous, and just he had no idea who he was, but said, look, mate, what size boots are you? Same size. Gave him a couple of pairs of boots.
Really?
And what was brilliant was Brooks, he said, when Siddle first came into the Somerset dressing room last summer, he walked in, he went, Brooksy, got any boots for me?
Excellent. That's another terrible run. Terrible run. I mean, Bancroft was nearly run out himself after Dixon had called him for a terrible run, and there Bancroft hits it just to the right of extra cover, and he dives, but I'm sure if the ball had hit the stumps from the throw, he was gone. Sometimes a lack of confidence can spread into the running between the wickets, or it betrays a certain desperation.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Is that the pressure of that? Is that potentially him feeling?
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and the fact that runs, that he's out there and he's faced 21 balls, he's got 5, but it's a struggle to get going and start to impose a bit of pressure on the opposition bowlers.
Pressure.
Nice story, though. Nice story. And the Aussies, I mean, the Aussies are great, actually. By and large, the Aussies, they often come over and play club cricket, and they never forget, partly because of their upbringing in back home, they never forget the importance of club cricket and making your mates at that level. And all the, there's some of the top ones like Gilchrist and even Shane Warne, they would go back to where they played in England, and Gilchrist played at Richmond, I think, and Warne up in Bristol. They don't forget their roots.
Start this from Tom Taylor. Yes, it always there's to have a look at that run out. It's a great bit of fielding, actually, to be fair. It's a brilliant pickup by Sam Whiteman, another Australian we're talking about.
He looked like running out his fellow West Aussie, wouldn't he?
He just sharp in the field there, Whiteman. I remember him making 150 plus in an Australia A game years ago, and they touted him as the next kind of Gilchrist.
Who's Sam Whiteman?
Yeah. Left alone. Well, he had. I don't want to repeat because I said it yesterday on the stream.
Oh, don't worry about that.
He.
Not everyone's listening all the time.
I think they're not. Not to me, surely. When they hear
Well, I assume that to be the case.
He was this young keeper, the next in. They were talking him up, and in the Big Bash final, Mitch Johnson hit him on the finger. He was keeping with a ball. Ended up having to have, I think, 3 different operations on a tendon, and basically had to stop keeping. So Hazard has barely kept. He might do the odd T20 game here and there, but he can't keep for any length of time. It's Taylor, who has started brilliantly here. Just the 1 run, and it was a dodgy run too off his first over. 30 for 2. So he's had to reinvent himself, and he was a kind of batted 5 or 6, 7. Has turned himself into an opening batter, Whiteman.
That's what he does last season. So he opened the batting with Bancroft for WA then, did he?
Oh, is he still there? I have to check that. That's a good point. 601 runs in the Shield last year.
Who are we talking about now?
Whiteman, yeah.
Yeah.
Skipper of WA, so yes,
and
they
Bancroft
would.
presumably opened the batting because he had a prolific year, didn't he?
You're probably right, actually.
So it's they know one another pretty well then.
Yes, well, in fact, he would have very much enjoyed that in that case. Anderson's going to continue with a leg slip in, I think. We see it quite a lot to Abel. We're going to see it to Bancroft now.
Just took a little step down the wicket there, Bancroft. And it's something you can do against Sanderson, such as his pace, and it just knocks his length up a bit. That's good news. He did tuck that off the meat of the bat for a run. Abel, slightly open stance, and off stump.
He changed that in the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, he just opens that front foot up, almost points it at the bowler, and takes that shuffle. I'm surprised, if you're going to have a leg slipping, I'm surprised it's not for Abel.
Yeah, he does. We've seen him caught off the inside edge enough times to recognise that it's a way of getting him out rather than just appalling luck.
Four slips in still. Northampton, they'll be aware of Somerset's batting woes, really. I'm sure they'll be mentioning it while they're out there. Trying to work out who's next to Harry Goldston. It's the wrong over to do it. I think it's Vasconcelos, Hazard. Oh, I think that's Rob Keogh with the ball in his hand.
Well, you chose to start.
I know, I realised that.
To reveal the nature of the slip cordon, so you can finish it, Sam.
No, I think. In fact, I think Rob Keogh might be.
There's some numbers for you, look.
There we go. 20. I think Rob Keogh is 21. Yes, it's the wrong end to start that. Yes, that's definitely Keogh. Keogh and Whiteman at mid-on, mid-off. Definitely Vasconcelos and.
I think third slip's Taylor.
I think that was a better quick single because the fielder at cover had to come around to it. It wasn't.
Well, I'd quite like to see. I don't think Bancroft backs up much, actually, because he is diving and he's just about okay. And I think if you're really on the ball, that shouldn't be a harum-scarum single. Anyway, it's another run, but it's mostly coming. Runs currently are coming from harum-scarum singles, which offer the chance, good or indifferent, of a run out.
Which 15 overs into the second innings of a 4-day game is not necessarily the kind of singles you want.
No, I mean, a feature, obviously, of Somerset's season is that there has been no dominating opening partnership. It's been a struggle. And there's sort of evidence that people are batting with strangers in the fact that we've seen quite a few run-out possibilities. However, 32 for 2, 15 overs gone. Sanderson just keeps going, 8 overs, 1 for 13. Jordan Buckingham, another Aussie.
Haven't seen him yet, have we?
Can't be far away from having a go.
No, we don't know much about him. I know he took 6 for Australia A in the winter. So off the back of those 7 games he played in first-class cricket, he got an Australia A call-up. Was in New Zealand.
Well, he must have potential then. That's a good save. It looked like a rare boundary. I mean, that's the beauty of playing in Australia, if you like. If once you get into a state team, there's only 6 of them, you're not far away from some form of national honour or international honour, playing the A team. You're only competing probably with about 18 others, 4 or 5 of which are sort of test players anyway, so you're down to 12.
Yeah, I suppose you're thinking 30 out of the 80 state players, at any contract players at any one time, are probably there or thereabouts for either Australia or Australia A or 19 squads.
Yeah.
He's another one, Taylor, really. We talked about Sanderson, and Jack White's the same. He's not. Taylor's been contracted, but he's had injury problems. He was at Leicestershire, he started at Derbyshire, so not had it on a plate, and actually has gone to Northampton and started to play a bit more regular cricket. This is, I think, his 9th or 10th season of pro cricket, Taylor, and he's played something like 30 games, which just shows how difficult it's been. Took 25 wickets last season, 29 the year before for Northamptonshire, but prior to that, he played a handful of games across between 2016 and 2020, so 5 years. He can't have played more than, well, this is done on innings, but he bowled in 20 innings, so maybe 12 games if we assume there's some games that were just 1 innings.
Well, he's tenacious, clearly. He wants to be a pro, and he still is. And he looks the part, actually. He looked quite good with the bat. He's got it this time, just over pitched, and this time Abel places it perfectly, races down to the Colin Atkinson pavilion, over the scabby bit of the outfield, which is looking a bit better now.
Lovely side camera angle of Tom Abel there. Catches that one, just whistled away. It's young James Sales. So this is a better over Vic for me to tell people who the slips are because they're standing with their backs to me.
I feel it's almost cheating, but fair enough.
I had the first 2. It was Sales I missed out. Taylor, you were right. I think was in at 3rd. Sales, but he obviously can't field there off his own bowling. So that's Vasconcelos, Hazard, and young James Sales.
So note to self:
I'm a young pup. I'm learning.
Do the slip cordon when the bowling's from the far end, and they're not wearing knitted sweaters, and we've cracked it.
And the sun's out as well.
Yeah,
look at
we
that.
could see the Quantox, which Trigo was trying to tell me were the Mendips earlier on. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, he tried to. Triggs insisted.
Not even Trigo can change the Quantox into the Mendips.
And he dug in. He went, Sam, I'm right, aren't I? And I quickly Google mapped it and went, well, no, you're not. And he said, all right, okay, well, but the Mendips do exist, don't they? Yeah, yes, they do.
And they are just over there somewhere. I don't think we can see them.
We'll call it a draw then.
Well, unless you're capable of seeing through great chunks of land.
Which the great Trigo may.
Well, he may be able to do that. He may have X-ray vision. Now then, this is our first glimpse of Jordan Buckingham, who I think is going to be the quickest bowler in the Northants setup by a sort of process of elimination. I've never seen him bowl before, but people in Adelaide have. He's tall. I think he's 6'3". Let's see what he looks like. Well, he's been nicked away for 4. A bit unlucky, really. The only person who knows what he bowls is probably Cameron Bancroft and possibly Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually. This will probably suit Bancroft, a little bit of extra pace.
Yeah.
And knowing him.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a sort of educated bit of an edge stroke glide. Race down to third man, all on the ground. And a welcome sort of bonus in what so far is a nervous response from Somerset.
Bancroft got 135 against South Australia at WACA last November.
And was Jordan playing?
He was indeed.
Okay.
He didn't play in the second one, but 27 overs, 1 for 74. Jordan got opening the bowling. So.
Are you able to tell me where they were playing in Perth? Did they play at the WACA or did they play in the big new stadium?
He falls over. There's the effort ball. It was at the WACA, that one, and actually.
So most of their state cricket is probably still at the WACA, you would guess.
I can find out for you.
What?
A few umbrellas up, so maybe sunshine and showers, as the weather forecasters often say. Yeah, I think it was a bit of a tough day for young Jordan Buckingham because, as you mentioned, Cameron Bancroft and Sam Whiteman opened the batting together. They put on 308 for the first wicket that day. 135 Bancroft got. Whiteman made 193.
Our director's panicking because he sees an umbrella up. But I think, well, A, the umbrella I've just spotted has just been taken down. And B, unprecedentedly, I think it was being used as a sunshade, which is a first, probably in this summer.
Yeah, they played all their home games at the WACA.
At the WACA.
And the final was theirs as well as the hosts.
Yeah. I've got a soft spot for the WACA, partly because I played there, but also I just remember as I was playing grade cricket in about 1981-2, I think it was, in the West Indies, played a one-day international at WACA. Michael Holding was playing, and, most of that quartet. And I went with some of the club players grade players I was playing with. Here we go. Ah, that's sweet. That's the sweetest shot he's played for a while. Anyway, all I remember is we were sort of fairly side on, and I have never seen a wicketkeeper stand so far back. It was Geoffrey Dujon. And people like Graham Wood, who I ended up playing with later, and Bruce Laird were in the batting, and I don't know how far back it was. He must have been 35 yards back, Geoffrey Dujon, the quick pitch. Ball's just sailing through, and he was still taking it in front of his eyes. It was a magnificent sight.
I can quite imagine.
But the bounce was always true, and a lot of the guys, well, you couldn't do here. They would leave on length, so they'd let the ball go over middle and off because they trusted the bounce so much. You could leave on length if you were very skillful.
Tom Taylor then to carry on.
So I'm just looking at the Notts lineup, and Rob, is it Keogh? What's the right pronunciation?
Oh yeah, I say Keogh.
Yeah.
Based on there was footballers. There's Andy Keogh, and that's
Okay,
what
well
they
do.
call him,
So he offers off spin, doesn't he?
Yes.
Does anyone else offer any spin or not, as far as you're aware?
I feel like I've seen Hassan Azad bowl previously. I might be making that up, but not of any.
Okay.
I am making that up. He's down as an off-break bowler, but he's not bowled in.
Right.
Got 3 wickets so far this season, Keogh. I won't mention his average because it's not one he'll be particularly pleased with. pushing 60. He's a bit like Casey Aldridge, Tommy's header, and he comes really wide of the crease.
And a bit open.
Yeah.
Don't think he's quite got the zip of Aldridge.
Probably not quite the height either, but it's that front on. I think Aldridge is going to be brilliant, by the way, if he can just cut out those 4 balls.
Yeah, there is much potential there. He's a bit unlucky, actually, only to end up with 1 wicket. He bowled well today. He beat the bat quite frequently.
That battle between him and James Sales was intriguing.
And he has the challenge, too, of evolving into a genuine all-rounder, which would be a great... It's always a boost to have all-rounders in the team.
It was 58 in the last game here to help save it. Basically take the... Well, there was Jimmy Anderson's drop catch as well that didn't help Lancashire's cause, but just at the point where Lancashire thought, we get 1 more here, we're going to run through these, and actually that little partnership at the end.
Yeah, well, I didn't see that, but I was sort of keeping an eye on it nervously. And clearly when he came to the wicket, Somerset were in dire straits, 6 down, with a fair bit of time to go.
Yeah, I think Andy Caddick was saying in the back there, it was interesting listening to him, because if there's one person who knows about quick bowling, it's Andy Caddick. He says just his arm, there's an angle of his arm position means that his effort ball just sometimes is a bit wayward. Lovely looking shot that from Abel. Nothing wrong with him. His arm positions as he just punches that one through the covers. No need to run.
Yeah, well, it's all worth a note.
Glorious that from Tom Abel. End of the over then, 48 for 2. And we've got no surprises to mention the name of the man who jumped straight in a photo as soon as he's come off air. There he is. Peter Trigo alongside the great Mr. Burgess. Budgie, 80th birthday today, and there's that cake with him that Triggs was mentioning.
I remember the Budge pre-season training, which didn't quite have the same feel to it as probably it does now. But when I first started, we used to go to Wellington Sports Centre for a day or two, or possibly even, might have been a week. I can't remember and we do, some physical jerks, a bit of running here and there and everywhere, and then I think we used to have a sort of free range as to what we did in the afternoon in terms of exercise. And Budgie was a very gifted sportsman, all sorts of ball, great ball sense. And he's a great table tennis player. And I just remember, I've got this vision now of Budgie beating everyone at table tennis while sitting down. He liked to sit down. So he'd sit in this chair and beat us all at table tennis. And another time, I remember, dear Bud, he was coming towards the end of his career by the time I played. He was in his, certainly well into his 30s. But he could still, as a bowler, on his day, because he swung the ball, he swung it both ways. Not a great pace, but he was skillful. So we were playing somewhere. It was hot. And he just kept bowling because the ball was swinging, and he was our best bet, and he must have bowled about 10 overs, and eventually got a wicket, and he just lay on the grass. I'm just banjaxed, he said. I'm not sure, I think we had to drag him up. But he wasn't infuriating. In some ways, he was infuriating cricketer, as he implied, because he could play sublime shots and sublime cameos as a batsman, but his actual record wouldn't suggest that. He's lovely for a big man. He's one of those big men with lovely touch. He's late cut and all that stuff, as well as pump it over mid wicket now and again.
Yeah, a couple of hundreds in his first-class career.
Yeah. Well, he said himself he should have scored more. Because if you watched him bat for half an hour and he was on form, he was very graceful and made it look easy.
In that kind of Josh Davey mould, then almost.
Well, yeah, better batsman theoretically, and he used to bat higher up than Josh Davey does. And runs were I mean, averages were much lower in those days because when Budgie started, there was uncovered wickets, and you'd have some very low-scoring matches. So the top batsman, the best batsman, wouldn't be much over. They would be in their 30s rather than their. Whereas nowadays, to be a top batsman, you've got to be averaging over 40, let's say. In those days, I think if you were averaging over 30, given the fact that you might play on half a dozen uncovered wickets with whoever it was, an Underwood or, bowling you out for 70. So there's been inflation, certain inflation since then. That's a good shot off the back foot. I think you're right about. I think he relishes perhaps the familiarity of Buckingham and also that bit of extra pace. And the sun comes out. So that's as good a shot as he's played in this innings, Bancroft. Almost a front foot cut, really. He gets onto the front foot pretty early in his time. But that was a sweet, effortless stroke, square on the offside. Then brings up the 50.
There's the lads. The interns for this summer.
Somerset Day.
Somerset Day next week, I think it is. Somerset. We won't start the Wyvern Dragon debate again, but the flags are being hoisted. There's the one that's always over in the retirement flat. That was young Alex there, one of the camera operators.
What's the intern called?
And Dylan as well, who is over with us on work experience all week.
I wonder what he's learned.
Our Triggs has been around, so quite a lot.
Well, it's quite balmy out. It's certainly in here. The sun's out. The Quantocks are in full view and very clear. There's still 30 overs remaining. And if it stays like this, we'll get them. Game's sort of in the balance, but you feel, or I feel, you don't need much interruption tomorrow before we get into either a draw or, which might happen more often this year, machinations, deals.
Good word, yes, I like that. Which I've got no problem with at all.
No,
Middlesex and Nottinghamshire did that brilliantly. It was bold of Nottinghamshire.
Middlesex did. Yeah.
But I think Nottinghamshire would do it again every time as well, the same thing.
Well, there's a greater incentive to keep the game alive because you only get 5 points for the draw. But you'll be wary against which teams you do it.
It's like the 6-pointer, and you don't want to lose the 6-pointer because of what it means in football. It's the team you're giving 5 points to. It's actually.
But this might be a sort of game where both captains would be interested.
Yeah, and we hope the forecast is wrong for tomorrow, but it's not looking great.
Well, it wasn't great for today, was it?
No, that's true.
And it doesn't look to me, as the match proceeds, it also looks an increasingly benign surface. Not necessarily the surface where people should be bundled out in a short space of time. Famous last words, perhaps.
Decent looking shot from Tom Abel, but he just threw his head to the heavens there because it was straight at Sam Whiteman. A yard or two either side of him would have been a boundary. Ian Shepherd, who's the host of the award-winning, or at least award-nominated, Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Can't even say it, Ian. I should have checked my phone. He was kind enough to confirm who the slip cordon was from his seat in the county room. He's also come straight in on the Dragon Wyvern thing. I'm not going there, Ian. Not today. And the over, 20 gone. 52 for 2, Somerset. You can see bright sunshine. You saw a little bit earlier on in the over, the Marcus Jascovic Pavilion. Clear blue sky behind us. Vic and I are perched up on the top deck. There's those Quantock Hills. Very different to what it was 2 hours ago, where it was just grey and dark.
It was a wonderful moment where it was absolutely shrouded in rain over the Quantocks, and there was just a glimmer of sunshine here. I mean, we've been lucky. We've missed a substantial storm. Now Taunton looking somewhere near his best. We're right behind the bowler's arm. Jordan Buckingham, we're getting used to him. Nice, sort of smooth, economical action. But he keeps bowling our volleys. Well, no, he's bowled another one. Punch down, not perfectly timed, I've got a couple.
He's, yeah, as I said, he started in Victoria, came through the Victorian youth system, but didn't get a contract there. He went across and he's been working with Jason Gillespie for a couple of years. I think Ryan Harris is going in there as bowling coach as well from next winter. Right. So in terms of people to learn from, Buckingham, as I dare say, he didn't pick South Australia, they came to him, but two minds, two great brains to pick.
Quite a lot of cross-pollination, isn't it? With David Saker is back as England bowling coach. David Saker was knocking around about 10 years ago. Another straight-talking Victorian. Just a little tempter, he decided not to go after it. The throwback this match, isn't it, so far? It's quite a serene game. There was a little flurry of runs yesterday when I wasn't here, but quite quickly. But otherwise, today it's Somerset discipline with the ball. No frills from the Northamptonshire batting. Nice innings from James Sales, but nothing explosive. And now a sort of fairly tentative start. It's quiet ground, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the cricket, but it's not electric stuff. It's not baseball.
I was waiting for Bancroft to just pick one up, flick it for 6 into the Andy Caddick Pavilion there. He said that, but no, you're absolutely right.
I knew he wasn't going to really there.
It feels like a 4-day game of cricket as opposed to a 4-day game that's only going to ever take 2.5, 3.
It does really at the moment. I mean, it can change, and you know, it could take a. Well, we'll see. There's 1 or 2 players still to come who could. I mean, Kola Cadmore, if he gets runs, will change the tempo of the game. Gregory can do that. That's a nice timed push. That's a sign that things are getting easier for Bancroft in that there's little more than a defensive push, but he timed it perfectly and way it raced for a couple. So this is a little foundation he's got. Can he make the most of it before he presumably heads back to good old WA until he's summoned by... Well, no, I don't know if he will be. I shouldn't think he will be, but... Just remind me, you're always up to speed. This Marcus Harris is in the Test squad up at Gloucester.
Yeah, playing up at Gloucester.
Matt Renshaw, is he in there?
I don't think Renshaw is.
No,
I think he's contracted.
Might not be either. Kawaja opens the batting there, doesn't he?
He's beautiful to watch, isn't he?
And Warner. There is this notion, this theory, that it is helpful to be left-handed nowadays as an opening batsman. And there are a lot of left-handed openers around.
Quick look elsewhere. Down at the Didiers Bowl, Warwickshire are in the lead now. They lead by 10 runs with 6 first innings wickets remaining. As Taylor continues, Abel just takes the hand off the bat and is a little bit frustrated with himself. It was a slightly loose shot, but went all the way along the floor to backward point. It wasn't quite where he was hoping that would go. I think it's safe save at backward point. Now Sam Hain in the runs again, 82 unbeaten. He's got him and Ed Barnard are at the crease now. Warwickshire's 240 for 4 against Hampshire. Surrey in a bit of trouble actually, 174 for 7 against Essex at Chelmsford, so they still trail by 140 runs. Sam Cook has a couple. Abel just opens the face. Again, I was talking about those bowling attacks. Sam Cook, Simon Harper actually opened the bowling, took 1 wicket. Jamie Porter and Doug Bracewell, 4th change bowler, New Zealand international. He's got 2 for 18. Wouldn't rule Essex out of the title race just yet.
No, they've got an attack that can get 20 wickets. Harmer will come into his own as the season progresses, probably. They've got Cook, they've got Dan Lawrence, who probably won't play for England, but is, potentially a prolific run scorer and a match changer. They always make good signings too, don't they?
Rossington's been very good.
Rossington, Matt Critchley, in years gone by, they were very good at plucking out spinners, really. They got John Childs to go there many years ago, and Peter Such went there. They recognise the need for a quality spin. If they haven't got some, they find a way of signing some good ones.
And Harmer has been a serious county cricketer. I think Tom Westerly, the skipper there, another who won't ever get back in the Test side.
Yeah.
But I think he said, it feels to me like actually we're as strong as we've ever been, and we've won a couple of titles because you've got Nick Brown, who's solid enough in there.
Yeah.
Michael Pepper, who's keeping wicket at the moment, he smashes it. I saw him make a very good 80 odd, I think it was up at Chesterley Street last year when there were wickets falling all around him. So if Wesley's saying that, then they are definitely a team to keep an eye on. And it's going to be an interesting game up at Trent Bridge, actually. They've gone off for rain for the time being.
Oh, timed that nicely. Bit of a whip, perhaps, but it was a half volley, though, and he picked it up. Found the gap, hit that sweetly. It's a long boundary up there, but it's sped away.
See that little initial foot movement from Tom Abel there, and as he's dead half volley on leg stump.
And he's got his leg inside the ball, which is not always easy. It's partly because he has this slightly open stance. Keeps that left leg a bit out of the way, even though he's batting on off stump, but he's put that away. So a few boundaries now. Taylor obviously thinks that he's hitting these balls on the leg side off the stumps, you know.
He's probably
But
right.
trouble is, he gets his bat in the way at the moment.
But he's that kind of player, Abel, isn't he? He takes that initial shuffle across, so he is whipping a lot of the stuff he's hitting through mid-wicket is straight.
You've got to be a good player to play like that, but he is a good player. Then his record increasingly starts to show it.
Nottinghamshire then one down. Oh, sorry, no, it's Lancashire, in fact, one down. So they lead by 63 runs. Nottinghamshire took a first innings lead up there. Haseeb Hameed, Will Williams, the Bridgewater's Will Williams, picked him up for 97. How frustrating. Williams, 17.4 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 31. Anderson finished wicketless, despite them bowling him Nottinghamshire out for 249. Luke Wells has been and gone again. Luke Fletcher has picked up a wicket. 5. What a spell. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5 from Luke Fletcher with the new ball. Stuart Broad not taking the new ball for his county. Brett Hutton and Fletcher having those honours. It's the difference, isn't it? It's those attacks. They've got Broad and Stone coming on first and second change.
Well, at this time of year, you give the new ball to your little dibbly-dobbler, hoping they hit the seam and the Nicks will carry and it'll swing a bit, and then I hesitate to use this for the proper bowlers. Come on there after that. The ones who can bowl it with a little bit of pace. Ollie Stone, how's he getting on? You get wickets in the first innings. He probably got a couple.
Spot on, 258 in the first one. Brett Hutton 5. I mean, Hutton, they said after the Somerset game last couple of weeks ago that if you could have rolled up a wicket and taken it home with him, Brett Hutton would have taken the Trent Bridge pitch that time, and you can imagine it's a similar deck they've prepared, and why not?
He's gone. Well, it's a good catch. It's a reward for getting that ball up there into the channel. Wasn't quite a half volley. I think he's been a bit frustrated. He was hitting the field a little bit, and one or two drives weren't quite right. Anyway, that's gone. Good catch because it was travelling. I mean, he should catch him, but it went through quickly. Buckingham gets his first wicket for Northamptonshire. And it's 61 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Abel has to play at that one. You can see his frustration there after the dismissal. It's so difficult, isn't it? It's easy to say from up here.
Yeah. Well, he was looking to score off it. I mean, that was a push drive to a ball that wasn't quite half volley length.
It just nipped back a little bit.
And that's a big wicket because Abel is the nearest Somerset have got to a rock-solid batsman. So curiouser and curiouser. It's still not a relaxing process if you're a Somerset supporter watching them bat. There was a moment during the Lancashire match where it all seemed pretty serene when Abel and James Rue were together. But there haven't been many others. Anyway, here comes Cola Cadmore. And, well, you've just got to think it's a great opportunity. The sun's out. The ball is now in its 23rd over. A nice bit of bowling, though, from Buckingham. Got it right in the right slot, tempting them a little bit. They played some nice shots, and I think they were just trying to free up a bit. Abel and Bancroft have hit boundaries, but he's gone.
He's got a couple of 30 odds, Cola Cadmore, but nothing more yet.
Well, that's an interesting start. It's a wide, almost half volley. Could have gone anywhere. Went over the slip cordon. 4 runs. He's not the sort of guy who necessarily dies wandering. He's just gone down for a nervous pat of the pitch. He knows that was a horrible shot, really. But if you're going to go, you go hard. He's off the mark. But it hasn't necessarily calmed the nerves of any ardent Somerset fan just at the minute. What's up with him? He's left that one.
Halves his strike rate. Only going at 200s. He hits the ball so hard, Cola Cadmore. There's no chance of a quick single if he gets it off the middle because it flies to the fielder. And Abel, I think his importance to this side is that he doesn't carry some of the mental batting scars that some of the other lads have. And when Abel and Rue, they were the ones that got the hundreds that day against Lancashire in the last game. But Abel afterwards made a point of saying, actually, TKC's, I think it's 38 he made.
Changed the momentum or something.
Yeah, it was that changed the tempo.
Yeah. But yes, that's absolutely. I mean, he looked $1 million in that 38, and it did change the tempo. And Somerset haven't. I mean, there have been times, obviously, in the past with Trescothick in the team, where they would seize the initiative through the excellence of Trescothick, and they'd be going at 5 and over. And in the golden days, not the golden days, didn't happen that often, but when it did, Trescothick and Lathwell, off they went, and you just wanted to be there. And they would, if they stayed together, they would have the initiative after a dozen overs. Well, there hasn't been that feeling of dominance at the top of the order for a while.
Yeah, the name Lathwell always makes me smile. I didn't see that much of him. I was a little bit too young. I only caught the back end. But everyone who talks about him just says he was wonderful.
Well, he did make you purr. I mean, I'd finished by the time he'd started. But my old friend Chris Tavray was captaining after me, and he played under Chris, who'd been around the houses, obviously, and he just said, there's just one or two shots you watch and you think, how did he do that? And this is Tavray playing, who actually did have quite a few shots of his own, as it happened. And it would be more of a sort of a flick of a length ball that just seemed to purr past mid-on. That shouldn't have been possible. Of course, it didn't always work, but he just had that bit of time. And it was a unique way of sort of playing. In a way, he played shots that were more beguiling than Trescothick, because you could understand what Trescothick was doing. He just did it incredibly well. That, the sort of lazy cover drive, square cut, pull. There was a sort of rationale to it. Just occasionally, Lathwell would play a shot that you shouldn't be able to play. The perfect ball would just sort of go somewhere through the long onside. Of course, they fail quite often too, but you
can't block. I think the year Somerset won the C&G Trophy in 2001, I don't think he played any games other than the first one. It was they either played Oxford or Cambridge in the minor counties games, and I think they were in a bit of trouble.
Right.
4 or 5 down for not many, and Lathwell might well have made, if not 100, then runs in that game to save them on this really tricky pitch.
Right.
And he didn't play again in the tournament, but for his intervention, I don't think he did. He certainly didn't play the final.
Well, I'm sure that's true. It was always a sort of source of exasperation when they hadn't picked him, just for the purest. You'd have that delicious agony of thinking, well, he might be out in any minute. But if he didn't get out, it was always worth watching. But that's part of the job. I mean, on another level up, it would be like watching Gower. In that if you stayed in, you knew it would be a treat. But you had to live with the fact that he might not.
Yeah, he played one game that season. It was against Cambridgeshire at the Avenue. 101 off 103 balls. They were 69 for 4. Yeah, Lathwell made 100.
How did he not play again? But then
Trescothick came back, left alone there by Carla Cadmore.
I mean, it was a good side, that. Jason Kerr was playing. Didn't always play, but he was staying there.
Jamie Grove, another quick
Jamie
bowler.
Grove, 4 for 36. Probably one of his highlights, really.
Is that Ian Jones or Stephen? Must be Stephen Jones.
Must be Stephen Jones.
He was sharp as well. Johnson's not playing in that. Johnson played the final and was bowling 90 miles an hour. Caddick as well. So yeah, Caddick, Johnson and Jones played the final with Blackburn Dutch, didn't they, Parsons? Stephen Jones, he went and played for Northamptonshire for at least a couple of years, I think. Stephen was down there.
Well, and he did some. I don't know if he still does. I don't think he does. But he was coaching down at Wellington School down the road for a while, amongst other things. He got, I think, an IPL contract of some sort.
He's. I think he's just left, but only very recently. He was there for a long time to concentrate on that. It's a pace lab, I think he runs. Yeah. He's very into the biomechanics of bowling and things like that, isn't he?
I remember meeting him one summer, and he was a delightful sort of outgoing Welshman. He said, I want to bowl 90 miles an hour. That's what I want to do. And then I'm never quite sure whether he got the balance right. So he was big on improving his body and going to the gym. And in hindsight, you thought he got too muscle bound towards the end. And maybe he might have worked that out, and maybe he incorporates that in his work now. But he was a great competitor, and he'd always give his all, and he was up for it when the match was in the balance. But I always remember saying, I want to bowl 90 miles an hour, which may not have been a good idea, really. Oh, I mean, it's a nice idea, but it may not have been a particularly good goal. I don't know. But he had a good career.
He was brilliant. He came back for a second spell, didn't he? Maybe that was after Northants. And I think he finished at Derbyshire, unless he finished here. In that C&G Trophy final, was he the man that run someone out against Kent when the game was basically gone?
Who knows? I can't remember that bit, but he could well have done.
That's a beauty.
That's a good ball, yeah.
I think it was Josh Butler's team. They play in pink, the IPL.
Rajasthan Royals?
That's it, yeah. I think he was on the staff there for a little bit.
One of his happiest moments, I remember too, was I don't know what we were celebrating, but Wales had a fixture against possibly England, actually. I think it was Wales versus England. And it was basically Glamorgan against England, but Stephen Jones played for Wales. And I think he enjoyed himself. I can't remember the outcome.
A couple of steps down the wicket there.
Yeah, he does. For Aussie, he is a whacker born, or Aussie. He takes a big stride down the pitch. Not all West Aussie batsmen do. And on that one, he let it go. That's a good working shot, that is. Not the worst delivery, but a bit short, a big leg side. He just pats it away through that vacant mid-wicket. Pick up a couple more.
I reckon they won that Wales game. It rings a bell. I'm just going to try and find it. Not that
Were they playing England? I think they were playing England.
I remember it, yeah.
They were singing in the valleys. I'm not sure if Jack Callis didn't play for Wales either or something like that. I don't know. I may be making it up.
They did. I found it. They did win.
I think I was there.
Jack Callis, he only made 3 not out, to be fair. So they bowled England out for 189. Trescothick played as skipper.
Right.
Knight, Vaughan, Thorpe, Collingwood. So it's a full England side. Irani, Stewart, Flintoff, Snake.
189.
1 for 27. Stephen Jones off 9 overs.
Yeah, what's not what I like.
Not sure Jack Callis quite gets into that, but it was Steve James and David Hemp.
Steve James was captain. Steve James coached by Graham Burgess, Monmouth School. Okay. But Steve still speaks lovingly of his time alongside Graham Burgess. Matthew Maynard.
Howland Wallace. I mean,
so that must have been as a sort of build-up to a one-day series, I guess. What year were we in? 2002.
There wasn't a World Cup that year, was there?
No.
That was. There's those Quantock Hills again.
They're still there.
Still there.
Change of bowling. Taylor 6 overs, 0 for 15, giving way, I think, to Ben White again. Jack White, I beg his pardon.
Yeah, again, there's Ollie Sale, formerly of Somerset, now a Northamptonshire player. So unlucky with injury, Ollie Sale. He plays club cricket at Taunton Cricket Club for a few years now. He was always desperate to play. Sometimes pros turn up and aren't so keen. Right. A little bit of rain and they just want away. And they said that he was brilliant. He used his time to work on all those kind of he was injured, so worked on variations, the slower balls, the white ball stuff. But was brilliant to have around.
Well, he does remind me of Manchester City's centre forward, but it didn't seem to register earlier on. Well, good luck to him. He would have left with every good wish. And hopefully he'll be playing a part for Northamptonshire very shortly. I'm sure he would have loved to have played in this game.
Oh, I bet he would, yeah. Probably said, look, guys,
I know
pencil me down.
I know how to get these boys out.
Yeah. But I'm coming anyway. Stick me on the coach.
Yes.
I want to catch up. Jack White kind of bounds in. It's that almost leaping
Yeah.
run up. Had a brilliant year last year. He's another one of those Northamptonshire bowlers who wasn't a prodigy as a youngster particularly. 37 wickets last summer, and a touch over 21. Before that, he's 30 years old, but he'd only got 18 first-class wickets to his name. Earned himself a new deal back end of last year. You been buying many of these, Vic? Fan craze, your favourite player cards? You got a collection of those on your phone? No? Not yet, I think.
Not yet.
That's what your face says to me.
That's the
not
appropriate
yet.
answer, yeah. I'm just agonising who to go for at the moment.
Vic's going to pop off for 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Triggs is going to come back along, side me, and then we've still got 24 overs left in the day. It's one of those long final sessions. Oh, mind your feet, Vic.
Most important of all, I think the way he was cradling that cake. That's not I'm going to eat this now. It's not going to go the way. This is brought to me by Polly, all right? Oh, wow.
Vic's has got his cake. Polly,
I can't even get a cup of coffee.
after cake wars, as Jack White comes in off the back foot. Lovely looking shot there from Bancroft, just back of a length. He's looking in good touch. Don't want to curse him, but he moves on to 30 as Vic tucks into the cake that Polly has given him permission to have this time. She doesn't like carrot cake.
Lovely.
Lovely. Vic is happy with the carrot cake. Shame about the departure of Somerset captain Tom Abel, but Bancroft has started this innings quite brightly. Big partnership required here. Bancroft playing beautifully off the back foot, almost carbon copy from the delivery before. Reeled in for a brace. 2 runs to Cameron Bancroft.
Good bit of work there from Rob Keogh, chasing that one down. I like this side camera we've got. End of the over then, 75 for free, 26 gone. Still 23 left in the day. Could be a late finish, Triggs.
Yeah, we don't mind that. We had an early one yesterday. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, haven't you? I got myself to training a little bit earlier than planned, which was good. Earlier than planned, but I was still late somehow. I don't quite know how that happened, but there we go. Such is life.
How's the body holding up? How many
good,
balls
mate.
does it take you to get back into it? Because you know that after that first net of the winter, I don't know if you haven't played for a while. The next day, the back is just in agony.
I always find ribs are the parts of the body that sort of suffer the most when you first go back to bowling.
Lovely shot from Kohler Cadmore, over pitched by Buckingham. In fairness to him, he's been pushing the ball up there, trying to find the outside edge, looking for those kind of shots. But that was all along the ground from Tom Kohler Cadmore.
Yeah. TKC, very crisp timer of the ball, is not going to miss out on those slightly fuller half volleys. 2 batters will certainly be hungry to stamp their names on a sizable score here for their new team.
So it's the ribs, was it? That was where they...
Yeah, ribs, and bizarrely, I think you don't realise as a seam bowler how much you move your neck. Your neck gets in quite a strange position when you bowl as well. So, yeah, the old, neck gets a little bit, you know when you crick your neck when you sleep funny overnight. I always get that first few bowls, but things are good. As I mentioned to Budgie earlier, he'd have been proud of me weekend's work. 6 overs, 2 for 5. Misley. That's what it's all about, mate, this year.
Competitive game, was that?
It was a friendly. There's no such thing as a friendly. There's no such a mate, I don't even play Monopoly at home. Friendly. Ruthless.
Always the banker?
Oh no, I'm poor with admin. I need to focus on my umpire. Buckingham steaming and bowling a nice full length, as you say, and getting a little bit of shape away. Kind of, you know, I suppose probably gambling the occasional driven boundary. But I think a crime on this wicket is more to be played off, scored off of cuts and pulls. I think that's where there's not a great deal of value in bowling. Those probing lengths up around the knee roll is the way you want to operate. Three slips waiting for a mistake. Kohler Cadmore leaves well alone. Very good play. He's one of those multi-format players, Kohler Cadmore. I think it's fair to say he's got a pretty strong showing in all facets of the game. One of those guys that probably just needs to get a start. He was in super form. I think I'm right in saying the PSL, the Pakistan Super League, he was particularly destructive in that. For those Somerset fans who tune in to follow our players around the world. Solidly in behind that one there as well. Had a couple of messages earlier, Sam. Lady very complimentary of how much the experience for her has improved, having the Virtue Motors earpiece.
Lovely. Sat
in the crowd, hopefully enjoying a cup of tea, gin and tonic, piece of Battenberg or something like that. Imagine that. Vic Marks' relaxing tones in her ear. What a splendid way to spend an afternoon, and that's a beautiful shot off the back foot from Kohler Cadmore. Might just about, nope, reeled in on the boundary. The empty Somerset stand. Very good piece of fielding. Saves a run. Kohler Cadmore picks up 3. And Somerset move on to 82 for 3.
Yeah, I've seen a few people around with them actually, and it's been largely complimentary, as you said. Yeah, I know Jeff, former cameraman, he's now the consultant, but Jeff did years working for Sky, following England around. Him and his wife Jane are down there. He said because he's so, he's in work mode. I asked him, I said, because we would have been present at so much cricket, but you don't really watch it as a camera person because you see them, they're just looking down straight into the camera. They're working on what is going to be on the screen. So he used to get home and Jane would say, what was the score? So I've got no idea. Been there all day at the test match. But he says whenever he hears us mention a player, his brain is drilled, like his eyes follow that player because that's what he used to have to do. He's down there.
Like the Robbie Williams album, Life Through a Lens. I suppose you get a 6x9 view of everything. I mean, some of those lenses, I mean, you can, from 100 metres, you can see if someone's got a bogey up the nose. As Kohler Cadmore dances down the wicket, flicks that over mid-wicket. Very aggressive intent shown there by the batter. Yields another 4 runs. Very nice piece of aggressive batting. One of those kind of shots that looks great when you hit it. And at 86 for 3, not so good if you miss it. But thankfully, Kohler Cadmore looks like he's got his eye in today.
I guess you could say it's relatively low risk because there aren't many fielders on that leg side. If he misses it, as long as he chucks his pads in the way, he's so far down the track, he's not an LBW chance.
He's dancing down the wicket again. He's certainly got the bit between his teeth at the moment.
Something on that first one, they hit the boundary. I was watching the replay and he waits. Jack White hasn't got a chance. He can't see him coming because he stays completely still. He doesn't move until White is right at the point of delivery. So rather than White able to look up and see Kohler Cadmore coming down the track early and maybe drag his length back a bit, he just stands completely still.
And again, clipping to mid-on for a single. Yeah, I suppose once you're confident that the short ball's not going to trouble you, I suppose it does give you a bit of freedom to move down the wicket.
Yeah, and you can see young Harry Goldston, to his credit, went straight away, looked at Sam Whiteman, the skipper, and said, shall I come up? Gave him a signal, and they said, no, just stay back for the time being. Perhaps for Bancroft, maybe we'll see the helmet come on, he'll go up, stand up to the stumps for Cola Cadmore.
Just lost his radar a little bit at the moment. Jack White just angling in towards the pads of both batters at the moment.
Still a couple of slips in. Tommy Taylor in at gully as well.
Nicely played off the back foot through the vacant point region. Bancroft looks very comfortable on the back foot, as you'd expect from an Australian batsman. Those harder surfaces with a Kookaburra ball. I think you can play the ball a lot more on the top of the bounce in that country. It's those little shin nibblers that he's had a bit of trouble with. Very sort of English-esque county cricket. April, it's a very unique style of cricket, and often a number of overseas players come unstuck in these sort of conditions.
Helmet is out, and Harry Goldston's up to the stumps just to keep Cola Cadmore back. Doesn't matter, because Jack White has dropped his length back a little bit, and Cola Cadmore has slashed him away.
Yeah, I think that tactic's really unsettled Jack White by the looks of it. He's had the keeper up, which really does change the visuals as a bowler running in. You sometimes lose your zone, your perspective. Some bowlers like to look at the point on the pitch that they're going to bowl the ball. Some people like to look through to the keeper. So if the keeper changes position, you know, it's actually quite a fine art to bowl well with the keeper up. And obviously that ball showed that Jack White probably isn't used to having the keeper up and has bowled a poor delivery that's been dispatched, and rightly so.
Just a quick look elsewhere. No surprise to anyone that Cheteshwar Pujara has gone through to another 134 not out. He's got
almost a failure, 134 not out. He's got a lot more work to do.
Well, he might run out of partners because they're 8 down for 368. Finn Hunton-Prentice made 54. Ollie Robinson, 33. He's just got Hunt and Crocombe left with him.
Did Robertson get a hatful of wickets in the first innings?
He did. He got 7 for.
7 for. Very good cricketer. Bucking him in to Bancroft. Balls not really doing a great deal through the air, so the Northamptonshire bowlers relying on a little bit of nip. Doesn't seem to be a lot more of that, and I think yourself and Vic made the point earlier that day 2 into the first half of day 3, I think that's going to be when this wicket is going to be its best to bat on. You know, that real bright green tinge has gone now and it's starting to brown off. I think it will be a very good surface for the next sort of 60, 70, 80 overs of this match, and hopefully if Somerset can play well and force a little bit of a lead, Jack Leach will really come to the fore in the second innings. Actually, another reason that adds more weight to the bowlers, especially the big fellas bowling more over the wicket, is to create a foothold outside the left-handers off stump for Leachy. That's maybe a bit of detail that we missed out on.
What have they got? Their entire top 4's left-handed, isn't it? I think that might be it. First 4 batters, all left-handers.
Yeah, it'd certainly be handy. Those great big size 13s of Overton and Aldridge's just making a few rough marks for Leachy to work with. It'd be very, very handy come day 4. Andy Caddick walking across the car park from the ex-players' lunch. I'm just trying to gauge if he's been into the wine with Peter Robinson. It looks like he's walking in a relatively straight gait.
He's just gone out of shot there. Heading towards his own pavilion.
Yeah, that must be a nice feeling, that, to walk past a sizable building with your name on the front.
Well, how do you feel when you walk past the Hitrigo broom cupboard every time you come up here?
Well,
Do you brush your
that
hand
sign
against
lasted about 15 minutes on it, didn't it? I think security ripped that off. Just a little bit of steep bounce there off the length. Cola Cadmore got into a bit of an awkward position, but the runs are flowing at a reasonable rate here. Just over 3 and over at the moment. Certainly 2 batters that once they get in are going to score quite freely by the looks of things.
It's 29 gone. 93 for 3. They're done for the day up at Headingley, and to be honest, Yorkshire will be quite pleased with that. Glamorgan 57 for 2, but they lead by 196 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Yorkshire bowled out for 106 earlier on today. Johnny Bairstow, well, he was left not out. He ran out of partners batting at 7, 20 unbeaten for him. Michael Nisa, another one with a Cricket Australia contract, I'm pretty sure, even though he's not in the squad for the World Test Championship final on the first Ashes Test. 7 for him, 7 for 32 off 11. There's Tractor, celebrating his birthday in style. How he would love to celebrate turning 60 last year with a Somerset victory. Just looks like he's got about half a pint left, so yeah, good idea, Tractor, actually. If you get down to your last half pint, get yourself into the bar again and just ask them to top it up. Looks like it's going to be a change of bowling and a change of ends for Ben Sanderson. I think Jack White is going to come out of the attack. Tom Cunningham will look to have the better of him in the previous over.
Yeah, definitely. Has Tractor turned 60 or about to, or has?
I think he turned 60 last week, I'm pretty sure. I saw on his social media.
Many happy returns to you, great man. One of the fixtures and fittings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Tractor normally parks himself on Gimlet's Hill, supporting the boys with T-shirts and random Wurzel-esque cries of encouragement. I mean, if ever there was a musical collaboration to be had, the Wurzels featuring the Tractor.
I think he was the man who revealed the details of a Tom Abel contract extension last year. He certainly was involved in some of the videos, and the club used fans, but he's been around. I mean, I remember him writing programme notes for the old Norwich Union games, the 45 over stuff.
Yeah, I always remember Sanderson digging one in, taking the studs out of his face. I think he's fed up of the Somerset batters pressing down the wicket, and a little shorter one just to keep the batter honest. Well directed.
Yeah, this is definitely Ben Sanderson. I'm not sure the scorers have quite clocked the change of bowling yet. Looking across. They're still working on it being Jack White.
Oh, Polly won't be happy with that.
No.
Surely the away team scorer would have recognised that action.
8 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 13 before this, Sanderson. There's that big gap in the leg side that Tom Cadmore took advantage of a couple of overs ago against Jack White. It's forced the change. Huge expanse down by the Somerset stand.
Just slightly concerned how much Tipex Polly has if she keeps on.
Bancroft on 34 then from 67 balls. Doing our bit to ensure the scorebook is right.
There's a. I think Polly's got Tipex tape. Looks like Tipex tape. I wonder if she's going to use any of it. I've never ever seen Polly make a mistake. Could this be the first one?
It's almost like you're Attenborough-esque here. Almost.
I almost want it to happen. Do you know what I mean? I've never seen her make a mistake in a scorebook. I'm pretty sure she's marked down all of those dots on Sanderson's column. I will update you.
We do need a further update. She's looking across now. The eyes.
I've had the glare.
The eyes are telling. Change of ends actually for Jack White. He's come back on at the river end, so he didn't like the footholds. It looks like I think we're about to get a note held up. Polly likes to communicate in notes to us. Jack White then, having been given a little bit of treatment by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I think it's 3 boundaries in the previous over.
I think there's definitely a rapport up here in the media centre. The journalists, the commentators, the scorers are all part of the same sort of team, and I just feel like I feel like the naughty boy that's in trouble at the moment. Polly's given me the eyeball, and it reminds me of me mother calling me in from outside when I've done something stupid.
It's a long note we're getting to.
A very long note.
2 slips wait. Kohler-Cadmore's got 20. Into the leg side for a single. Well, my girlfriend Becky was up here for a little bit over lunchtime, and Polly came in. She knows her actually. We go out for dinner up at Old Trafford next week, and Polly was saying that she's like a second mum to the likes of myself and Harry. The youngsters, basically, she was saying. Here we go. The big reveal. Here you go.
Here we go.
I see.
She's a step ahead, ladies and gentlemen. There will be no use of Tipex this afternoon.
Another single to Bancroft. Just happy to take those as they come. Yeah, so it's a brilliant setup. We should get Polly on actually at some point. It's difficult because she's always scoring.
I've just reread the note. The umpires were just mentioning about the over rate. I'm not sure what she's referencing there. We're still on Tipex watch. Don't worry.
I think she was saying, so they've got an electronic, they do the electronic one and she still does it by hand, and I think she does the electronic one first and then the by hand one maybe at the end of the over, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Come through for a leg by.
I always remember playing at the Oval, and it was a manual scorebox. I think all the numbers were on wheels, and they used the people who ran that scoreboard manually. It was an enormous scoreboard as well in front of those famous gas pylons or whatever they're called. And you'd hit the shot, it wouldn't quite get to the boundary, and they would have kind of predicted how many, and your score was already up before you'd completed your 3rd run. They'd have already added 3 runs to your total. It was incredible. And they managed to get it done so quickly.
Yeah, I think she'd be a good lunchtime or podcast guest. It's a tough job for her. There's a lot of things going on. But she's been doing it for years now, Polly. She's delighted because Jason Kerr, etc., sorted out. She's got her initials on her kit now, so she's got the PR on there.
And rightly so.
The maker of the current flag that is flying atop the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Jack White operating from this pavilion end, just drifting into the pads again as he was from the other end, and that's been appropriately dismissed to the leg side boundary by Cameron Bancroft. He moves on to 39. Real innings of note as Somerset past the 100 mark, 3 down in the 31st over.
We just see on the replay there, they're definitely trying to unsettle Jack White. It worked from the other end, and Bancroft again. It was Kohler Cadmore when he was bowling at the river end, but Bancroft just takes a shuffle down the wicket at Jack White. So they're almost trying to take him out of the attack, and just unsettle him. Still got 2 slips and a gully in though.
A little bit of shape away that time. I think there's the ball's 30 overs old. It isn't doing huge amounts. I think if there is a time just to pick up the tempo and put a bowler under pressure, it probably is now. So absolutely no issue with that. And they're both playing very nicely. Moved on to 21 and 39 respectively. 39 is the partnership, current partnership, and Somerset really need to make a sizable one. The middle order have dug Somerset out a number of times this season. It's normally fallen to Abel and Rue and Gregory. But today is going to have to be someone else. Someone else is going to have to put their hand up and be counted. And so far, overseas player Cameron Bancroft is doing a beautiful job. Sanderson into Kohler Cadmore, dances down the wicket, cuts off the toe end of the bat and through the vacant 4th slip area for 4 runs. Straight into the ground, so no chance of a catch. And Kohler Cadmore looks like he's teeing off a little bit here.
It's all about just changing the momentum. We're looking like it's going to be a relatively low-scoring game so far, although Somerset will be hoping to change that. But if Kohler Cadmore can just get some quick runs from suddenly 3 down for not many, 3 down for 60. If there can be 150, 180 on the board by the end of today, 3 down, then Somerset are suddenly in a very strong position. Brilliant to have nearly 1,500 of you on the live stream in steady numbers all day today. We do keep an eye on the comments. We see all the regulars in there. We've got to be careful when talking about Polly as well, because Amy, hi Amy, Polly's actual daughter is, isn't it?
Sanderson dropping short and beautifully played by Kohler Cadmore. Swatted. He had plenty of time to swat that through backward square leg to the boundary for 4. And I think that's a massive win. Someone like Ben Sanderson wouldn't normally operate bowling many bouncers, so they've clearly frustrated him. And the runs are starting to flow here at Taunton.
Shuffle and a single for Kohler Cadmore. He's looking for 2, but Bancroft is disinterested, and I think rightly so as well. Sun's out then. Nearly 5:45. Umpires just having a brief chat. I wonder if it is. Polly said the over 8, so I don't know if they're slightly behind Northamptonshire. 32 overs in to the Somerset innings at the end of this one. Not seen a spinner yet. Would be Rob Keogh's got a couple of wickets, safe Zaib as well. I've missed him out earlier on. I knew they had someone rolling spin, so left arm, safe Zaib. Got 21 first-class wickets. So not a regular full-time bowler, but certainly someone that Sam Whiteman will think about turning to.
Sanderson going short again. Very frustrated, Ben Sanderson. 1 for 22 so far, so he's starting to creep over his career average. How dare he? He's a fantastic performer for Northants, and showing a bit of frustration there, changing tactic as we have a look over the ground here. It's been a little bit in and out the weather, but generally set fair, and we've got a lot more cricket in than we thought was going to be possible. I know the forecast over the King's coronation weekend isn't fantastic, but it can change so quickly. So keep your eyes out for the results. Tune in, come to the ground, enjoy some exciting cricket here as this game unfolds in front of us. 109 for 3 now. Somerset. Kohler Cadmore 30, Cameron Bancroft 39, and he's absolutely belted that back past the bowler with disdain. That is one seriously good shot, and that brings up the 50 partnership for the new Somerset pair. Only their 4th game together, and both of them, I would imagine, desperate to make their mark in a Somerset shirt.
Well, he just forced that almost from White, didn't he? Because the last couple of overs he's bowled at him, every ball, Bancroft's taken a walk down the track and shortened it. So White probably anticipated that, has gone to bowl a little bit fuller and just over pitched because Bancroft just sat in his crease.
Bancroft was definitely sat in his crease because it was Kohler Cadmore who just belted that back past him.
That's what I meant.
Well, I'm totally with you.
Other than that aside, the theory was right. It's just the execution was.
I am completely with you. Bancroft did not move from his crease. He didn't want to get the dreaded man-cad. But that's a real power play. I mean, I've sensed over the last sort of 20 minutes or so, in particular, Kohler Cadmore, he fancies this attack, I think, Sam. You know, the pace, you know, it's that high 70-mile-an-hour pace, which, let's face it, if there isn't any movement around, is actually quite inviting. I think Kohler Cadmore has got the bit between his teeth. It was only a matter of time before a player of his quality was going to find his feet.
Oh, they've got to change the ball.
Yeah, I get the feeling that has gone down to the boundary and gone into where the covers are stored, and I'm imagining there might be a puddle or two down there, and the ball has been sodden. And do you know what, Vic? Vic's just about to join me. This would be a bit of luck here, or a bit of bad luck for Somerset. They're going to change balls now from a ball that's doing nothing and being smited to the boundary. They're going to get a new ball that's 30 overs old, and it's going to be one of those breeds of balls that's going to go around corners. You mark my words.
Well, okay, that's a brilliant piece of bowling then. If he'd spotted the puddle at long off. I mean,
you're not captain. I'm going to bowl a long half volley here and get rid of this ball.
I think once or twice in my career, but especially before they built that Ian Botham stand, I'd be brought on in order to change the ball, get it in the river.
And you had to send a warning to the canoe club for any passers-by.
Well, he'd certainly crunch that. Do you know, I think he might have run at you in your pump.
Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly.
It's been a good contest.
And right,
so if they're running at you, you know, you're bowling medium pace or so. I mean, obviously you might bowl the old bouncer just to try and keep him honest. You might get the keeper up.
Well, I think it's about. I think you've got to keep an eye on them if they are doing that. I think as a seam bowler, you can still watch to a point.
Yeah.
And actually, if you see them come in, I think ultimately, I spoke to James Hildreth about this. Did this a lot to medium pace bowlers, and he did it because he wanted them to bowl short.
Right.
So hold your length, but drag your line a bit wider, because by definition with the angles, if they're walking at you, they're going to be outside off stump more. So I think if you bowled your normal delivery, they'd be able to clip that through mid-wicket. So I think it's, hold your length, but maybe just adjust your line slightly. And actually, when they walk at you, providing you're getting a little bit of movement, they can still nick it. It's about holding your nerve, I think, and not allowing it to unsettle you.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember as a spinner, cursing myself. If someone like Gattinger was a very good player of spin, deft player, but a powerful player as well. And he would feint to come down. And you'd see him start to come down, and you just, and then, of course, back he went, bang. cut for 4. You know, you made it. You dragged your length back, and you'd fallen for his little ruse, really. And then you had to try and remember that next time he's probably going to faint. It's probably a feint from him,
and then he runs,
and it keeps coming, and it disappears over your head. But it's
the whole game's full of those little scenarios, isn't it? I think it's just it's sticking in, isn't it, and not getting flustered. I mean, I think in an ideal world, the batter would feel like he can stand still and whack the ball everywhere. I think by definition, the fact that he's coming down the wicket to you is that you're not giving him any scoring opportunities.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, so you're trying to change your length or change. Yeah.
But then, when a batter's moving towards you, that means their head's moving, so it does open up a little bit of a door of opportunity. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. You know, I think with challenge presents opportunity.
Yeah.
If someone's being aggressive to me, I think actually
I've got a better chance.
I've got a chance of getting you out, mate. Yeah, you always got to think that way. Some days it didn't work, obviously.
And you might bring the keeper up, of course, is the other option.
Do you know what, Vic? I hated it
as a bowler.
I used to. So a keeper would want or try and come up, whether it be Butler or Keysvetter or Gazard, they would want to come up, and I would be fuming, and I would send them back,
or bowl a couple bounces,
and I would raise my levels a little bit to try and push it through.
So it's probably quite a good ploy to get you to bend your back.
I don't know. Maybe it was an ego thing. I just couldn't face bowling with the keeper. I didn't mind it in one-day cricket so much, but in 4-day cricket, it was a no-no for me. Oh, and Bancroft.
He's got him.
He's got himself into a real awkward position there. That right shoulder's come through, as Graham Burgess said earlier. He squared himself up, and he's edged that through to the keeper.
Let's have a look at this. I mean, it was an ugly shot, and it's...
Yeah, that's the movement I saw him make a number of times, which makes me sort of... There's a lot of batters that do that, I think. If that right shoulder comes through, you're very, very susceptible to a ball moving away from you.
Well, that was almost...
It was the Butler in red ball cricket, that's the shape he makes when he gets himself into trouble.
It almost sort of reinforces what you were talking about batsmen doing something unusual against you, i.e. taking a step. He took, before that ball was, just as that ball was being delivered, he was coming down, just taking a step, not necessarily aggressively. And as a consequence, I think he lost his balance. Well, he ended up opening up and play in a bit of a tangle. It wasn't the worst delivery, but it wasn't that deadly a delivery.
Well, for me, going down a very deep, dark rabbit hole with golf swings and technique. By doing that, he's gone out of his natural sequence of batting, so his sequence has changed. So I think normally, from my understanding, when you go at a ball too hard or too early, or the ball holds in the wicket, your right shoulder comes through too early. When you're playing it well, you lead with your left side and you play it more side on. If the ball moves away, you jerk your right shoulder at the ball, and that's what squares you up. And I think all of these movements, I suppose, if you've got a predisposition to squaring up, I kind of think it potentially make it even worse.
Yeah.
And it has done this time. He's been dismissed. He played really nicely. It's a real shame. Cameron Bancroft, that was the Cameron Bancroft that I've seen, over this winter. Lots of highlights of him scoring lots of runs back home in Australia. Played really nicely for his 39. Somerset now back in a little bit of bother at 114 for 4. James Rue at the crease. The very impressive James Rue. Starts equally as impressive as me talking him up. Beautiful cover drive out to the boundary, and he's going to pick up 2 to get off the mark.
Jack White to the left-hander, around the wicket. Anyway, it was a nice delivery to get first up. Over pitch, he just gently pushed it.
Yeah,
between extra and...
There's been a couple of conversation points over the last couple of years in the commentary box, and I don't know, maybe it is a sign of age, but it's like I think the round the wicket thing is starting to sort of get in my psyche a little bit. And the one that I cannot stand, and hopefully you'll back me up, I cannot stand a bowler or a captain that sets a field without a point. So your good balls go in, be dribbling off to point for one. I cannot. I haven't received an answer that satisfies why you would not bowl with a point or a point out.
Although I think I saw Jimmy Anderson doing that. You've got to be a very good bowler.
Well, it would drive me bananas.
Yeah.
So if I bowled a good ball that hit the outside edge, thick outside edge, dribbles to point, and that yields a run for the opposition, that would. Yeah, I think that they've set the field now. So yeah, they've got the two slips in. They've got sort of a gully line.
Oh, you don't like this field? You don't like
so
this
you've
field?
got all that space there where a good ball's going to pick up a run. I can't see the sense in that personally.
All right, you don't like this field.
No.
He's giving him a well. There is a certain logic in that you are inviting the batsman to open the face, which might give you a nick, and you do have the protection here of a wide third man, so you're not going as if you're going to give away 4. Just thinking.
Best argument I've had so far. Okay, I get it, but I think if a batter's,
it's an easy run though.
Yeah, it's an easy.
You should, yes.
So I would rather sort of mitigate that sort of risk, and I'd have my cover another 5. Maybe 2 yards in front of square. I always think
you'd rather be driven through it.
Yeah, I'd want him to hit the ball. I wouldn't want a squirty, outside edge to get a run. So yeah, I think it's Rob Keogh at cover. I'd probably want him 5 yard squarer, and maybe just hedge that bet a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, the oddity of this field is that there's 4 on the leg side.
Well, we've seen it all here at Taunton. Kohler Cadmore with disdain. He's pumping that back down the ground. He's really got the bit between his teeth. I mean, we have seen some obscure
with the
fields
keeper
here.
up. Curiously, with the keeper up, he's not going to come down the wicket. All right. At least you wouldn't think he can't come down the wicket. Ergo, he's less likely to come down for that pickup shot. So I'm not sure the deep square leg alongside the deep long leg. I think you could do without one of them, and then he could go to your point, and you'd be happy. He's thumping now. He's starting to thump. That was a thump.
Yeah, I feel like he's in 5th gear at the moment, isn't he? I think he's dropped a gear, and he's ticking at the moment. I like it. He's synonymous for 20 over hundreds and white ball cricket. Be true to yourself. I think that's important. And he is a ball striker. He's not. I don't think he's a technician necessarily. He's a very, very talented striker of the cricket ball, and that's what he's doing at the moment. Sanderson is a canny operator.
Also, in this lineup, you actually want a blend of players, don't you? You want your crease occupiers, if you like, to make a foundation, perhaps. But it helps to have at least one batsman who, if it's his day, can take the game away from the opposition. And you used to do that sometimes. But it's harder if you're an absolute specialist, which Tom Kohler Cadmore is. But that's his strength, isn't it? You don't want him to become a blocker, to be a technical blocker.
Yeah, you've got to be yourself. I mean, like him, watching him play today, when he's gone into this sort of hit mode, it looks like Tom Kohler Cadmore batting. He's probably again, new club trying to register a score. He's been in difficult situations. Rue playing with soft hands there through backward square leg, picks up 1. He's an impressive player. But yeah, I think he looks like right. I've had enough of sort of trying to do the right thing here, and we're in a bad situation. I need to go out and be myself, and he's
Although I think he's more or less done that, and he's played pretty positively in his brief innings up to now, actually. But I like the way he's going to come out. He's not going to change his way, because that is his way, as his natural way. The keeper comes up again.
Yeah, we're not all the same, and like I said, we all do it a bit differently, don't we? He missed out on that one. A little cut ball. He's really trying to put some power behind. I think he's probably trying.
Coming in, isn't it?
He's tried to hit that pretty hard. Yeah, I think I remember being a game years ago, a one-day game where me and Hildy put on a fair old partnership, and one of my neighbours, who's the carpenter, described us as the sledgehammer and the coping saw, which I actually think was quite a nice compliment.
Is it that hard? That's gonna beat the fielder. That's a
great shot again.
So Hildy wasn't the sledgehammer.
Hard. He was the I at the time I took offence to it. I was like, so he's the craftsman and I'm the dumb hitter. Is that what you're trying to say? Beautiful shot there from Kola Cabell. That bottom hand sort of hooding the face of the bat, belting it into the surface, and the ball that generally goes across the square here at Taunton more often than not hits the boundary boards. Very, very tightly mown area, as the square here at Taunton pretty much stretches the entirety of the ground. .121 for 4. James Rue, new to the crease. He's been in some high-pressure situations so far this season and has played well, and Kola Cadmore's had enough of that. One bounce 4. Thick inside edge, you'd have to say, but he's swung pretty hard at that one. Picks up another boundary.
That bottom hand is coming into action, but he's got enough of that. Sort of knew what he was doing, but it wasn't perfectly struck, was it?
Yeah, he's such a strong lad, isn't he? I mean, watching him with a cup of tea in hand this winter in the T10 and the PSL and whatever's been on the TV at the time. I mean,
he's gone in. Has he gone in the fat block?
I think he just caught the edge of that foothold.
Oh, right.
Nothing too alarming, I don't think. But yeah, Kola Cadmore, when he hits a ball, it stays hit. That's for sure. It's surprising that didn't go all the way for 6.
Well, he obviously didn't middle it. Is the answer?
Just chipped an edge. That was nice this afternoon, Vic. A load of old teammates kicking around the place. Never seen so many people in the commentary box. Beautiful shot there again.
Is it that hard? But he.
This is good. These sort of bowlers bowling bounces, that wouldn't be their normal operating mode. So a real win here for Somerset if they can keep their wickets. Just a bit of crisp execution required here. More than happy with how they're playing, but just about executing now.
Could be quite exciting if Banton gets into a bit of form and gets into the team.
Well, that's the
Kola
first hurdle, isn't it? Yeah, the first hurdle is getting in the team.
Yeah.
I think, I've spoken a number of times to Tom. He's really motivated, worked really hard on his 4-day cricket, but hasn't ever quite got going, hasn't had a long enough run in the team because, he's gone in and not got the runs required. And unfortunately, when you see him...
Got a funny feeling his last innings was 100, actually.
Yeah.
When he came on as a sub, he came on as a concussion sub at Essex last year in a high-scoring game. It was a horrible game, probably, at Chelmsford. And he smashed 100. But all I'm musing about, I'm not advocating, I'm just saying you wouldn't leave the ground if Kola Cadmore and Banton were together. You'd have to hang in there just to see what happened.
Especially if spinners are bowling, because, he's the way that Tom Banton takes spin apart is something to behold.
That's a cracking shot. That is. He just stood tall and hit through the line.
Another very, very strong shot from Kola Cadmore. He rattles on to 48.
Well, that's a CB for Somerset. That's just, it's a slightly short delivery, isn't it? But he's hit it with a vertical bat, more or less. Just got up on his toes and had a little bit of width to play with and smacked it through extra cover.
Potentially quite a rudimentary description, but he is pumping it at the moment, isn't he? He's thumping the ball.
Okay. Yes. He's not stroking it. He's hitting it quite hard. Slip comes out. You've got your point there anyway. Almost. Oh, not quite. No. In fact, he's going to a short extra cover.
He's in the duck shy. I think I'd want a pair of shin pads there, the way he's striking it at the moment. Sanderson won't be used to this treatment.
Where's that gone? He hasn't hit that properly.
He hasn't quite got hold of that, similar to the one in the last over, but enough to take it away to the cow corner boundary, and that is his first 50 in a Somerset shirt. Well played, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
He's getting. There's not a huge crowd here, but they're making quite a lot of noise. Welcome. I mean, how many balls has he faced? It'll come up on that scoreboard in a minute, and I'll tell you. But it's not as many as 50.
It's 37.
Wow, well spotted.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, I think as well the excitement when it was announced that Tom had signed, and rightly so. He is one of English cricket's bright stars. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, what sort of shot was that?
That was a hack. That was a proper hack. Let's have. We just need another 37 balls, please, Tom. Come on, take your time.
He
fancies it, doesn't he?
Oh, he does, yeah. Well, you'll keep him coming through the gate. He should do. Yeah, and I mean, it is. I mean, it's great that he's got this far, but it wouldn't have helped. Not only just the team in this match, but himself in just settling into this new environment and showing his worth. He's got 50, but we're not satisfied yet.
No, I think a wicket going now still it keeps Somerset on Skid Row, doesn't it? Really, and under pressure again, and Gregory and Overton are under pressure again to dig the team out of trouble. A sizable partnership here, getting somewhere near parity without, 5 down for parity. I think puts us in a really strong position, especially. I'm seeing a lot of the bowlers follow-throughs here. A lot of dust kicking up now. I really do get the sense that Jack Leach is going to come into this game, and any lead here would be very, very important.
Well, there'll be another batsman playing in the next game because whatever happens, Cameron Bancroft's not going to be here.
Yeah, am I right in saying that Matt Henry
I think is coming and
straight away, or
I think he's. Yeah, I think. I don't think he's actually here. This is an extraordinary field now.
Not a like-for-like replacement.
No, correct.
Yeah, the bowlers are doing all right. Kohler-Cadmore again,
That's a
good shot.
Damn good push that is travelling, isn't it?
Thumped like a Barnes-Wallace bouncing bomb to mid-off. He's done well to reel that one in.
So another batsman's got to come in. Come what may. I guess it would be George Bartlett who scored quite a few runs actually.
Yeah, George Bartlett. I think Goldsworthy got 100 in the week, but George Bartlett I think is the obvious.
We started, of course, summer.
Just like to mention the match sponsor for today's or this week's game, Lexus Bristol. If you fancy yourself a Lexus, have you ever driven a Lexus?
No,
Vic?
I think it's too upmarket for me.
Oh, I don't know. I think you'd look grand in the back of a.
I aspire to. I want a Lexus.
Well, I'm sure as sponsors of the day, Vic, I'm sure a deal could be done and get you off the Rattler from Tiverton Parkway.
I like the Rattler actually. Exeter. I come from Exeter.
I suppose it gives you time to do a bit of work, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, today it was spotless. You get on the train and you're here in 23 minutes.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Meander down. Where's he at that? Over mid-off. He hasn't quite middled down, but that's good enough.
Over mid-off. 2, 3, 4 bounces in a roll into the mid-off boundary. In front of us in the Marcus Roscothic stand. He is not for raining down the gears, is he? He's got. I think he's just slipped into 6.
Yeah, he didn't quite. I mean, he didn't quite time that, but he did clear mid-off, and that's gone. There's a long on out now for him.
I mean, credit where it's due. He's made 58.
Yeah.
Most batters would probably
take that,
shake your hand at the start of an innings, but how would you feel about a caught long on in the next sort of 10 minutes?
Oh.
White in, and he's clubbed that like a rocket through backward point.
I think he's fed up that didn't go for 4. He's cursing himself. He hit it right in the middle there. Well, you see, you can't praise him 1 minute and then castigate him the next, but you would feel it was a waste.
Yeah,
but
it's an exciting view, and he's a sure, he's such a talented ball striker. He's loving it at the moment. You can actually see from 100 metres away that his eyes are lighting up at this bowling attack at the moment. So they're all the same pace as well, aren't they?
Yeah, he likes. So the answer to your question is, once I've rationalised it, is that I want him to bat with his freedom.
Yeah.
And I want the others to get some runs in their own way. But if this side could start to function, if you've got a bloke like him who can come in a slightly better situation at the start, you can take the game away from the opposition and go speeding past them and create time for yourself to bowl them out. So he's got a fair bit of leeway in my book.
Yeah, totally agree.
I want him to be greedy as well, though.
Do you think it can be difficult for someone like James Rew, who's got a lot of aggressive shots, but is more of an accumulator?
Well,
do you think having a guy at the other end, it might bleed into the game and disrupt the rhythm a little bit?
No, I don't know. He seems older than his years, James Rew, from what we've seen. And he wants to bat just like he did when he was batting the other end of Tom Abel the other day. And play his game. He didn't actually play any. He's got some shots, but he didn't. He played one reverse sweep, which he missed in that innings, at 100 he got, and then he didn't play another one. And everything else was sort of textbook. That'll do for me for the moment.
Very fine young player. Oh.
I'll tell you what one trap is, and this goes back. I think there is a trap if you're batting with someone playing like this, that you can actually become too negative, and you think, well, he's doing all the scoring. I'm just going to hang in there and not really contribute anything and just block. And I'm not sure that's the best way to do it. I mean, even Viv didn't like it if he had a partner who basically decided to be a totally sleeping partner who would just bat in his wake and wouldn't try and contribute himself. He'd like to have a batsman at the other end who was, not playing like Viv, obviously, but who was still positive in outlook. So that's my thinking. That it's a bit of a trap for the non-striker in one of these partnerships to go totally passive, thinking that's a clever way to go about it. I think you just got to bat your normal way. And if you get your run-scoring opportunities, you take them.
Yeah, he's certainly got all the shots, James Rew, from what we've seen. Very classical, very elegant. Like I said, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Well, he's getting plenty of practice at coming in tricky situations. But there's a method there, isn't there? A clear method.
Yeah, he's a smart lad. He's played a number of sizable knocks and in different ways, different situations. He seems to quite naturally do the right thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, he looks like he's confident in his ability to defend early in the innings too. Some players, they're very uptight, especially at the start of an innings. They're frenetic because they don't trust their defence. Whereas I feel he trusts himself that he's good enough to bed in and take 20 balls or 30 balls before he tries anything.
I'm trying to remember all of these
authentic.
tips for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, you're playing tomorrow.
On a damp one. Wouldn't Bassett.
Does it nip around there?
Bird it does. I don't mind.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
I don't mind if it won half of the game, but
well, when do we see you again? Well, I'm not going to see you.
Well, we've got a couple of away games, haven't we? And I'll give you a form update. Don't worry.
well, we want to know, your progress.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll hear on. I'm sure the grapevine often whispers away, doesn't it? You can't
Well,
really.
it's great. I'm glad you're playing.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Sanderson operating from the river end. He's got 1 for 34 at the moment. The run rates are ticking away, rattling along Somerset at the moment. Cola Cadmore has played rather explosively and got himself to 60. Somerset 143 for 4. 11 overs remain in the day's play. Look like we might struggle to get a full day's play in, but
We've just about
groundsmen have done a great job. All that, I suppose, looking at the outfield below us, there's no surprise that the rain has soaked through the sandy areas.
Yeah, I mean, they're still not that pretty, but they're looking a bit better than they did a couple of weeks ago.
They've done a great job in recovering that situation. A lot better than it was a couple of weeks ago. Well done to Scott and his team.
Okay, well, the duel continues.
I feel this is a momentous over.
That's a good shot, and he's not. He hit it so hard that a deep mid-off has prevented the single. Rob Keogh, who bowls off spin, he's loosening up. It'll be an interesting contest.
Well, that's going to be one way or the other, isn't it? I would imagine, especially to Cola Cadmore if he gets through this over.
He's not blocking many. I mean, that was a mistimed jab.
I always found that the more sort of sizable scores, prolific, when I had good batting seasons, was I was able to go into what I think Tom's in now, which is hit mode. Every ball is a boundary opportunity, and he's trying to force a lot of shots, trying to almost overhit a little bit. I think you go through periods when you get a little bit older, more experienced, you go into those hit modes, you'll score a very rapid 30 runs, but you just have the nous just to peg it back a little bit. Then, because there are not many that can stay in hit mode, let's face it.
No.
So you go in sort of waves of picking up the form, but you're able just to dial it back when a bowler's, because at the end of the day, bowlers can bowl 3 overs of, challenging areas.
Yeah.
Sometimes you've got to adjust, come down the gears, get up the other. Best thing that I learned is to get down the other end and just take
when you're
a breather.
just slightly losing it.
I could sense I was in turbo mode. And what I tried to do was just to face as fewer balls as I could for a couple of overs, just to get the old adrenaline down and hopefully just go again later on.
Well, you'll like this comparison, although it's not an exact one. I noticed that the great players both of whom played for Somerset. That's a lovely shot, by the way. There's no one down there.
Lovely bit of touch from Cola Cadmore. Completely the opposite of how he's been playing the last 30, 40 runs. Little dink. Run off the face of the bat down to third man. Same result, though, 4 runs.
2 great players. Viv, not so much when he was at Somerset, but by the time he went on to Glamorgan and that, he would come out and he would blast. He'd played too long to spend the requisite, 30 balls playing himself. But if he got to 35 or 30, as you say, he didn't think anyone was going to get him out, and he would rein himself in. That's 4 more. You see the bounce, he's winning the battle when White starts bowling in bounces.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. As soon as you start bowling bounces to Tom Cola Cadmore, short leg side boundary, another 4 runs, and that takes Somerset to 151.
Well, game's moving on, and it needs to move on, because this is a pretty good batting wicket now, and there's not that much time left. The other one, actually, I think was Steve Waugh, who, towards the end of his career, would be pretty flighty at the start of his innings when you're vulnerable. And he would, again, he'd go aggressively, but once you get to about 35, on reasonable surfaces, suddenly you don't think you're going to get out, and he would rein himself in just a bit.
Am I right in saying I've heard 2 stories of ultra professionalism in terms of those great players.
This is when they're towards the end of their careers, and they're sort of run out of the actual fuel to be able to do it in the prescribed, got to lay that deep foundation.
Was Steve Waugh was one and Tendulkar the other, where I think it was Steve Waugh stopped himself pulling.
Yeah.
And Tendulkar on an Australian tour didn't cover drive.
He got 100 at Sydney, where he decided that even though he'd have probably been able to do it fine, that something was not quite right with that cover drive.
Felt vulnerable, giving his wicket away.
And he didn't play a cover. And Steve Waugh, I think, did the same to an extent.
Pretty sure it was pulling.
He played for us in the mid-80s. And he got runs against Surrey and Sylvester Clarke when no one else got many, and he also got 100 at Gloucester against Courtney Walsh, and it was ugly, he wasn't magisterial. Short, he was exploring, how do I play this short ball, and essentially he ended up most of the time, as far as I remember, learning how to get out of the way of the damn thing.
That's always a handy thing to do.
But he was desperately keen to play against these guys because this was part of his education that hadn't been explored.
Yeah, change of bowling. Tom Taylor talking about a bit of extra pace. He delivers a bit of extra pace, but that slid off James Drew's bat and got down to the boundary. I think the third umpire would be very interested in that as well. I'll just put our monitor back on.
All right. But you're right. Tendulkar is one famous 100 at Sydney where he didn't play, barely scored a run in front of square with the offside.
Third umpire view, Vic Marks.
Okay.
It's better than it looked from up here so far.
Oh, yeah. He's got his hand on it now, but he's not touching anything. Now, where's the ball gone, Pete? I can't see it. He's getting a bit tangled up there.
I think he's done really well there,
yeah.
I think he just managed to stay inside the ropes. Great bit of fielding. Tom Taylor, he bowls... He can hit the deck, this lad. Previously of Derbyshire and Leicester. Big, strong, strapping lad. Northampton will be desperate for a breakthrough here. James Ruse just going to bat and bat. Kohler Cadmore is blasting his way towards a very sizable personal score.
(25 past 6) and we're still going strong. Still 10 overs remaining. Sun's out at the moment. No lights on.
I think our tea's going to be in the microwave or in the dog.
Yeah.
One of the two.
I ain't got a dog.
Oh, I've got two very, very hungry ones. They won't mess around. They'll be after my grub. That's for sure. Taylor round the wicket to the left-hander Rue. It's catching.
Mm. Very oddly, they're almost giving Rue a single. Well, not quite, but they're putting two men back on the boundary. One at square leg and one at wide third man. As if to say, we fed up with bowling at Kohler Cadmore.
Well, there's no doubt that they need to just pop a little bit of a lid on the scoring rate. Massive appeal, but
not out, says
a normal
umpire Mallender.
A normally very positive umpire.
Does that mean he gives a few LBWs?
Neil Mallender, Ghost as we call him. Yeah, I think he's always. He's a very, very.
He got a few LBWs in his time.
He's a very good umpire, but he's normally what I wouldn't say overly positive, but I think you do get to learn that some
give
umpires give nothing.
Let's have a look. This is the angle to see. Now, I think that was going. Well, that's
close.
I think that was close. He's one of those umpires too, I think, who...
Swinging down, maybe? God, that's really close, isn't it?
Yeah. He was on the crease. That's what makes you... Anyway, he's given it not out. He is one of those umpires too, I think. Who great respect for him as an umpire, by the way. He doesn't hang around. He doesn't... He either gives it or he doesn't.
Oh, dear. I think
You think that might have
That's
worked?
quite close.
Yeah. He's right on the crease, isn't
I
he?
would say that Tom Taylor's quite unlucky there, not to get that one.
I think he's probably what he would have rationalised, Malander, is that he bowls quite wide of the crease, and therefore he's got to get the ball straightening somehow, either off the pitch or in the air.
It's just the fullness. That was a very,
But
very
it was
full
very
delivery,
full, and he was.
He hadn't got outside the line. Kohler Cadmore
Oh,
has belted that through square leg. There is absolutely no price for halfway down on this pitch, and Buckingham has fallen into that trap. Kohler Cadmore is licking his lips at deliveries like that.
Yeah. So, note to Roo, keep pushing it towards mid-on rather than square leg. Just at the minute. He wants two. He can't have it, but he's hungry for the strike.
Desperate to get back on
well,
strike. Why wouldn't you be?
He middled that short ball so well that he just can't have enough of the strike. He's got 73 now, Kohler Cadmore.
He's a very, when you're in, you're probably seeing it like a football, and when you've got a handle on the short ball, there's almost nothing that can phase you. That's when you really want to get down there as much as possible. There's a short boundary one side. 73, 9 overs left.
He probably, I don't know.
Nothing better than tucking into a Nando's after 100. That's always a very, very nice night's sleep, chalking up 100 for your new team. Not quite so nice if you're left in the dreaded 90s.
They might turn the lights on, I would have thought. Because there the sun has gone behind some cloud away to our left. It suddenly seems a bit darker. I think there is a conversation going on between the umpires, who are a long way apart.
Yeah, Neil Mallander's going to have to walk in from there.
I tell you what, he's not saving a single there, Neil Malander. he's about 30 yards at least. That square leg, distant. Good fun to play with. I played a bit of cricket here with him when he came down from Northamptonshire. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, it was Northamptonshire.
Very good golfer as well, isn't
he? Yeah,
I think he's a one or a scratch.
Well, he's certainly right down in low single figures he used to be.
I think he's given James Rue a mulligan for this particular innings. I think Tom Taylor's a bit unlucky not to get that LBW.
He was one of those. He's umpired Test matches, isn't he, Neil Malander? But like quite a few of English umpires, the elite panel was not really for him. It's a strange life.
A lot of travelling as well.
Massive travelling on your own. You'd be a special kind of person who can cope with that. Quite a few English umpires sort of opted out.
Yeah, I suppose if you're one of the umpires or panel of umpires, 4 or 5 umpires that do an away series where you don't really know anyone there. And
well, you've got to get on with your mate, and you never do any home series, obviously. Or it maybe it's slightly changed post-COVID, but when they've had, if you like, a home umpire operating, whether that system still applies, I'm not sure.
The COVID time was just a nightmare for everyone travelling in cricket. But my good friend and teammate Ian Blackwell's now on the first class list, and yeah, you can have some weeks are better than others. That's all I'm going to say in terms of the camaraderie side of things.
Well, I bet they'll all study the list to see who's their mate for the next 4 days. And by and large, I'm sure they all get on, but there'll be some who get on better than others. Who get on better than others.
It's only natural.
And it's a real look at that onside field, folks. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary, on the leg side.
Surely he's not going to bowl short into length.
I don't know. I think it's just. So he's got 4 on the leg side, all on the boundary, plus 2. He's got. Essentially, he's got a slip and an extra cover.
And that's it.
And the rest on the boundary. That's extraordinary.
It's a pretty good sign that you're hitting it all right, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. And he's just got a. The only place he can get a 4 is somewhere on the offside, probably. But
so really, they're trying to frustrate him,
Yeah.
aren't they? Because he's
quite right
to hit boundaries.
He's just guided it down for a single. Fair enough.
I think he's a better player than to get into that trap. He'd be happy to take the ones.
Well, yes, the risk reward is such that you can't try and defeat 7 men on the boundary in pursuit of a.
You might give it a go, though.
Well. Just getting a bit tangled up, looking a little too eagerly sometimes on the leg side at the moment.
Well, the light's dramatically dropped, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought they might have asked for the lights to be put on, but we haven't got to that stage.
If you look to your left, there's a half a cloud just in the way of the sun. I think when that goes, I think it'll actually pick up a little bit. Well alone, James Rue. Somerset 159 for 4. Scoring rate is healthy thanks to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 74 not out. He's beat the ball to many parts of the ground so far. He's really taken a liking to the Northamptonshire bowling attack. No sign of spin yet. I wonder if they'll just dangle that carrot in front of TKC before the close of play.
Well, I think that might be worthwhile, particularly if you bowl from the river end. There's a leg side boundary is huge that side, so that's sort of comforting. Straight hit.
Get the off spinner on and bait the line. The sun's just disappeared and it's brightened up beautifully.
Yeah. He's stolen the bowling, James Rue. Well, no, he's just got a single. But
7 overs remain in today's play. Could be a very different feeling for the Northamptonshire pair if they can remove, in particular, Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful mural of the great man, Marcus Trescothick, on the side of this building.
Well, we'll be seeing him on England balconies quite soon. He'll be there.
Yeah, next to his mate, Brendan McCullum. They look like they're having a pretty grand time when they pan onto the balcony. There's always a lot of laughter. Stokes and McCullum and Trez and the other coaches that are around. Seems like the camaraderie.
Well, you'd love to be in this thing. They mostly play golf, I think, don't they?
We do like a bit of golf. Yeah, I organise a good golf day. To be fair, could be.
Well, you'd have plenty of takers. I think even Jack Leach, who's not really a natural golfer, who never used to play golf, has decided he's got to take up golf because everyone else plays it. Well, not to stay in the team, but have something to do while the rest of them are all off playing golf.
Yeah, I think the team travel with the golf simulator. What a shot from Kohler-Cadmore! Belted back over Buckingham's head, miles back over the stand for 6. That's the one he was waiting for. He's tried it a couple of times and got half a bat on them. That was the full Monty.
Wow.
Dispatched over.
I think they put on 50 because they're clamping hands. Is that right?
Let's have a look. 1-4. Yep, that is the 50-run partnership as well. Courtesy of Kohler-Cadmore.
Rue's got 7 of them, but no one's complaining about that. No, there's another ball issue. I don't know where that ended up.
I mean, that's a really strong shot into length, nipping back even slightly.
What's the field? They've got about 2 or 3 men on that leg side boundary anyway, but I suppose it's not a big boundary.
Well, I think mid-on was up, so it probably felt like a
I think he might be popping back
calculated
again.
one. Yeah, he's such a clean striker. I mean, the way that these guys practice their power hitting now, decent cricket bats, I don't think in a boundary like that they even consider worrying about the man back.
Yeah. But this is a red ball 4-day game. Sam Whiteman, the captain, he's now at long on.
Little clip into the leg side. Nice, easy run. Moves Curler Cadmore onto 81.
Boss used to occasionally bat like, I mean, I remember batting with Boss like this. And it would say, I mean, the over rate was appalling because they'd have a field. I remember playing against Essex once, and Boss was going berserk, and they'd have a field not dissimilar to this one. Then he'd get a single, and it'd be about 2 minutes before the next ball was bowled because deep mid wicket had to come into third slip against me. Well, he keeps getting hit on it. It is, but he keeps missing these leg side balls, which is usually a strength, I think. I think he's trying to hit them too square somehow.
Yeah, I think the head just going over a little bit, just falling over. Just needs to be mindful of that.
It's hitting full on the palm. I mean, that's going down, obviously, but he does look...
Well, I think he has got away with one today so far from the other end. Neil Malinder, I think, opting to feel like that one was sliding down the leg side, but looked pretty adjacent, and that is an absolute beauty. That is jagged away, angle in, jagged away, and you'd have to be in some serious form to nick one of those.
He's a serious delivery, but he plays it on the walk. He's going through it's gone like an off break.
Yeah, that's a polite nod to the bowler. Well done, sir. Tap the wicket and move on. You're not nicking those. That's a stunning delivery.
However, he's just going through a slightly nervy patch. It's better. Six overs to go. Kohler Cadmore on 81. Run rate's hovering around 4 and over, thanks almost exclusively to Cadmore. Kohler Cadmore. No spin. Yep, no spin.
I think that would be a nice little match up, that. A bit of spin to Kohler Cadmore. See if he wants to
wallop to try and clear the boundary. Yeah, I think so.
See if he's got an eye on tomorrow, or is he going to make hay? I think it'd be a nice little mind game to play with him, just to see where his intentions are.
Well, it is an extraordinary field. This, just to reiterate, here we are, 5 overs to go, just about, and there are 7 men on the boundary, and he's batting with a recognised batsman.
Day 2 of a championship match.
It's odd, with a slip and an extra cover as the only fielders who are on the boundary.
Are you a fan, or would you still want to be trying to conventionally get him out, or do you think he's too in? Do they sense that he's playing too well?
Well, I instinctively I think this is over the top, because assuming Kohler Cadmore isn't going to try and clear him, it must give him so much comfort. Life is so easy. You're basically saying we're not going to get him out.
Yeah, it does feel like a white towel sort of field, doesn't it?
And and it should at this stage. I think.
Well, 4 down is 2.
Yeah, you can have an in-out field a bit. You can have protection. I understand that, but this is almost saying we're not going to get you out unless you try and clear the blinking field.
Yeah, I mean,
which
to be
is
fair,
really
you look at Somerset's lineup. They haven't actually got what you'd call a number 11 in the lineup. I mean, it looks like Peter Siddle is going to be the number 11. He's a more than capable batsman. You know, you'd kind of expect it if Siddle was up the other end in sort of 9 down, but 4 down, it does feel like a bit of a throw the towel in.
And even you,
play.
I don't suppose. I mean, if you were batting in this, I mean, well, certainly the mature trio wouldn't contemplate searching for boundaries against this field, would you?
But I would if a spinner came on. And that's where I think
it's worth that.
That's where I think there's a
that
gamble.
punt. Yeah.
He's gonna probably score another 15 runs before the close of play anyway. If he does it in 1 over, then at least you tried something. I think it's really worth worth the gamble here.
Yeah.
And you never know.
He might get what he'll do. I reckon if a spinner comes on, they'll set this sort of lots of scouts, and he'll reverse sweep.
I'd give him,
which could go either way.
I'd give him a couple of guys out, but I'd set them at
So
3/4, lurky positions. Just go on over to you, Chief. How
big do you think you're going to do?
Yeah. I think that is why people love and get sucked into watching the game. There's so many different theories and ideas and ways to play the game, and I think that's been the fascinating thing with the England side at the moment, the Stokes-McCullum thing. They play so much on the front foot, don't they?
Well, they do, and I mean, I was out in Pakistan, and one record that hasn't been mentioned that often is that I think Ben Stokes made more field changes than any other captain has ever done in a 3-match series.
Really?
Oh.
Is that
I mean, practically every ball, and it would have driven some bowlers wild, but he was moving one there, moving one there, moving one. Always.
I always remember the funniest captain I ever played with. And last time I spoke to him, I was commentating, and I think he's got a vested interest in watching Bancroft bat, so he might be listening. I hope he is. From Australia right now is Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers was captain. He was brilliant. He's finished his career back-to-back centuries. Great bloke, brilliant batsman. Captaincy used to have me in stitches because I would occasionally, and I would say moderately, drift from time to time. And I'm talking like half a step left or right. A couple slashing through the offside, out to point, pick up another one. But Buck used to change the field virtually every ball. Every single ball there would be a change. Like trees left a bit, like 2 steps, 3 steps, and I'd be like, I'd start to lose my head. And after like the 30th change in 32 balls, I would take my cap off, throw it on the floor, and I'd leave it there. So I kept on returning to the same spot, and it became a little bit of a joke for us. So we used to have some great fun of it. But the thing that Buck used to do, which used to crack me up, he would change the ball every single time. And then there would be a catch, and he'd go, "Great capsy, that wasn't it?" I'm like, "Mate, you change the field every ball, so it's going to go to one of your new fielders eventually, mate. It's law of averages." But we had a cracking time that season. Great man, Buck. If you are listening, I miss you, pal.
Yeah. Well, it's not exact parallel, but I can think back way back to the great Brian Close when I first started there. And if you looked at him, he moved you.
He was an extraordinary chap, wasn't he? Great play, great shot from James Root, clipping off his front pad, kept that head really nice and still. He's going to pick up 3 runs, taking Somerset onto 175. I heard a lot of stories about him, like young fast bowlers would go into the nets and he'd let the ball hit him in the ribs to see how fast they were.
I'm not sure that's true, but when he was here, but I mean, you would not discount anything with him. But basically, if you looked at him, he would move you, and then you didn't want to upset him because he was Brian Close, and he was. So you'd be if you were fielding at, I don't know, long leg or something, you'd have about a groundsman hated it. You had about 15 little crosses you made. You had to be. And then he went on and played for England, as you know, at the age of 45 when Tony Greig was captain, which was an amazing selection. And he played against all the West Indies. Anyway, he'd come back. And he fielded forward short leg with no helmet and all that. And he'd be out there for England. And he said, all the fielders kept looking at me. So I put him in right place. And he wasn't the captain, but Greg was captain. Anyway, yeah, they're odd species, aren't they? Captains.
They can be. But I've heard, he was
no, Close,
strong character.
He was a legend. And he was the larger-than-life character. Ridiculous, really. Oh, as he hit that. That's a nice measured shot. He just waited for that one.
Pushing hard, trying to come back for 2. Not to be this time. I suppose he'll have Half an eye up on that scoreboard. 16 more runs,
Well,
which for a man of his abilities, 3 whacks away.
Well, maybe your off-spinner ploy is not a bad one, because he would like to get that 100 tonight. There's no reason why he can't wait till tomorrow, except the forecast is not great. So there's all sorts of things building up ridiculously on that scorecard. He's got 84, thinking about 100. First for Somerset. He's got his highest score for Somerset already. There's only 5 overs remaining. Soon will be 4. Ooh, he's looking very onside with that one, isn't he? He's looking. I think that's his sort of go-to area, a little clip on the leg side, and sometimes just looks a bit uncomfortable. He's not going there at the moment, though. He's going to keep going with Taylor. The umpire's having a chat.
Yeah, talking about ball striking at the moment on our screens now. We'll see the tickets are on sale now for the Vitality Blast.
Wow.
Abel, Smeed, Banton, Kohler Cadmore. What an exciting
I
line.
know. I mean, we were thinking about what a Banton-Kohler Cadmore partnership might be like in red ball cricket, and we're wondering how that might happen. It will happen in the T20.
Fireworks.
Then there's potential fireworks there.
Some dates for the diary, some Super Sundays, we'll call them, double headers with the Western Storm as well as Somerset versus Glamorgan. It's going to be a fantastic May, June.
We're doing some checking of the light. They went off yesterday, didn't they?
They've set their precedent. They've got a number that they've got to stick to. It's got to be pretty close, I'd have thought. There is no offering of the light anymore. It's completely governed by the umpires.
They're going to continue. They've made their measurement. I think they're going to continue. They are. They haven't actually turned the lights on either.
Yeah, years gone by that it used to be offered to the batters if the light was looking to deteriorate, but that became a little bit of a contentious issue, so the umpires are completely in control of that. Normally on the first time they decide to go off, they'll take a measurement of the light via a digital light meter on the bails of each end. That will give you a number, 9.8 or whatever it might be, looms. And that, if they go off, is the precedent for the game. So there's no dodgy behaviour, skullduggery or anything like that. But the way Kohler Cadmore's seeing it, I'm pretty sure the light is good enough.
You could also argue that the fielders, most of them are so distant that they can't be in danger, can they? I mean, they might not see it very well, but the vast majority at the moment when Kohler Cadmore's on strike are about 70 yards away.
Well, it looks like a shiny disco ball coming down at Kohler Cadmore at the moment, the way he's striking it. Any plans for the King's coronation weekend?
Well,
in
I'm
your
going to be
local
here
area?
tomorrow. That's when it happens, isn't it?
Is it tomorrow?
I'll
be
belting it for Burbage.
I'll be on a cricket ground, either clubbing my way a la Kohler Cadmore or very distressed at my failure. Who knows? But
well, it's
one of those games, isn't it? I will get word.
What time are you
if
starting?
Things go really badly or really well, I will get word
back.
to
what
the
time you
team.
start? Yeah, we'll be on tenterhooks because the lights come on now, by the way.
Floodlights have just been turned on here, and wow, they have certainly brightened up the Cooper Associates going to ground.
I think the ceremony is about 11 o'clock. That's about as much as I know. I don't know what time your game starts. That's a nice little shot. That's a gentle little glide forwards. I mean, he loves that area, doesn't he? We've learnt that. And that time, well, Taylor gives the impression that it's a straight ball you're hitting through there. He might be right.
Lovely little clip. That is probably the similar delivery that he missed 2 or 3 overs ago from Taylor. But this time he stayed nice and balanced, hasn't tried to overhit it, and a very crisp strike through mid-wicket.
So what time do you start tomorrow, do you reckon? Do you know? You ought to know, really, as a coach.
12:30?
That's the question.
That's a guess.
Well,
I've answered your question with a guess. I'm pretty sure it's 12:30.
Well, the coronation...
50 overs. Royal Wootton Bassett. I've heard it's. I don't think the locals speak highly of the ground. They say it's a bit atmosphereless. So I don't think I've ever played there before. So I'm looking forward to that. But if it's anything like our home wicket that I played on last weekend, that was, well, I think I played 3 pull shots to 1 delivery last week because the wicket was so slow. And still missed, by the way.
Well, it's a pity, really, that you're not coming back the day after for a post-mortem. We obviously want to grill you about that. However...
Well, I might just...
we can wait.
If it goes really, really well, I might just come in and bore you to tears with it anyway.
Or you could send a little podcast, you know. And then, do you know where I hit him? Now then, I'm about to have another chat now.
You know, it never goes away, though. You know, you talk about Dixon, Bancroft getting a good contribution today, Kohler Cadmore chalking up his highest score for Somerset. It never goes away, wanting to do well for a new team.
No.
Well,
that's good.
Bits of nerves and...
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I'm impressed that it's rather good that you will go there and there'll be a few nerves jangling.
If there aren't nerves, it means you don't care.
Yeah.
And when I stop caring, that'll be
and
when
you'll
the
be
old
there.
boots go
You'll
up.
be there.
Do
You'll swagger out there, giving the impression that you're not at all nervous. And here, you know,
Chest will be puffed
I'm
out.
here to sort of tame you lot.
I'll do a few bench presses to puff the old chest out before I go out to bat.
Yeah.
Kohler Cadmore.
A few swings of the bat.
Oh yeah, I've done that same.
Been practicing that?
I've done the same walkout routine like a boxer since I was about 14. So that will never change. Do you know what the shocking part of it was? I think when I finished playing for Nottinghamshire, I almost had a great big cheesy grin on my face. A ceremonial throwing away of my bowling boots. You know, I wasn't saying I wasn't going to play cricket,
but you weren't going to.
In my head, bowling was done until the last game of last season for Western-super-Mare when we needed to win to stay up, and the captain bending my ear all week. Please bowl a spell for us. Please bowl a spell for us. And do you know what? I had a whole year off, so my little ailments, ankle injuries and stuff, had sort of gone by the wayside. And I forgot how much I loved it. Even though it hurts a little bit, absolutely love it.
What boots did you wear? You wore your batting shoes?
Well, yeah, batted in me batting sliders. So I've had to mail order a couple of pairs of Speed Menace. I'm definitely going to be a menace, but I'm not sure there'll be much speed involved.
That's a good name for a fast bowler's boots, I suppose. Sucked you in, anyway.
Do you know what? It's one of the most difficult online purchases I've had, because I think as a player you get used to a certain shoe. Could I find the ones that I used to like? Not a chance. But I did.
But
on eBay.
And you've worn them
on eBay.
eBay?
Yeah. Fortunately not second hand.
Oh, right.
I don't
I
think
thought they would be
second-hand shoe. Just in case the person who had them first hand kept them bowling down the leg side. I wouldn't want that.
That's where he likes it now. He just tickled that away for another couple.
Buckingham back into the attack. 1 for 51 now. He's gone round the park a little bit, Buckingham. Kohler Cadmore really tucked into him earlier on. 184 for 4 at the moment here. Somerset are racing ever closer to the first innings total of Northamptonshire. 255. 3 overs left to play. And I think we're going to get them in by the looks of things.
Yeah, sun's out now. Sun's out and lights are on.
Rue again clipping off that front pad. He manages to get what looked like quite straight balls, very square, doesn't he? And I think that's.
It's all right if you're in nick.
I think exactly right. I think when you're playing well and confident and hitting them, that's great. But as we saw in that previous few overs from Tom Taylor, kind of think he got away with one. Buckingham into Kohler Cadmore. Mid on and mid off, interestingly up. Will he have a go at it? Yes, he does. And it goes straight up in the air. Is mid off going to get back? He puts it on the grass. Oh my word, Jack White has spilled that one. And the bowler will be fuming. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has taken the bait, but unfortunately they haven't caught the catch.
No. Well, it was a good piece of cricket from Northampton in the sense of just bringing them up and say, come on then. You said you had to put the off-spinner. In fact, you don't have to put the off-spinner in to do it.
I just saw, you see, I think the way he's been striking it, the way that he's really dominated Buckingham, mid-on, mid-off up. It felt like he was going to, he almost had to go for it. And
it was a tough catch. I mean,
you think so?
Well, I think so, obviously. Standards have changed since my day. I never backed him to catch it. He doesn't look the fleetest of fielders, that, and he was backpedaling. It's coming over his shoulder.
Yeah, I suppose the only...
You might call that.
I think that you're disappointed at this level not to catch those, but I think he has bowled probably 10 or 12 overs. I think, head in hands at the moment at backward point, I think he feels like he probably should have got hold of it as well.
I never backed him for it, really. But, I mean, I think a good fielder would have caught that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough. I'm not sure Jack White quite fits that category. He was up there long enough to register the fact this is Kohler-Cadmore. If I don't catch this, it's quite possible that he might completely change the game.
And I've got to bowl at him again.
And I've got to bowl at him.
That should have been an incentive to catch it. Yeah, having a look at the replay there, it was just a bit of a clumsy effort, really. He got there with a reasonable amount of time, and the dive was more of a flop. Got away with that one, Kohler-Cadmore. Maybe just that little bit of luck you need sometimes in this game. There's no doubt about it that very rarely you'll score a three-figure score without giving some sort of a chance away. Let's have a look again. Yeah, there's a few steps there before the ball comes down where he's doing a bit of footloose and loses his balance. Tom Taylor to James Rue, cuts away and stopped.
I'm doing my best to defend him too. He was also caught between the turf and the advertising hoardings, or whatever you call those things, the mats there, which might have been a bit off-putting for him as well.
Very generous this afternoon.
I'm just not entirely sure I'd have caught that. I might have done.
Yeah, I know actually. Running across those in spikes is very strange because your studs actually go through the material.
You sort of get stuck.
It's like a popping sound. It's very disconcerting actually. But even so, I don't think he had to run onto them.
No,
so.
he was heading that direction though.
James Rue has pulled that away for 4. He's got hold of that one. Rockets to the boundary. And Northamptonshire have just lost their way a little bit the last hour or so. All thanks to the endeavour of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, really. But James Rue has...
That was a good shot. He hooked it down beautifully.
Fully in control of that shot. 191.
So not difficult to lose it with Kohler-Cadmore coming at you like this, but you've got to take the chance when they come. It's been an interesting game so far for Kohler-Cadmore. He dropped a sitter by all accounts in the first over. Well, he's gone a long way to atoning for that now.
Yeah, I was asking Sam the question yesterday. Why is it, or how does it happen when? When you're at the bottom of the table, when you haven't got that momentum, you do seem to drop that higher number of, when you catches. And I think when you're playing well, someone will just someone that you don't expect will take a specky one-handed catch from nowhere. And just those little bits of momentum just seem to go your way when you're playing well.
That's right.
And both teams here, I think, have missed opportunities. Kohler-Cadmore yesterday. And Jack White there. There we go.
He barely got a hand on it. I'm not sure. I'd have been right at my peak to have caught that myself.
I think it was the 3 steps before the ball came down where I think he just misjudged it. He did a little bit of some sort of foxtrot or something like that. Yeah. Anywho. Kohler-Cadmore survives. Buckingham continues. And
is he going to try and hit him back over his head again? No. White is still in front of us here, gone a little bit deeper.
Kohler-Cadmore has still got mid on up.
Yeah, but it's the last over. Even I now recommend a single, and let Rue play out the last couple if necessary.
But it's 2 shots away, Vic.
Yes, it is 2 shots away. Yeah. I mean, there's 2 shots away tomorrow morning as well if he wants.
Yeah, I think he will understand the importance of this individually and for the team. You know, I think it is always a line in the sand, your first 100, just to stamp your mark on an environment. So I think he'll play accordingly.
No, he
or
won't. Where's that gone?
I tell you, he's nearly holed out again to cow corner. One bounce into the hands. Nearly presented another chance, but he's on to 90, and if there's another one that's in the arc, he's going to try and hit it out of the park.
He does know there's 2 more days to go, is he?
Maybe not.
Well, he's seen the dodgy forecast, perhaps. But
just oozing confidence, Cola Cadmore, if he sees it up there.
Well, if you're Buckingham, I think you've got to offer the invitation. Get it up there, because he's going to go.
Oh, but not there. He can't bowl there. That's 4 runs. That's poor bowling.
Well, he's just keeping him interested, seeing this over.
He's just... he's double wormed the hook. He's got him to within 1 shot of what would be, let's be perfectly honest, a magnificent ball striking century.
He's faced 70 balls so far. He's got 94.
Yeah, he's slowed up the second half, but not much.
Not really.
No, he hasn't actually, has he?
He's 37 for his 50.
There's my maths.
He's had 33 since then. So he's going at a similar rate. Now, I can't bear to watch, really. Mid-off is walking back as the bowler runs in. And he's, what a good shot that is.
No, we like that, don't we? The purists up here, the boring old farts like the single. Bat on, TKC.
2 more balls left today.
Single from Room.
They'll like that in the dressing room. That dot.
They'll be over the moon. They'll be over the moon. Jason Kerr and Diarra will be over the moon with that dot ball. Just the thought of Cola Cadmore strutting out to the middle at 11 o'clock tomorrow will please everyone, no doubt.
Well, I think we need a bit of fun with the weather. I think the weather's brilliant. Certainly tomorrow morning, but it may change. It does change. In which case, Somerset's plan A, will be to get a substantial lead. That's all right, you can have one there. This is a no ball.
Well played, James Rue. That concludes the day's play today here at Taunton. Somerset have moved on to 199 in reply to Northampton's 255. A really good fighting performance in the field, led by Lewis Gregory, who picked up 3 wickets. So also did Jack Leach, maybe 2 wickets actually with Lewis. Was it Lewis 3 or 2? They both got 3, didn't they? 1 apiece for Casey Aldridge and Peter Siddle. Craig Overton. Well, that's 10.
So Siddle might have got 2.
That is,
it's not in front of us, as you can quite understandably guess. But
feels like a long time ago. I feel like I've lived a few lives watching Cola Cadmore belt the ball around here, but Somerset have moved on to 199 and they're in sight of Northampton's 255. So they've put themselves in a great position to get a lead here.
And the key thing to take from this actually is the last session and Cola Cadmore announcing himself properly as a Somerset player. He's got 95. We knew what he could do, and he's threatened in all his previous innings. He's stayed in a bit longer this time. And when he stays in, he just takes the game away. It's bordering reckless sometimes, but hang on, it's great fun too. And if you've got one player in your team in a side that's that well, who can take the game away, you've done enough.
see you back here.
Just winning because it gives you time.
Another couple of hours in Cone Cadmore and Somerset be in a really strong position. So Overton 1, Siddle 2, Lewis Gregory 3, Aldridge 1, Jack Leach in the first innings, also picking up 3 wickets bowled really well. Bancroft, a good showing today, 39. Tom Cone Cadmore, that magnificent 95, aptly supported or ably supported by James Rue, 22. It's been a fascinating day's play here. More play than we thought we were going to get. Please join us again tomorrow for day 3 here in the County Championship. Very many thanks to my co-commentators Vic Marks and Sam Dalling. We have been Somerset's commentary team. We wish you good evening.